Mid lane was a very early Electrocute proc going the way of Swiffer. That's basically a potion advantage already. And against a Corrupting Potion user, especially with the Biscuits there as well, that's a good start to the lane, right? So level 1, things look promising for Swiffer in mid. We'll probably continue to just poke, just harass, and that whole lane is about, do the stuns connect from Aurelia? If yes, go win the trades back. Because right now, are they threatening to dive?
Well, he tried for the knock-up there. Jake's going to take a tower shot, now out of range. Has the Ignite down, flash out from Corporal. Jake is still taking, forces out the heal here from Dream as well.
That was insanely risky from the side of Order. It felt like, you know, Rakan hits the knock-up, we can go type of idea. But because Rakan doesn't hit that, it was dodged by Katsuri. He was actually almost about to die under that turret. Now, Corporal just a half second, maybe even a little bit late there on going for the play. I feel like there was a world where they killed Jake there. That was very close for comfort for Order for the 3-minute pressure on bot lane. And really, the CS difference isn't that significant. But Spooks probably wants to come back for this one if you can. That wave is cooked for Direwolves if they don't get any jungle pressure on this side of the map.
Yeah, now moving into the enemy jungle here, Jarvan looks like he's going to try the Krugs and maybe look for a repeat gank once the bottom lane has pushed out a little. We'll see if they can actually get that wave control though, because it is pushing slowly towards the Direwolves. Maybe Jarvan just backing away after this.
Spooks is a notorious repeat offender when it comes to ganks in lanes. There was a time last split, I don't know if anyone remembers this, where he played Nunu. And what he did on Nunu was gank bot lane 17 times. He does have that about him, as right now they're looking probably on Corporal.
We'll get the knock-up onto the Alistar, goes in for the EQ combo. Spooks following up onto this one, doesn't have the flash out that previous play, and that will be first blood to the jungle of Order.
And redemption here for the first gank of Order. Low HP bars don't matter if they're able to return gank, they get the kill. We mentioned the wave, big deal, as now they're threatening on Katsuri. Most importantly, I believe, is just to get the wave in, as they are actually looking Raze.
Yeah, forces the flash from Katsuri. In comes the jungle though. Raze will get the flail down onto Jake. Doesn't have the flash or mana, but is able to back away. Double root comes down. Flag drag out from Spooks, and Jake is far enough away. Now we did disengage.
That's a really dangerous game the Direwolves were playing. Note that Katsuri used his flash at the very start of that just to dodge some spells. And they commit to the play, and they actually come out pretty well off for it. And that's with their support dead and walking to lane.
Yeah, kicking off this game, 1 kill over to the jungle here. It will be Pickaxe, immediately picked up here by Dream as he walks back to lane. Similarly, we'll have Katsuri going back to base and picking up cool longsword. And yeah, pretty even across the rest of the board, though my eyes are definitely drawn to the top lane here. 2-wave advance to the Nico. Kind of to be expected into the Renekton matchup until we can get a couple of levels underneath him. However, mid lane, Spooks is going to show himself, but Jake is behind both of them. Get Back is playing quite defensively though. Here comes Raze. Throws at the Vanguard's edge, still gets knocked up. Gets the knockback once again here from Raze. Flashes away. Flash out into Dragon Strike. Spooks will find himself his second kill of the game. A Caffeine Rain and another kill. 3-0 to start off this one.
And 3 kills all to the jungler of Order. Order 3-0 with a 1.5k gold lead 6 minutes in. They're just finding the number advantages. They're finding the kills. And they're netting themselves the gold in these plays where it feels like Direwolves are overcommitting. This one does get punished, however. And that's the first punish we've truly seen. Now, as we do look back towards top lane, it is important to note that this is one of the few times where you'll see a true 1v1 in top lane. We'll get the replay first. As you can see, it looks like Direwolves setting up for this play. They want the 2v2, and they just don't know that Jake is here. Very smart stuff from the support of Order. Dream also here, just in case Get Back manages to survive. Corporal, just a little bit late, unfortunately, to the play. It's the difference between timings and reset. It's the difference between tempo plays. And that was a tempo play from Order, where Direwolves were forced to reset in bot lane earlier.
Yeah, top lane starting to even out now that Renekton has a bit of tankier stats. Going for his first back, we'll be able to pick up the Crystal plus Null Magic. This will help a lot in this matchup. But still, yeah, big advantage to start off this game over to Order. Kill into jungle, mid lane, and bottom lane.
A fantastic start for them at the moment. And no composition truly outscales the other, I would say, as well. Just one thing to look forwards to. You know that top lane is a Renekton. Renekton naturally doesn't stay strong forever. Jake is about to take a beating, but he should be okay. But Renekton's still going to be just a thick boy in the front of a fight, right? He's still going to be pretty tanky. He's pretty well equipped into someone like the Nico, depending on how you use your spells. You know, remember that Renekton's W now actually has a shield break. Pretty handy into a Nico ultimate if you're able to time that one correct, perhaps. There's an AP Nico after all as well.
Yeah, the shield break is definitely something I think everyone will have to get used to as a new mechanic.
It's one of those things that makes you wonder why not Cannon. Like, what does the Nico provide? And
the Cannon does not.
For me, it's the Glacial Augment is the major difference. If you're going to go the AD build, then Cannon probably is just the better choice. You can escape the Renekton far more easily, and it's less reliant on hitting a skill shot is how I would explain it. Nico has to hit the stun to keep the Renekton at bay. Cannon just presses E instead and runs away. Can't be caught, then gets attack speed. Yeah, the Renekton has to disengage.
Yeah, definitely more binary in the playstyle for sure. Raising Corporal, grouping up, moving up river, just clearing this one out will be the first blue going over to Swiffer here. Been watching this matchup as well. Like, I definitely don't get to see a lot of Irelia Syndra. Syndra's only now really coming back into the meta, but it was interesting because, like, even when hitting Duet and Get Back would try to go in for the Q, the Duet duration wasn't long enough where Swiffer would be able to consistently use the knockback during the Q animation. So it almost seems like, for me, a hard counter in the mid lane. In terms of laning phase and 1v1 at least.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, it's always a skill matchup with an Irelia, right? Like, no matter what, there is a chance that regardless of who counters who, that Irelia can get killed. So much of it to me, though, like, especially looking at this draft, was about the 2v2. And right now it's a 3-0 Jarvan that they're staring down. So it's not a situation where you ever truly feel comfortable anymore as the Irelia if the Syndra's got a pocket Jarvan sitting behind them, or you don't know where their jungler is. And that invisibility is now very valuable for Order because his threat is just so high.
Yeah, this pick is definitely paying off here. Still opting towards Cinderhulk and the tanky build. Actually has that one completed already. Plus stopwatch. And top side, same thing will happen. Mid lane will get the blue buff. And Sejuani will look towards Crab. Jake has found himself in the mid lane. Actually now escorting Swiffer towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, and speaking of stopwatch timings, like you mentioned, Pulse, they're about to activate at 10 minutes on the dot. And there was one available for the level 6 Rakan of Jake. So when you see Swiffer leave mid lane like he does, it may just be to get vision in bot side jungle, it may well be to dive bot lane. And with those stopwatches, engages can be free.
To try and dodge out this stun. Starts off with the power unleashed. Flag, drag, cataclysm, auto attack, and it's just almost too easy in this mid lane with the amount of damage between the two champions.
And that's really smart from Swiffer, the ability to just throw the ultimate and guarantee that the stun will connect, get back, no flash available for about 30 odd seconds. Well timed there on the gank as well, and now it's not just the Jarvan who has all of the kills. It is the mid-jungle duo as bot lane is fighting.
Yeah, Corporal goes for the engage here, but Jake gets easy access onto the backline here, onto Katsuri, finds a knock-up charm, and the Ignite as Dream is still fighting off against Corporal. And in the end, it's actually a pretty similar trade, but an extra heal over to the side of Order.
Yeah, one of those trades where both supports eye off the enemy AD carry and say, you're mine. They throw their Ignites down and they just try and take the other person out of the fight. And basically both achieved that, like you mentioned, a summoner spell advantage is gained, however. Lion Panther now going to spot Spooks doing the Herald. Presses W to check a bush, notes that someone isn't in that bush and still runs away.
Yeah, Tally coming down from the top lane here, and Swiffer also just getting back to lane as well. So not really something that Direwolves can contest because Sejuani is a bottom side actually looking towards potentially a dive. Has jumped over the wall here into Dream and Jake. Dream hops the wall, immediately finds Get Back. Nice dodge on the duet, but still gets stunned down into the Vanguard's edge. That will be a kill over to the Direwolves, and Jake soon to follow. Another kill to Get Back, and the first 2 kills of the game to the Direwolves.
Yeah, big confidence play there from the Direwolves, something that was very much needed for them, but remember the cost at the same time. Herald was already being done. It's already been summoned, and it's going to charge and get some top lane platey boys, so they're going to get a whole lot of money up there. May even break the turret as nobody's here to contest that at all. Biopanther teleported to bot lane. Big swinging gold, still going towards Order, but massive for momentum and confidence for Direwolves getting those 2 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, starting off this game 0-4 was definitely not the ideal beginning, but yeah, this tower should die. I mean, we've got the minion wave here as well alongside Shelly and another one coming in. So first tower of the game, it goes over to Order, and a lot of gold as well into the hands of the jungle and top lane. We can see how that one started. Raze did just hop the wall, and that was basically it.
Yeah, throws the ultimate, connects on a Jake. Isn't a max range ultimate, however, so no aftershock there from the Sejuani. Now the follow-up is here. And because that stun connects thanks to the Sejuani and Irelia combo, Getback's able to bounce off the AD, forwards onto the support, find Jake as well and follow him up with the kills. So big stuff there from the mid laner specifically of Direwolves. You know, in his first ever playoffs run here, you'd expect some perhaps nerves to be shown, but we're not really seeing that right now. Pretty calm and collected.
Yeah, for sure. You know, especially when bot lane was attacked first here from Order, you know, and kills going down to that bottom lane, but doing pretty well. 3 plates were also collected off the back of that play into bottom lane. Mid lane, looking towards Swiffer. Biopumper has come down. It's probably be seen out though. Vanguard's Edge, or rather Duet, onto Swiffer. We'll get some harass down. Ray's going to spot Spooks as well in this mid lane. So probably not going to happen, but we'll get control over this area in terms of control wards. And Ray's now just seeing if anything else is in the jungle. Did see Jake earlier place down vision into the jungle. Actually just walked over control ward.
It happens to the best of us. I may just be aware that it's there and we'll go back for it later anyway. Now Spooks is going to slip his way through the river, perhaps look for a gank, but he's just going to be clearing wards himself. Cloud Dragon in 30 is not the most important objective in League of Legends, that much is for certain. But it is Order with pretty comprehensive control now of the entirety of that river. So it should just be theirs to take if they want to take it. But I have a feeling the way Order operates is they want that pick first. There's no point in opening yourself up to any needless risks of Direwolves being there over a Cloud Dragon. Go for the kill, get the pick, make sure the dragon's free, and move from there.
Triple collapse into this mid lane, gets the stun down, flag drag, knock up into Power Unleashed. That's an easy kill over to Swiffer. A Biopamper just has to watch.
Yeah, and Tally just walks on down, so he's able to go back to top lane, build the wave. Biopanther has to answer, and sooner or later Order will get themselves the free Cloud Dragon. It may just be a matter of time. They could even go for the blue buff first for Swiffer if they would like. We'll see how they played out.
Oof. That's done very close to landing. Probably should have. But the cow, it's been trimming down these days. It's been cutting. So he will be able to just walk away from that one. It will be a second Cloud Dragon over to Order.
And 2's a lot. 1 Cloud Dragon, you're okay. You just move a little bit faster. 2 Cloud Dragons, you've actually got relevant in-combat movement speed now as well. That's a pretty big deal, actually. Especially trying to kite away from an Aurelia, perhaps engage as someone like a Renekton as well, who just wants to close distance. You know, last hit a minion with the Black Cleaver, sprint forwards. That extra move speed actually does wonders.
Yep, next round's going to be Ocean. Would prefer that one to be, you know, either earlier or just not there at all. But still, Order with this control over the early game. And yeah, first couple items being picked up as well. Top lanes hit the first item power spike in terms of Black Cleaver for Tally. And the GLP here for Biopanther.
Yeah, he's also going Zonya's second, instead of going for the Twin Ghosts. So it's a clear sign that he wants to be team fighting sooner. You know, the GLP build, the Glacial Augment build works very well with all active items. And Zonya's is always the 3rd item in that build. So to me, it's a clear sign that they want to accelerate the game pace.
Yeah.
Get to the team fighting stage once they hit their big 1-item spike. So I think keep your eyes peeled on probably the Trinity Force for Get Back as the major thing that they're lacking right now. Once that's on, they want to fight.
Yeah, I did go for that Tiamat just for the laning phase early, so just delay it by just over 1,000 gold here. As Jake's on spot, Corporal, Raze flashed away from, Spooks jumps the wall, gets stunned. Ultimate used as well.
Jarvan can dash out of anything. Morgana bindings, Jarvan could solve that problem. Sejuani ultimates, you better believe Jarvan could just flag and drag onto safety. One of those champions that's just so hard to lock down, as Dream is actually locked down.
Yeah, finds the pulverize, goes into stealth, gets the knock up there, dodged away from, good flash from Corporal. Will make it back to the tower. Jake here as well, just to clear out this mid lane. But both teams constantly looking for picks in the river.
Seems to be that the river is the Silk Road to victory in this first game, Pulse. You're absolutely correct. Corporal doesn't want to hit the E-stun before the headbutt, and unfortunately has to use his own summoner spell for it. Meanwhile, bot lane, they are hunting perhaps, but Raze does not have that ultimate available, so he doesn't have the long-range engage. It would be relying on Get Back probably throwing his ultimate and just building passive stacks for Raze. So just a lot of protection going on here, a lot of escorting solo laners, ensuring they're safe, and that makes sense, especially when one of them is a Syndra, is a control mage. It's Corporal.
Teleport coming down into the bottom lane, flag drag.
They're on.
And the flash coming in from Biopant for tons of damage onto the mid lane of Swift. He'll back away, Ignite taking good heal out from Dream. And with the Cataclysm, locks up 2, flash into Vanguard's edge and Get Back. Gets the first, jumps the wall, has the Q combo. Blade Surge, double kill. Meanwhile, knock over the wall. Tally looking to get out of this fight. Wants to hit the blast cone, sends everyone flying, but also dies. 4 kills over to the Direwolves.
Massive swing for Direwolves with 4 people dead. Get Back is a man possessed right now. He is playing out of his mind in this first game. And suddenly Direwolves, they get the gold lead. They get the opportunity to break the mid lane outer turret after a team fight victory. Those Cloud Dragons mean nothing when the Aurelia can just stick to you like glue.
Yeah, had the flash up in that fight as well, was able to basically just get out of that big cataclysm that Jarvan put down, which was blocking up everybody else, and clean up the backline.
And the teleport positioning was great. The force of the flash from Corporal was great. Direwolves doing a lot of good things here, but the man to watch is Get Back for this stun. This follow-up here actually gets the ultimate out from Dream, predicts where he's going, is able to get back over the wall as well. Incredible stuff there from the mid laner of Direwolves, and remember during all of this time, Direwolves had engaged it so well that they were always in advantage in the rest of that 4v4.
Yeah, there was a really great teleport and teleport positioning there as well from Biopam. That ward was essentially just perfectly placed for where they were corralling Order into. And that's completely swung the game. You know, Order had a strong advantage to start off, but now with Direwolves 2,000 gold ahead now, with a lot of that gold going to the carries. 3 kills into mid lane, 3 kills into Katsuri.
You know, there is a conversation to be had on momentum in every best of 5 series, but I think the first thing we'll have to look at is Raze needs to disengage if he can.
Yeah, there's always
He's
momentum breakers as well. 4 people here from Order, and yeah, not a whole lot you can do, unfortunately, with no flash. Holds the ultimate and a pick over to Order.
And towards that momentum, there is, like you highlight, momentum breaking, but there's also, you know, something that can swing momentum back more heavily in your direction while stunting it from your opponents. And, you know, playing something like Corporal in your first game, in your mind, you're like, we've got the extra ace up our sleeve. You know, we've got the other support that we can bring in Totoro at any point if we wanted to, you know? We have that capability. Order's like, well, they're playing Corporal in the first game, maybe this is easier. But if we lose this one, what does it mean if they have that ace up their sleeve, right? So there's 2 sides to every coin is the point that I'm making here. And it seems like Direwolves right now, even after a shaky start, have really found their footing and got those team fights together with Corporal playing.
Yeah, for sure. And we're much closer to even now than we were a couple minutes ago, absolutely, after that fight. Next dragon has spawned. In fact, it will be that Ocean, as we talked about earlier. Now cresting the 20-minute mark, just as I've been speaking. Baron has also spawned, but Order should be able to collect this dragon free of charge mid lane. Corporal's just farming on his own, waiting for Katsuri to get up here.
If you could call that farming.
Yeah,
every single minion.
I mean, it's a sad life for the Alistair. Very difficult to see it underneath tower. But yeah, Katsuri will be able to get the rest of his wave. Jake's going to see his lover. Back away here. I guess the rest of his wave. Corporal steps up. Doesn't manage to connect the Q. Will get stunned up here. Pops the Unbreakable Will. That's enough for Order. They don't really want to hard commit onto this Alistair.
Yeah, but it does mean they could hard engage once the ultimate is gone, because that Alistair is just cannon fodder, but still Direwolves looking.
Yeah, Raze actually does it instead, and Get Back with a massive flank here onto Order. Takes down 1. Corporal gets the 2nd. Dream under attack. And just like that, 2 kills to the Direwolves.
And just how quickly they pull the trigger is so commendable here from Direwolves. They're looking at the Baron. Swiffer dead, Jake dead, only 3 alive. Spook's also at half HP, but he has Flash, he has Smite. They do this quickly, but can Order get there and actually check it?
Tally's trying to make his way into the jungle here with Spooks. Corporal is waiting in the river, but not showing their face just yet.
Yeah,
Order.
they see the health. Order knows. That's not been swept, that ward in the back of the pit. It's the Alistar headbutt that Spooks has to respect here.
2,000 HP, now starting to burst Flag Drag, and it's steal!
No.
Oh no! No, it was a steal! Yeah, they got the kill and they got the Baron. Order get away with daylight robbery. And Tally will get the 1-for-1 trade.
Tally's kill comes up before the Baron steal the priority on scoreboard, but Direwolves just lose everything that they could possibly want inside that pit. They took a true 50-50, that felt like, with a Renekton and a Jarvan able to get into the pit. The Alistar headbutt not there to stop Spooks. Just a little bit too late as well. And he's able to get the smite and gets corralled to safety, compliments of Corporal's headbutt. And wow, this game just swings very quickly.
It's been swinging, yeah, like a pendulum this whole game. I definitely agree with you, though. If I could make one change to Spectator Client, you need priority. Because I screwed me the other day on that pentakill, because I was like, no, he got the tap. No, it was a pentakill. Yeah, no, that was very unhelpful, client. But yeah, Steel come through, a 1-for-1 trade, and Order now the Baron.
At least you know that this isn't scripted and our reactions are natural, because not even we know sometimes what's happening.
Yeah. I feel like the scripted memes have died down in recent years, but they always used to be a thing, and it's like, come on.
Well, I mean, when you have too many amazing 5-game series, you know, it starts to feel like it's just too good to be true. And that too good to be true feeling is why people would say
everything's
it's scripted.
pre-recorded.
Absolutely.
No, I can assure you this was live. Order pushing up to this mid lane, have Baron onto the AD carry and support here, obviously not Tally.
Yeah, they need to break turrets with it if they really want to swing the gold. Right now, it would have been like, if that Baron went to Direwolves, it felt like a final nail like type of situation.
Yeah, right.
Like their lead would have been monumental. They would have been really poised to break inner turrets and blow open a gold lead, is what you would have said. But even at this point, you know, Order get the Baron, they get a kill with it, and it's a trade, sure. But the gold still favors Direwolves right now. And that's the thing, you know, like they need to break those turrets and generate a gold lead for themselves as
Like Splash.
God, he made it.
Yeah, he was charging, hoping you could get it over in time. Mid
There's
lane.
a teleport coming in, it's get back flanking.
Just get the engage here. Corporal flag drag finds 2. And this is going to be a big flank in from the Nico ultimate. Lands onto 3. Get back, tries to get to that back line, but he is shut down by Tally. Spooks meanwhile is tagging on the front line, and he's actually making it out of here. Raze, he's low, but he's able to manage his health bar here. Looks at Jake, backs away. Dream in a 1 versus 2 shut down by Katsuri. It's a messy fight, but it is a 2 for 3.
These fights are so close, and that stops the Baron buff from Order. Biopanther with a teleport, gets the flash ultimate into the fray. Big play from him, and Corporal's the one starting this off as well. Jake doesn't get the maximum use out of his ultimate, but it doesn't matter. And Swiffer just gets 1 hit. But at the same time, this is where Order turn it around. Renekton gets the Son of Dream and Tally together, just 1 hit get back. Jake hits a sick knock-up, and you think for a second they might have the damage. But 100 HP on Raze, Katsuri still with his flash, and all of them combined about 500 HP is the difference between getting the ace there for Order or Dream dying.
That's where you really want, you know, a reset champion of any kind who just cleans up those kills so easily, but in the end, will be a slight Direwolves win. Order were able to return to that mid lane after that play and still take the mid lane tower. So we're basically at even gold. There is about 700 gold in it now into this game. But because that was such an early Baron, it's very rare you see a Baron and you're pushing like outer bot lane, outer mid lane, you know, like still all outer turrets up here. And top tower will go down courtesy of Biopanther, so that will be extra gold going into the pockets of the Direwolves.
But I'm really feeling this from Direwolves. The killer instinct that they have right now, they're not recklessness, but confidence and no hesitation on these teleports that they're constantly making now really are proving to be the difference for them. And it's not even sowing chaos, it's just forcing your opponent's hands through good plays of your own. Oh my god, he hits
through. Managed to thread the needle onto Dream, and Biopanther in with another great flank. Lands onto 2, and here comes Corporal and Get Back cleaning up this fight. And it's over. You can't even call it a fight. It's a massacre. 4 kills to the Direwolves.
That was just a clean ace for Direwolves. I didn't expect that Sejuani ultimate to connect. He flashes forwards, curves the bullet, and Direwolves, with 5 people not available, only Tally available top lane. There's no point in him teleporting to this tower at all. He just has to recall and try and hold the game as well. Inhib will go for certain, and that should be all Direwolves look at, but they may push.
I mean, this is at least Inhibitor. Another 10 seconds on all members here from Order. This will be a clean getaway, though. They don't even choose to attempt to go onto those Nexus turrets, and they will back away.
This is
we
nuts.
See that. I kind of wanted to see the lead up again, you know?
That play from Raze is insane. They've got the flanks available here as well. Biopanther constantly finding himself in those positions. And you hit a Sejuani ultimate like that, you deserve to win the team fight just through and through. That was sick from Raze.
For me, it was specifically like where he was originally positioned and the movement he made with the flash, right? Like we only really saw like the second part of the flash when he'd already flashed in the ultimate, but what was impressive, it was like a full front line in front of the back line, you know? Like there's no way that ultimate should hit, so crazy stuff in here from Raze.
And it locks them into a choke point as well, which is the most amazing thing. For Biopanther walks in, just throws his Hextech GLP 800, and it's like all of them are stuck with my ice hose now, just because of the positioning of that Sedge ultimate. Raze really proving his worth here as Biopanther has murdered Swiffer in the bottom lane. Goodbye, Swiffer.
Yeah, he's just straight up dead. And Biopamp has been getting such value from his ultimates this game. Actually, I was just looking at Biopamp's health bar. Like, he probably had double digits HP.
I hope we get a replay of that one, because it really feels like Swiffer had vision at the bot lane tri-bush. Bio would have been pushed past that one. We will get a replay very shortly on exactly what happened through that. Hopefully in that time nothing crazy happens here, because Baron is alive and Direwolves have just controlled the entire area in one swift move.
I'm going to guess it was a full combo from Swiffer but misses a Q, which is not enough damage to kill Biopamp. I'm going to say inconclusive. Mid lane push coming out from Direwolves. We're going to bring that one again for you. But we do have potential engage in the jungle here. Spooks is waiting over the wall. Raze does have his ultimate.
No psych outs.
Really just zoning him away and getting control of this top jungle. Baron is up now for the Direwolves.
And this is a moment where experience does mean a lot here for Order. You know, have the patience to be able to wait, know that they're not doing the Baron yet, even though they don't have any wards on it whatsoever. And now they start to move together. You know, coincidentally, the timing is on the reset, as we'll get to see what happens here. It is Swiffer hitting the Q full combo, but the Zonias, he has to flash. He just, wow.
Yeah, mistiming on the Q.
Yeah. Should have been just a true one hit.
Yeah, and it was really just the timing on the Zhonya's and then the mistiming on the Q, and that was literally it. But how often does it happen when you have to drop on someone as a burst mage and you don't get the kill and you get bursted in return?
Well, yeah, that was actually like a ridiculous amount of damage coming from Syndra. Note once again that we are on patch 9.16. Syndra's Q has been buffed by an extra 10% damage on that Q, so it's an absurd amount comes out. Yeah, when you think about how Syndra wants to operate as a champion, it's hit QR and just smash someone. So that's actually a whole lot more extra damage that comes into it as Spooks waddles on over.
Yeah, just trying to check rushes now with skill shots.
They do have really good tools to check, right? Between Kai'Sa W, Jarvan Flag, Syndra can also throw a stun in the bush as well. Rakan can try and Q.
Yep.
Some of them aren't safe. Like, as an example, if Jarvan uses his flag and Sejuani engages, he can only go forwards then and has to return in kind. And not ideal when in a deficit. What they don't know is the deficit's only 4,000 gold. Unfortunately, a lot of that is through the 80 carry difference.
Yeah, Order now know that Direwolves have actually started this, forcing on the teleport. Corporal looking for the flank, just getting knocked back onto Spooks, but they're going for this fight. Direwolves are turning. Corporal taking a lot of this with the passive. Goes over the ultimate. Biopamp just blows up Swiffer in the team fight. Get back, finds his way into the back line, but he is shut down. Tally in the 1 versus 3 now. Gets him out healing from the Q, but it's a 2 for 2 in the end.
It's a 2 for 2 the Direwolves choose to force. They don't want to take another 50-50 on the Baron. There's no point, they say, if we can force the fights. And they look, but Order stand and deliver just as much in kind. We'll get to see this again as Jake, in a good position, tries to zone Corporal, but at the same time, Corporal flashes forward. So cross wires, unfortunately, and Biopanther hits a sick ultimate, but Spooks never dies, Tally never dies, and if they separate players of the Direwolves roster with the Jarvan ultimate next to a Kai'Sa, that person's just dead. And that's a big part of what happens there in favor of Order. And I would say that, you know, an even trade is in favor of Order.
Yeah, absolutely. They delay the Baron from happening. Teleport comes through from Biopamper, actually. But still, most of both teams are still at base running towards the Baron area. Also gives a lot of opportunity now for Order to reclaim their top jungle, as there is all the vision now completely cleared out from Direwolves, which was at full control about 2 minutes ago. So Order very easily able to push up to the Baron now, much easier for them to contest and choose their fights. So this game is very much in anyone's hands.
That's the rewards that they get, right? If you were Direwolves, maybe you send one person over to clear the dragon by yourself, like perhaps you just send Katsuri because he has lifesteal and doesn't take any damage from it. You'd want to be resetting that to try and get the Elder Dragon up, unless your goal is to fight at Baron, because you only want one objective available. And if that's the case, then Direwolves in a pretty good position. Because right now they're actually running it down the middle lane. Open inhib seems to be the goal in their sights.
Yeah, late recalls coming in from Order as well, so at least 2 members will be slow to this play, and it means that Direwolves, just really on the timing play, move towards mid lane, take away the inhibitor, which is great in this situation. Constant pressure in the mid lane as Order will attempt to push up into their jungle. But relatively easy to transition from mid lane to jungle, just an inconvenience though. Raze looking for the opportunity to find an ultimate.
And you can see so much more confidence comes back into the Order squad. The ability to step up, knowing they've got their item spikes. They are pretty well equipped to go. You've got your Void Stars, you've got your Spear of Shojins. Direwolves once again onto the Baron. Spooks is in vision, and he doesn't know how much health it's on yet.
And they're asking for a fight on this one.
They
Toss
see
out
it.
the W. Dream keeping vision over the wall. Jake gets a knock up onto Corporal, down to 1k. Doesn't go for a flag drag, way too late here.
Oh.
Cataclysm's back over the wall. The alley-oop. The swippy swap.
The
And
smooth
it'll
criminal.
just make his way out. Cool. Direwolves, though, do get the Baron in order have to back away and just batten down the hatches.
Yeah, no steal this time, and that really is the concern that you would have if you were Order, is their only option felt like a steal. You know, the Baron was held at 2k for so long, Spooks was just biding his time, but Alistar, Corporal, found himself in a position where he needed to use the ultimate, and then just needed the help from his team. So that was pretty much the moment they were like, hit it, hit the Baron right now, save Corporal. As Dragon, another avenue for a potential fight perhaps. Raise no ultimate though, Order. They are caught.
They are split as well. Jake does get his dash over to Tally, who hits the blast cone successfully this time. Katsuri getting tagged by the W and they will back away. Order just wanting to burn down that Dragon, but Direwolves got there first off of the reset. So now moving towards this bottom lane. Recalls were coming through, but now sticking around. Order maybe not really able to defend this outer turret or this inner turret that's outside of their base. Now looking towards their inhibitor line.
Yeah, I felt like Order were looking to go for the Ocean Dragon against the flow of the map right now. They didn't set up a whole host of vision in the process of doing that, however. So there's not a whole lot of control bot side jungle area near that blue buff. Direwolves pretty much absolute vision down there. There is a sneaky teleport flank in both the bottom lane as well as the jungle though. No teleports for Order just yet as they are hunting.
Tally gets the stun down onto this GA
Take
Irelia. Nice knock up here from Spooks as well into the Cataclysm, but the Irelia is still up and still dealing damage. In comes Dream, just getting a Capian Rain, burns the GA. Tally backing away, smite down to him, but he's still good to go. Another knock up comes out, but then just burned down. 4 kills just like that over to the Direwolves, and they're looking for game 1 win.
And Order look for the engage. They don't have the damage to follow that up. They go for the rest of the kills. Maybe they get Swiffer, but they do get game 1.
Taking down the Nexus turret, moving on to the spawn pad as well. Swiffer just trying to delay the inevitable here, and Direwolves will take game 1 of this best of 5.
What an exciting game 1 to start off the OPL gauntlet for Split 2 as well. The road to MEO already you can tell is going to be an absolute slog.
Hello, welcome to day 1 of week 10 of Split 1 of the 2020 OPL, and my goodness, if my kids were not awake already, they are now. I am your host, Nick Boy Richardson, coming to you live from Casa del Nick Boy, and I am joined by my favorite homebound co-hosts, Spawn, Skimmy, and Rusty, and we have to start with Rusty, who appears to have broken all international lockdown rules and moved to Japan.
I've also managed to gain more pixels in the process of 1 week, so I apologize if you hear some nonsense coming out of me, but yeah, I've got a nice zen background going on now. What do you think?
This is a very exciting development. I mean, it's good to see that instead of spending the money on enough equipment for everybody to be able to stream properly from home, we've spent it mainly on just on Japanese furniture for you.
I'm good with it.
You're good with it.
He no longer wishes to showcase his bed anymore. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it, Nick?
That is a shame. Is the bed hiding behind that, or have we rearranged the whole room?
No, the bed's still definitely there. It's just a nice block. Isn't it weird to see a bed of someone who's casting in what is meant to be a professional league? Like, I think that's weird.
I don't think so. I think me and Nick are definitely on point here.
No,
That's
I
weird.
think
Hey,
it is
Skibby.
very weird. No one sleeps in Nick's bed. I want to make that abundantly clear. That is a guest bedroom, and like it's one of those fancy guest bedrooms where you say, this is the guest room. But really, when people come over, we have another 6 rooms that they can sleep in before they use the showroom bedroom.
We do have little chocolates that we put on the pillows when we have people over. So if you come over, you can have a chocolate.
I cannot wait.
Does that make Spawn happy? I feel like that's how it makes Spawn happy, right? Spawn, are you happy?
I think I'm happy. Can you guys not hear me at all? I mean, I feel happy, but maybe I'm not. I feel like I'm echoing a little bit, so I'm trying to figure out, like, on my paddle, what stops the echoes, but I haven't figured that out yet.
No, you're fine, bro. You're fine. Welcome, everybody. And Skimmy, how are you doing? You and I have dressed the same. We didn't coordinate on that at all.
I mean, it's our nature, isn't it, Nick, really? You know, we dress the same, we do the same hairstyle, we have the same bed backgrounds. Essentially, we're two, fancy businessmen just hanging out.
I'm not happy with any of this. Fancy
businessmen. Fancy business.
What can I say, mate?
So
you're owning IKEA, I'm probably owning Walmart or something at this stage, mate. We're just doing this as a side gig, during the lockdown.
That is true. We hope you guys are enjoying your lockdown as well. We're going to be here for another 6 games of League of Legends all evening for you as we get towards the pointiest of the pointy ends of this split, and things are getting very exciting. Let's take a look at the standings as they stand right now, because there are a lot of implications over the next 12 games this weekend to be heading into the final playoffs. So we've got Chiefs still top of the table and number 1. Legacy tied with them now. Direwolves in at 3. It's then Order and Pentanet for 4 and 5. Avant tied with Pentanet at 5, along with Gravitas. And finally, Mammoth down the bottom. I think their hopes and dreams of a Gauntlet-style run are probably well and truly done, but there is a lot to play for in the middle and the top, isn't there, Rusty?
Well, yeah. Sorry, you lagged. Did you say my name?
I did. I just said, isn't it interesting how many people we gotta? There's so much. I was just filling time, man. I'm just filling time. It's all getting full. That's all I'm trying to say. Come on, give me something.
You're right, Nick. There is top 3 teams that are locked in. Chiefs, Direwolves, Legacy, of course, seating still up for grabs there, and then Order can fall out. They only have to win 1 game to secure to go up to 7, and then the last bit of the mess is going to be the Gravitas Pentanet, as well as the Avant Gaming kind of mishmash that's happening there. Although a couple of the teams have made some roster changes in the final week of the OPL. It wouldn't be the OPL with a little bit of Clown Fiesta roster changes around. So I'm interested to see how that impacts some of these teams going into the final week.
Absolutely. Rusty, maybe if you just fold down the screen, it might be interfering with the Wi-Fi. All that paper might just be blocking the signal. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. We've got 6 games coming at you. We know what you want. There's nothing else to watch. It's about time you just watch the OPL. Let's get up that schedule. Let's get that schedule up. Let's get that schedule right up. Thank you very much. Game number 1, Mammoth versus Avant. It's then Gravitas versus Legacy for game 2. Pentanet.gg taking on Order for game 3. Direwolves versus the Chiefs for game 4. Legacy and Pentanet.gg making a return for game 5. And then Avant and Direwolves rounding out the evening. Avant playing twice. Avant playing with quite the shook up roster, Spawn.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be playing with Appy, their former support, as their top laner. Gunkrab, their former starting AD carry, as their support. Violet, their substitute AD carry, is now their starting AD carry. And Dragku has apparently been evicted from the Big Brother house. Now, how has this happened in the final week? I don't know. So I thought I would throw over to the scoop to our man Rusty, who coordinated the last falling out of the Avant Gaming roster that was going to make playoffs.
I don't know, man. I'm not a part of this, AV. What a question. I mean, I can comment on the changes. I can't say why, because I haven't got the slightest idea. And I think that's a problem, because not having a slight idea is probably a big cause for concern that they've done it in week 10.
I mean, yeah, I think they would be the favourite. They would have been the favourite to make the playoff run, to be honest. Like, Gravitas kind of were playing with nothing to lose last weekend, if we're being serious. And now there is something to obviously be up for grabs, so I would have expected them to be a little bit more nervous. I thought Avant were in the best form, and I thought Pentanet looked disastrously bad. So now with Avant Gaming swapping their lineup so much. Like, I put them in the mess that is pentanet.gg, and maybe Parbu and Prayless just laugh their way straight to the bank with a gauntlet run here.
I mean, things must have been pretty dire for a change this big, this late in the split. But maybe it's just, maybe what we don't know is that the OPL next split will be implementing some sort of draft structure where the team that comes last gets a first pick of new players coming in. So maybe that's happening. Probably not. That feels like something they would have told us beforehand. But of course, the new look Avant are coming up against Mammoth. Skimmy. What is the mindset of a team like Mammoth coming into this point in the split where they're right at the bottom of the table? Are they just looking to eke out wins for practice at this point?
I think so. I think a lot of people, when they were looking at predictions coming into Split 1, were saying that, Mammoth would be one of the weakest teams compared to, the competition against them. So I think they've definitely been able to pick up some dubs here and there, taking victories against Pentanet and Avant. So I think really you're playing for pride, you're playing for development, you're playing for the fact that, hey, you're playing video games, getting paid to do so, and it's pretty cool in a time like this, right? So there's nothing worse than just getting pub stomped and having regrets and obviously being stuck at home all day. So you want to get at least a dub or at least something for, yourselves to smile about to, keep you going coming into the next split.
Absolutely. And we've got lots for you to smile about as well over the course of the broadcast. One of the things we want to do, we loved doing it last week. You guys responded really well. We're going to do another 5 stack. So that is where we pick the 5 champions from League of Legends who fit a criteria. We want to know what criteria you want us to pick from. Last week, it was the 5 champions you would most want to be in lockdown with and the 5 champions you most wouldn't want to be in lockdown with. Suggest a new topic in the chat or at NickBoy on Twitter, at NickBoy. I was about to spell it, and I just said it again. So I just said at NickBoy twice. So just go to NickBoy, NickBoy. Put it there, put it in the chat, suggest a 5 stack, and we will go through that later on in the show. I think we're about ready to get into game number 1. I haven't heard otherwise. When I haven't heard otherwise, generally that's a good sign. So I'm just going to fill this amount of time to let the production team jump in and say, no, we're not ready, but they haven't said anything. I'm hearing nothing. All I'm hearing is the sweet, dulcet tones of Mammoth versus Avant. It's time to get into game number 1. It is Mammoth versus Avant. It is game number 1 of tonight, and it is coming up with the Macca's Champ Select. Oh!
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Well, Rusty, let's crack on in game number 1. It's Mammoth taking on Avant. You're looking fantastic with the backdrop. Obviously, so much praise from chat already about how good the production value is in that regard. But, let's get things kicked off with this one here. As I mentioned before, Mammoth definitely looking for a sense of pride. Avant obviously shaking things up, still have that run to making the playoffs. But it's going to be a lot harder than it was before.
Yeah, definitely. And just before I get started, Skibby, if I am in any way lagging, I apologize. It's going to be one of those days, I suspect. So that's also for the viewers. I apologize if I'm just randomly cutting out. Just, let me know if I am, and we'll fix it. Towards this game, we spoke about the roster changes. I think it's a very interesting place to start the conversation once again. Because for Mammoth, yes, they can play the blue shell. They can have a good time doing it. And that's usually when the worst team of a league, statistically, is the most dangerous. And then you compare that to AV with all the roster swaps. I would say that is the biggest risk that you could possibly take in the 10th week of a league where you've been consistent for 9 of it. And so watching those two collide is a big question mark.
I think what I'm interested for is sort of the mentality that Mammoth come into this one with, right, in terms of their picks? You know, are we still looking at creating new strategies, creating new things for them to work on, right? I feel like there's a psychological element of assessment, right? You know, what is their mindset going into this second split? Are they looking just to sort of play comforts today, have a bit of fun, go, look, you know, our chances of making enough playoff run is gone, but, you know, let's enjoy what this occasion presents to us? Or, hey, look, should we start to just keep adding these new ideas to the board, practice it on the stage, and see if we can translate those scrim performances?
Yeah, I think it's all about, like, when you are confirmed to be missing playoffs, you're always looking for development things. So you could either end the split by having fun, which, you know, that doesn't sound like development, but it is. You're actually developing your team relationships. So you just, you know, have fun together as a team, take that experience back, and then hit the preseason running. The alternative to that is take it very, very seriously, which, you know, a lot of places tend to do that. Depends on the team, depends on the players. And Mammoth could be one of those teams, just from what we've seen of them in the past. You know, it's been like I want to say like a gradual improvement from them, and regardless of the pace, it has been a gradual improvement. I'd expect to see them take it pretty seriously and try and take AV down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think really what I'm interested for is also on the end of Avant, right? We've always asked for Violet to come in, trying to understand the decision-making from Coach Max on their side as to when they, you know, substitute Violet in for Gunkrab's position. I think it's going to be quite interesting to sort of see with two ADCs playing in that bot lane, the dynamic, if it's going to be a lot more aggressive, if it's going to be a lot more sort of lane-orientated of let's just chill, let's just get out of this laning phase, get a few crucial items online, and then we can look to do things. Because we've harped on this narrative that all day Avant are about aggression. They want to just sort of force fights. They draft early. They draft these wombo combos with the likes of like a J4 and a Rumble. And whether or not this new identity in the bot lane changes that anymore.
Well, I mean, you don't really know what Gunkrab's going to provide as a support.
No.
What we know about Violet is that he's a mechanical ADC. He's a young player who definitely knows how to click his buttons properly. And the things that he tends to miss would be the things that come with experience, and AV have been giving him gradual experience, but this is like thrown the most into the deep end, because your support is the starting ADC, so you've actually just got so many points to prove, right, in terms of performance.
Yeah, almost like saying, hey, we're going to give you the spot in a situation where we could still make playoffs. No pressure, by the way. Crack on in and see what you can achieve. Let's kick it off with the very first draft of Super Week. It is Week 10, obviously, so the final one of the regular season. Mammoth taking on Avant, with Mammoth having first pick priority, already taking away the oppressive nature of that Yuumi.
Yeah, Yuumi taken off the board. Senna's still available, though. So if there was ever another support champion remaining that you would be looking towards, I think it would be that, given what we have so far. Of course, what we do know is that tanks are still a big deal. Yeah. Regardless of the weeks that have gone through, and it's no surprise to see the Ornn locked in, especially with the set, the Wukong, already taken away. But Skimmy, that does mean that things like Renekton are still available for the other side. It's just, I mean, does Appy play it?
Well, that's it. I mean, Kwaku, ever since, you know, the very first few weeks, right, was this massive Ornn-favoured player, always locking it in, then started to change it a little bit more to showing those flex picks, those picks that he's definitely showcased a lot of strength on, like the Fiora, as well as that one trick in the Poppy. And Renekton has started to come in a little bit more recently too. We talked about it in last week as to how strong it is with Blade of the Ruin King, but Mammoth, you know, going back to their old style, sticking with that first pick in the Ornn. Fun game, we're going to switch that up completely and say, look, we just want great engage. We want the ability to lock you down with this AoE CC. Varus and Sejuani catering to that exceptionally.
Yeah, they keep a tank in the role, even though it isn't going to be straight into the top lane tanks just yet. It makes me think, when it comes to AV and drafting, it's entirely possible that they play like a Karma top lane, or, you know, something a little bit different that is just within the wheelhouse of Appy's champions. So that's something that I think we'll have to look at. They may go for a third rotation in that role, but right now we're looking at what Mammoth have been locking in for themselves, and pretty stock standard from them so far. Pretty standard aggression as well. Hit 3 items, hit level 13, and start to peak in terms of power, and just be team fighting so far.
I think, yeah, you're looking at what Mammoth have right now, and it's incredibly strong, right? You know, you've got arguably the strongest bot laner, and then you've got a great synergy between what could happen when the Jarvan can assist those lanes. So you've already got some reliable engage, a very much point-and-click style so far. Avant Gaming will obviously have that turnaround like we mentioned before. They're going to lock in with the Irelia. So definitely, you know, you've got that ability to sort of hide your picks between the Ornn and that Irelia still. And we're going to see now exactly where those bans go towards. With Avant going to open up with the Renekton. So still considering perhaps Lived is looking for a mid-Ornn.
Yeah, the Renekton being a strong pick is possible, so it's good that they did ban that one away. But the Sejuani Aurelia is also, it's a very strong combo, being, you know, an auto-attack reliant mid lane or top lane champion with a Sejuani. Just hitting that Sej passive is very easy to do. Renekton was the other choice for AV, so they don't pick it, they ban it away. That seems fair. And now Mammoth is saying you can't have the rest of that comp that's very strong.
Yeah, the Brom would have been disastrous, right? With concussive blows coming online, it just makes it so easy without being so reliant on the ultimates to get that CC train online, right? So I like that ban a lot, very heads-up play from them. They're going to respond with a Poppy ban too. We talked about it briefly as to how prevalent Kwaku has been on it, so proficient on that pick. Not going to be able to have that one today, and Tarek as the final pick to deny any tanky support, and obviously with that lane dominance it can provide.
Yeah, it's funny, Kwaku's picked Poppy twice in this split and he's lost twice with it, but it definitely is still one of the champions it is the most comfortable with. And I think the bigger thing is that it screams Poppy into Aurelia as a harder counter than any other matchup that you would have seen in the split so far if they were to pick that matchup. And that actually doesn't tell me that it's going to be a top lane Aurelia either. Because we've also seen Kwaku last week play the Poppy mid lane into a specific matchup. I think it was the Aatrox to try and keep the lane setups as they were. Yeah, I mean, the Mammoth could be swapping lanes if that was the case, and that also means that the Ornn could be in the hands of a Liv.
Yeah, we've seen stranger things happen, and we're going to see now exactly how these lanes all get finalized out. Now we know that Fresh and Varus is that bottom lane, so plenty of CC, the ability obviously to hit level 2 first and try and potentially get an all-in and try and get that ball rolling to favor Avant for this aggression that they look for pre-15. Morgana is going to be response there. Black Shield will come in clutch to deny a lot of that CC chain. And Silas, as the 5th and final flexing pick, can have some fantastic initiation and the ability to try and turn around what Avant are bringing to the table.
Yeah, that goes against Aurelia, definitely a skill matchup. The Morgana pick, however, is the most curious one to me. You see the Thresh come through, you pick for a matchup that's very hard to deal with. Morgana also now very good into the Varus ultimate, into the Sejuani ultimate, and depending on that last pick now that it's a Victor, not as good into that. So AV with their last champion of choice will give presumably Chaz the Victor, unless Uppy's going to play that one top lane. We'll find out, as it is an Ornn matchup regardless.
Yeah, going to be Chaz with the Victor there. What's interesting to me, Rusty, is no Senna.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Senna's usually someone coupled with a tank champion, especially for the side of AV. They've got 280 carry players, so they could have considered the Senna, especially as the support role. But nonetheless, they'll go for the Thresh. And so we have to very closely track how Gunkrab goes, playing this support champion that is a support main support champion in his new role once again. And he does move around roles a little bit. We saw it last year.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that one comes to life, but you know, I suppose if we're looking at ease of execution, is there a composition that you favour? I mean, we look at the likes of the hard initiate that Mammoth will be able to bring to the table, the protection it can obviously allow for the Philios to get to work. The response being really from Mammoth is a lot of engage, a lot of CC, a lot of overlapping to make things work, and I suppose the Black Shield has to be so well timed to ensure that it is used on the right target at the right time to sort of initiate a domino effect of, like, you know, this player is not locked in place, cleanse isn't a necessity, we've got this early game denial to, you know, try and get ourselves in a situation where we're not falling too far behind.
It is always easier to be the Mammoth composition, I think, in these games, just because of the ease of execution of being a bunch of tanks and being a team fight style composition. But the thing is, AV's comp is still very team fight focused and oriented, and I think that the difference is their individual execution has to still be incredibly high to match that of their opponents. Like a Morgana binding is very different to a Thresh hook connecting. Victor compared to Silas, one has to ram their head in a little bit more, and Aurelia is a bunch of skill shots compared to what is an Ornn ultimate going in and just hitting everybody. So I think ease of execution belongs to Mammoth, which is probably the way you would want that to be in this matchup.
Well, let's crack on with it. It's the very first game of week number 10. It's another super week, so that's 6 games today and 6 tomorrow. Mammoth will have a chance of making it into playoffs, but Avant are tied at the moment with Pentanet, as well as, the rest of the boys in that situation. We've got Pentanet, and it's eluding me for a second there, Rusty. Pentanet and Gravitas. I don't know why that sprung to mind. But no, both are locked in between 5th, 6th, and 7th right now, all with a chance of making it through the playoffs, all sitting at 6 and 12 on that track record. So, best of one today, and obviously all be looking forward to try and making it into next week when the best of 5s take place.
Yeah, and all with 3 games to play, so plenty of opportunities to strut their stuff and see exactly what it is they're able to get done. Now we are 1 minute, 40 seconds into this one. Red buff is about to be taken down by Bass as he started on the red side of the rift. Sejuani has actually matched sides of the rift, starting with the blue and a leash. And this is going to be an interesting start to the lane because they're pathing towards topside from the early get-go. And Jarvan ganks can be pretty potent early on, but if a Sejuani is ever there, if they path a similar direction and they're able to track and get a 2v2, Sejuani Aurelia is one of the most dangerous combos that you have seen just because of the Sejuani passive.
Absolutely. I can imagine the fact that, you're jumping on in. You've got to be pretty sure about your conviction on that gank. Otherwise, you are locked in place of all the perma-slows that can take place from that one. It's going to be Appy that finds himself with level 2 advantage, first of all, as they look to leave the lane in an eager balance. But as you say, both junglers pathing up to the top side. Slight advantage so far for Bass. But we'll see exactly if they do decide to go for that level 2, level 3 gank, or if they look for a full jungle clear.
Yeah, and they have either choice. Realistically, where do they want to go? What do they want to do? So far, it's just going to be farming. You can see kind of the way that Bass did path. He was just going for the greedy clear, take as many camps as he can. Java, one of those champions that even fresh off a reset, going to be a highly capable ganker. And Sejuani actually recently got some touch-ups, a bit faster attack speed, which doesn't seem like a significant thing for a tank, but when you're so reliant on stunning the jungle camps that you're taking down, that's actually a pretty decent buff. So the clear health and speed went up a little bit there for what is now Lisa on the champion. And so we'll have to see how he chooses to path this one out as well.
You have to see exactly, because, Lisa's being one of these junglers that likes the ideas of, Jarvan's, Lee Sin's, or Elisa's, so he likes to go for the early game aggression. We've seen some games where he's been quite MIA, but after last week, especially when we were rather critical of his performance, he could have turned it around in day number 2 and was here, there, and everywhere. So on a tank jungler, slightly different to what he's used to, but I'm sure nonetheless the presence will be there, and he's going to be on point right now because Bass is considering a gank onto Chaz in the mid lane. Liv will find it engaged to start off with. The trap goes down on the floor, stunning him in place. It's going to buy time for Lisa to turn around. The wall goes down, spotting both members in place. The flag and drag will take place regardless, and a TP is going to come out as a response. Bash jumps in, going to force at that flash because of the combat that you talked about. CC is there, locked in place with the stun. First blood is so damn close, but the turnaround, Liv's had enough. He picks up a double kill, and well, Bass acted as the ultimate bait.
For just a second there, you're like, oh, AV are doing some good things. They've got the early teleport out from Appy, and then suddenly Liv just rocks up and gets the double tower damage. They're going to fight again, but it's still going to be Liv that comes out on top in these trades. This is a pretty bad start for AV.
That was insane. You're looking at the situation thinking that, they're in so much trouble, right? Between the likes of the Aurelia and the Sejuani jumping in there. Just the amount of damage that they could output. And the fact is that, they chose so much onto Bass. The turnaround comes in, and Liv takes that. 2 kills to his name already. He's been such a fantastic, member of this roster in recent weeks. And now with Red Buff 2, makes his ability to hit level 6 and roam that much stronger now.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Liv, Bass, and Quaker are 3 members that have stepped up pretty big in recent weeks and started to have a better showing for themselves. Bass has always been actually one of the better starters of the whole team, who's just been able to really rally around the rest of his squad a bit better as weeks have progressed. So it's nice to see once again a 2-0 start here for Liv on Silas. He's gotten through a pretty hard part of the lane. Being against a ranged champion now, he's accelerated, so in a good spot considering.
Yeah, going to rock back to lane with now that Dark Seal and the completed gun. So a lot of extra damage now in those burst exchanges. Going to make it a little bit harder for Chaz, who's opted for the double Doran's Ring start. Give him, say, that defensive capability. A little bit easier to CS from afar. He's obviously, with that ranged advantage, finding a small grace in that at the moment. But I suppose the real winner of that one is Quaku. Didn't respond to that lane, and he's given himself a healthy CS lead.
Yeah, he's happy with the way this is going. In fact, I would say, all of Mammoth pretty happy with the way this one is going. A quick check-in with the bottom lane, which is really the most surprising part of this with the roster swaps, everything that's happened from AV so far, so good, you would have to say. Being able to keep up in CS with the Aphelios Morgana using a lot of the Thresher's strengths. Seems like so far so good for them down there when you give them the very early stress test.
Let's see how things go in this bottom lane right now. Mammoth will have the priority to allow Arctic to go for some deep vision. They do see that blue buff will be up very shortly, and Bass is looking for that invade, knowing that his bot lane is there in waiting. Vision will go down. There's already a control ward in that tri-brush. The invade attempt will take place. Mboma just left in the lane to see us away. He's going to keep Violet and Gunkrab stuck underneath that tower. The shield lantern is going to go out to reveal. But Mammoth are just collapsing on this one fantastically. They're going to steal away the blue, and they just accelerate themselves that much more.
Yeah, just using priority to continue and get further advantages. Award is going to see this Drake being started. But it's very clear that they're not going to be able to contest this one. Sejuani on the opposite side of the map looking for a blue buff steal, and the recall coming out there pretty early from Chaz. And while Bass is going to get low, it doesn't actually mean too much because the rest of the team could have been there first to rotate if anyone went missing from the side of AV. And once again, so far so good from the side of Mammoth. Taking it seriously when you asked earlier, how do you think they'll play this one out? Well, it's very clear that they're in it to win it.
They sure are. And Lisa is going to be forced to go and say, well, if we do sacrifice the Dragon, I don't want to fall too far behind in these jungle clears. I am going to pick up a blue buff of my own. I'm going to get myself a Scuttle as well to get some important vision on that Rift Herald spawning in 5 seconds. So he's going to go for a clamp here to get himself back into the game slightly. He's a little bit far behind in terms of the jungle items, with Bass now completing that one. Going to have to see if there is a lane swap, if there's a rotation at all to try and get themselves a trade of, well, you pick up the dragon, you're working towards that soul point, but we're going to go for gold and XP.
Yeah, now even a map flip is something that's possible here. As you know, with only Herald available on the map, the objectives that exist halve. You'd look at AV as the team that could potentially be doing that right now. They're playing towards the top side of the map. And really just waiting to see what's next.
Well, Appy's doing a good job so far in this top lane. He's definitely finding himself a strong lead. We were talking about it only moments before how Quaku was finding a CS advantage based on the fact that Appy roamed, but he's come back to this lane and just accelerated it so much more. 20 CS up now. Yes, there's going to be a big wave to crash into this tower, and Quaku will make up a fair chunk of that if he can look to get those last hits. But, you know, this is a strong start for a support player now playing the top lane.
I'll be honest with you, Skimmy, I'm going to need you to keep talking for a little bit. I cannot see my screen.
Oh, that's beautiful, mate.
So just bear with me.
Close your eyes and imagine what you are seeing on the screen right now. But for you, the viewers at home, I can still see, which is fantastic. It's not pre-recorded. I see you guys talking about that in chat. This is happening right here, right now, on the day. Mammoth taking on Avant. Lived obviously still with that 2-0 lead, but Chaz is making himself up a good name for it. He's getting himself back in with that CS lead, keeping it up by about 10 himself. Protobell is now complete here, so a lot of mobility to make sure that those skills land. The chain initiate is on point, and that lane swap will now take place with both top laners going to the bottom side of the map, and the duo now looking to try and contest out that Rift Herald. How are we looking there, Rusty?
All right. I'm back. We're good. Yep, Rift Herald definitely the map flip location. So even though I couldn't see my screen, I was correct in at least that prediction. So those surprises really so far in a back row sense. Just waiting for what is still Mammoth with pretty much outright control. Again, it's a lot of priority in middle lane that is resulting in a lot of these advantages and strengths that they're starting to find for themselves. Bass even starting that Herald, but he's going to take a second to sweep the river first. Perhaps was worried that the Victor might find him. They may not have seen that he was resetting. But even at this point, you know, major item spikes starting to be completed for Liv in particular, now that he is 2-0 on that Silas, and still going to have a lot of priority to be able to do this once again.
They absolutely are, and this is a great start for Mammoth. You know, Cloud Drake online already, going to pick yourself up a Rift Herald as well, unless any contest takes place. But with Silas this strong right now, being a a looming threat running around this map, making it very hard for Avant to push into that one. They are looking for engagements elsewhere, and you can see on that mini-map right now, it's going to be a 3-man collapse onto bottom side to try and bully out Quake. It's been a narrative for such a long time right now. Always will be relevant as the Ornn, as he looks to try and disengage out. He's going to find himself dodging 3 crucial CCs from those members. Flash is going to be burnt to chase him on down. That's a lot burnt to ensure that they try and get anything in this lane. Mammoth will find so much more, getting a tower for free.
Yeah, at what cost, Skimmy? At what cost? It took so long for them to take Kweku down that they lose a turret. They'll definitely get a second charge off on that Herald as well if they wanted to. And I mean, honestly, Mammoth, they could have continued to have 3 people pushing up there and threatened the inner turret and maybe even gone for more in that trade, but they'll choose to back away. They'll play the safer option here. Now, Shelly will still get a charge off on that turret, so half health taken off the top lane inner of AV. You have to look at what the trade will realistically be on the opposite side of the map, as they don't even get further plates, Skimmy. It's still a 2-plate turret, and that is just a massive advantage. Once again, going Mammoth's way, but they're still somehow only 600 gold ahead.
It hurts, right? And yeah, absolutely. The gold difference doesn't really showcase exactly what we just saw there with, Avant burning double summoners, all their ultimates, everything to try and catch out Quaku, and unable to actually pick up that turret. That Rift Herald, not only taking down that first one you see on your screen there, but doing a second headbutt onto another turret too. So really making that lane long and making it a threat to always contest with that solo lane push that I'm sure Quaker will be sticking himself towards. Ocean Drake will now be up, and Avant need to try and get some establishment on this map.
And they're scary in a long lane, Skimmy. You've got an Ornn, Jarvan, Silas trio. Definitely going to be hard to deal with in a long lane if you're one of the side laners clearing. It's a Victor, potentially, as well as an Aurelia. One of those champions is a little bit more capable than the other at getting away, especially because Chaz has a flash if you compared the two. And you already saw how long it took for multiple members of AV to go for Quaku in a side lane and try and threaten him. That gets harder as time goes on. And you really do find yourself in this position hard-pressed to think strategically if you're AV what that next big thing is that you want. I think with the Drake up, it's currently obvious. With blue buff on Chaz, they currently have a point of strength. But I think they really do need to make something done, get something done rather, in this moment. Maybe even ideally in a 4v4. If Appy can keep Quaku up there, I think they'll be better off.
Well, Mammoth have been doing a fantastic job of utilising their priority. You're just seeing Bass always the first one to the objective, always the first one to clear out the vision, and it's always both Gungrab and Violet picking up the pieces to try and get themselves into this one. As you highlight before, both top laners do have their teleports online. If a engagement were to take place, if we were to see that first sign of a 5-man engagement. But Bass, like before, will start things off. They've got the engagement potential there. And Lisa almost looking like he's resigned again by going for a second invade on the enemy blue buff.
Yeah, they're playing very risk-averse at the moment. I mean, there are still some positives to consider within that. We're 14 minutes into the game. Violet has 153 CS at the moment, so he's still farming incredibly well. Both solo laners, respectively, 130 or 140 now for Chaz and 130 for Appy. Like, they're with the clock in terms of gold income. They only really gave away the 2 kills in the first turret in top lane. So far, they're looking to just farm themselves up to get those item spikes. And we just have to wait for that moment, because 2 Drakes given away is okay. It's tolerable if you're going to outscale. This is something the Legacy have said strategically that it's okay to do. But I don't look at the comps and say they purely outscale their opponents. I think there is risk in this. And the risk is that they're giving an Infernal Soul over to Mammoth.
That's going to be the constant worry in the back of their head, right? And whilst they're finding themselves with lane dominance, that is making that gold difference pretty much negligible. You mentioned it before that Mammoth were up by about 600 gold, but now it is Avant in the driving seat despite losing turrets and losing kills. They are doing a fantastic job of winning their individual matchups. We are going to see now Mboma even the score out in that bottom lane. He's going to find himself the first completed item of an Infinity Edge, matching that of Violet's completed Blade of the Ruined King. We're going to see the top laners once again rotate through. We're going to see what appears to be now the starts, Rusty, of a 1-3-1 emerge.
Yeah, having the double teleport comp, I think this is one of the ways, I guess you would say one of the keys of AV's potential for success in this game. When you are playing some of the lower ranked teams, 1-3-1s are a little bit easier to execute if you have a dependable 3 in the middle lane
and your solo laners can win their matchup. So Blade of the Wrong King, Aurelia, I mean, definitely going to be able to handle whoever she goes against as long as RP's comfortable on the champion, which is, you know, one of those question marks that you'll always have. And then a Victor, especially if he has vision control, and so like if there is a 1-3-1 and he's the strong side where his team's placing vision for him, can always get one hits on his opponents just utilizing that vision control. So if they're able to set this up appropriately, AV will actually be in a pretty decent position in this game to try and build themselves up a gold difference.
We'll see how that equates, because the next Rift Herald will be up in just under a minute right now. And you can see some of the damage that is taking place here, with Chaz actually responding to match that solo lane threat. Doing so much damage from afar. Salt boost completed right now. The Ornal is going to come on out to try and start things off, with Liv looking for the engage. Chains won't connect. He flashes the knock into the wall. Bass is going to look for the engage attempt himself. Flag, drag, Cataclysm to follow. He's going to go for the stopwatch to buy himself some time as Thunder and Lightning comes down onto the Rift. Liv is looking for it. The Lantern on out. Disengage takes place. Rift Herald up in 15.
It's only one kill in the end, but it's still the correct move from AV map position-wise. It's just that Mammoth are able to get the jump on them from a teleport out of Liv, then Baz being in the area. It's still actually going to be, if they wanted it to be, the top lane out of Tyro, but Appy feels in danger and he's going to recall in the furthest position away, which means that Mammoth will just do the Herald. So it was a trade. It was a trade that Mammoth gets successfully, and then AV take once again the risk-averse option here, and they'll say, you can just have the next objective, it's fine. But there's only so many times that you're going to be able to do that one, Skibby, before the game starts to get nearly impossible to bring back.
Well, I start to worry, right? You know, we've seen so many times the Philios be this disgusting mid to late game threat where he's got, what, 2 to 3 items complete, and you just feel like, what do I do? You know, if he's got the ideal weapons online, I'm talking like usually the sniper and the chakrams, you feel pretty helpless. The amount of damage that comes from afar with little to no response, it feels like a Zoe ADC. So I'm wondering how they decide to get themselves, you know, set up for success. Next minute will be the first of subsequent Infernal Drakes. Obviously, Rift Herald completed and acquired by Bass. Be interesting to see how they decide to utilize it.
Yeah, it's a weird game for me. I keep speaking in stronger words than I think are even necessary. You know, like not being able to bring it back, or like a too difficult a position, because I keep looking at the gold after I say these statements and I'm like, that's even. Like, this is still even. So there is still so much opportunity here for both teams to make their plays. Like, the first thing is that Quaku's just decided to finish off his Sunfire cape. And he's constantly been matched up against Chaz, the magic damage dealer of the team in the 1-3-1 split push. So the fact that he's finished that Sunfire off means that if Mammoth have the wrong lane assignments, or AV can force the correct ones, then suddenly they're actually a lot more powerful than even the scoreboard reflects.
We'll see how they decide to try and match lanes, as Quaku is going to go to the top lane again, always trying to find that Aurelia, although the Aurelia will, as you say, do a lot of damage with that Blade of the Rune King online, make it sure that, you know, the deceptively strong nature of the brittle procs won't override what the Aurelia can bring to the table. Now, Infernal Soul, or Infernal Drake, I should say, is online, and 2 members of Avant were topside again, looking to try and collapse upon Quaku, but you know, this is going to be the 3rd Drake that goes along and into the pockets of Mammoth, and you start to really wonder, when is the moment that Avant pull the pin and say, now we fight?
Yeah, well, if it's not this Drake, which it very clearly isn't, it has to be the next one. I mean, you don't want to give an Infernal Soul over. If you can help it, that Varus ultimate that was stolen there by Silas is obviously going to go wide. And there's still the Herald to be placed by Bass. So there's 2 options here for AV, maybe 3 as we're cresting over the 20-minute mark. You've got your Dragon Soul, you've got the Baron, and then you've got the Herald play that will come out somehow from Mammoth. If they choose to group for that play, then maybe AV will pick that point and draw that line in the sand and say, this is what we're connecting for, this is what we're fighting for if you want to push with it. But yeah, once again, they give over another Drake Skimmy. There's no contest. It's still blue side jungle control. It isn't even really there. AV just scaling.
I wonder if there's a world in which they're waiting for those 2 crucial items. Okay, now Black Cleaver has now been completed here by Appy, so you've got not only a lot of physical damage shred, but the health percentile shred on top of that as well. Potentially we're waiting now for Violet to complete the Ginsus as well, so to hit those major 2 power item spikes to make sure that these damage dealers on their roster are going to be enough to sort of take down the tanks that Mammoth are bringing to the table. But as you say, yeah, you know, if you're going to give the soul away for free, you start to get a little bit worried.
Yeah, but they had it at 1 as well, right? So, like, the Blade of the Ruined King spike for 2 members of their team, if we're talking about can they kill tanks, I mean, they definitely can. Especially before the point where a tank champion can have multiple resistances types and, you know, multiple items in a single type of resistance. So you have to remember that for every item that they get and for every perhaps opportunity that they get closer to being able to kill tanks, that is still an Aphelios getting closer to 3 items, still a Silas who now has his Zonias as well. And Jarvan with the Stone Plate extends fights by a significant amount of time. Once again, when you think back to how this draft played out, I think that Mammoth have an easier to execute composition. So it's worth considering that AV are taking the gambit here and saying, like, you have all the balls in your court. We're just going to try and out-execute you with a harder to execute comp.
Well, the Rift Herald has to be summoned at the last possible second. Going to do a lot of true damage to that turret, but won't be enough to open up mids. Will require every member of this team to show face for the classic Os ARAM. But after that is all said and done, the lanes will take priority once again as they wait for the next objectives to come online.
Yeah, so Herald not going to mean anything. Like you mentioned, just waiting for the next objective, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. That's probably what we're waiting for here, especially if you're Mammoth. I mean, you have no time pressed to look towards the Baron. Just vision control, realistically. Your opposing team is very good in a pick comp with a Sejuani, Varus, and Thresh if those 3 are working together. And particularly because the other 2 are side laning. I mean, right now you just need to play your macro out, play the whole map as best you can if you're Mammoth, and really set yourself up for success as that big objective gets nearer and nearer to being up as minions help out. Really set up for that objective.
Well, what about that, right? You know, you got the Winions on your side, the 6th member of this Mammoth squad. They're going to open up mid, as you say. 3 kills to 1, a slow game in terms of action. Definitely a refined sort of setup, really, I suppose, since the chaos that took place with the invade level 2, was it? With the 2 kills that took place to allow Liv to get himself online. Also have those 2 completed items, Merc Treads and the Zonias as well. And Stoneplate now completed here by Guncrab. So multiple members are completing items. You've got the Redemption as well here from Artek. And the Warmogs also completed here by Lisa. So you've got a lot of major power spikes. Dragon up, Soul Point being threatened here by Mammoth in just over a minute.
Yeah, that Warmogs rush is super weird to me. Warmogs is obviously a very good rush item for a tank champion. You know, Lisa being on the Sejuani at a certain point will just have the 3,000 health from those 2 items. But I do think that at a certain point the resistances may just be more valuable. You know, rushing a Stone Plate or whatever it may be instead could actually have more merit to it. Your opponents are pretty strong. You know, the damage output that they're going to have is pretty high. And the reason that a lot of the time you'll go for a Warmogs is either they're going to poke you down and you need to actually physically be standing in front of your team to take the damage so that your team can stay in these situations. So, like, if this dragon fight becomes a dance in the river or near for a long time, Lisa can effectively tank everything and outlast their opponents through just having a Warmogs. But if they catch him and he just dies because he's all health, that's a concern. So it's a delicate balance with itemization. And the Warmogs could be good, but could be really risky.
But to see exactly how it goes on out as the initiation looks to take place in mid lane. Teams looking to try and find that crucial pick to make sure that this dragon does not become a 50-50 contest. Liv will steal away the Sejuani ultimate as Lisa jumps in, looking for the jungler. Lisa going to jump on in to try and find himself some reprieve, but it's going to be a cataclysm that lots of members in place. The box goes down to prevent the engagement potential here from Mammoth as the shutdown takes place already onto Violet. He was such a strong member of this roster. So much CS, but it equates for nothing with that power spike we were highlighting. Appy forced to disengage away. Lisa flashes too. Double shutdown. Now a 5-0 Silas. This Drake almost guaranteed now.
Yeah, 3 dead for 0 is a fantastic trade here for Mammoth, and it's off the back of, honestly, a mistake from Baz. He's using his flag to poke people, and that is a very clear go sign for AV maybe to hook him or make the plays, but he's got his Stone Plate. He's pretty tanky. I know the rest of Mammoth rally around him immediately, and they make that fight almost too difficult for AV to win at all. It's now a 5-0 Silas as well. It's worth pointing out, Liv having a very good showing in this last week of the OPL so far. And now they've got Infernal Soul. Now they really are set to succeed. And pressure mounts on this map because there's one objective left standing in the Baron. And they have the Soul.
They have the Soul and more items to the name as well. Dark Seal will go up to 6 stacks as a result. And Boma will do a fantastic job of evening out that CS deficit. Down by about 40 before that play, working his way towards a completed Bloodthirster. You start to get that incredibly scary spot of 3 completed items with the Infernal Soul too. Very hard to really put out any damage to keep him, disengaged from the backline.
But yeah, we're also now hitting level 14 for Kwaku, so he's got his Forge Fire Cape done. He's starting to upgrade his team's items very soon, you would imagine, as well, with that Infinity Edge there for Mboma. And this game is getting from bad to worse very quickly for the side of AV. And it is one of those things where, like, it's 1,000 gold difference, but it's going to feel like a lot more momentum-wise, and it's definitely going to feel like a lot more, particularly with Kwaku upgrading items even after that point. So it almost feels like an insurmountable barrier now blocks AV.
And what do AV have left up their sleeve to try and hold this one? We talked about the power spikes with the items before, but the engage just was not desirable. Violet just absolutely shredded and taken out of the fight before you even had a chance to sort of showcase what this pick could do. And the CC that we expected to come out here, you were highlighting, the ease of execution definitely favoring Mammoth, and you saw it all come off the back of, Bass engaging and poking with the flag and drag, and still getting away with murder.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe things that shouldn't be happening and things that you'll notice in the VOD review, but it doesn't matter too much when your team is as confident as they currently are. And I do think that's the most interesting thing, right, is like we can see the gold and these teams can't. And so the fact that it is only 1,000 may even be surprising to AV when they watch this game back. It doesn't feel like it's 1,000, does it? It's a 4-0 Drake advantage. It's an Infernal Soul. It's 6-1 in kills. You've got a 5-0 Silas on your team. You may even look at this if you're Mammoth and say, we're probably 5,000 gold ahead.
You'd probably think the same, absolutely. And we definitely now notice that those items are being upgraded, with the Zhonya's being the first one to get completed here, putting all the resources in to live to allow him to be as strong as humanly possible. 5-0, like we highlighted before, a lot of bounty on his head, a crucial shutdown target, but with just so much sustain and protection around him, incredibly hard to even get to him. He's got so much freedom to roam around in these team fights, just to pick what target he wants to go for and just prevent them from using, the likes of a flash or receiving any protection from the rest of the team. Baron is up, and Avant are, as it stands right now, trying to assert themselves with a bit of priority in the lane. You can see some deep vision is placed towards the top side defensively in their own jungle, hoping that Mammoth don't go for an invade, and if they do, that they are there to respond.
They've really hit the item spike timings where I think the pressure should start to actually build here. Hang on, the hook's on.
That is very, very scary right now. The Redemption's not going to do anything because he is locked in place there with the stopwatch. That's a cheeky little kill. Lisa picks that one up for free. It's a donation more than anything.
Yeah, mistiming of the Redemption there as well from Artek. Unfortunately finds himself going down, and now AV buy themselves even more time. This was just off the back of me trying to make the point that they've got 3 items apiece on their carries. If ever there was a time to start to look a little bit more aggressively, you would expect it to be right now. They've got the Molten Edge, they've got the Zhonya's Paradox, but they've lost someone, so now they lose their mid lane turret, and we still have a game on our hands, Skimmy. It's M's, not N's, right?
I mean, you can call me whatever you want at this stage, mate. We'll roll with the punches at this stage of the situation. I'm just looking right now.
The plot, we're 1 game in.
Oh, mate, it's going to be a long, long day, and it's going to be a long weekend as well, but we managed to get through it last time, and we can do it again. I'm sure we've got caffeine to keep us going. 6 kills to 2.
Super weak. Comes at you quick.
It does, mate. It really does. You blink and you miss it, and then you realize, hey, we're only on game 4, and you're looking at the coffee machine, and you're giving it a little hug. Well, I'm interested. I'm very interested to see how Avant get themselves back into this one. If they can find that situation in which a kill can take place like before. Hook will not land this time here, as Liv has got the fancy feet in terms of that Baron pit, and they say, look, that is it. This is our golden ticket to go for the engage. We've got to start things off. We've got to bring Avant in for a team fight.
Yeah, looking for it. Of course, Aurelia now bot side is going to walk up here, maybe see if he can get there in time. He'll be spotted on vision, 6,000 health left. AV very clearly going to put up a stand here if they fight for it. We're nearing the point where it's a 50-50.
It's getting very close towards it. Violet is going to be very advantageous in being right next to that red buff to spawn to try and make this fight look good for him. Liv is going to just jump on in, going to steal away that Varasol. Not going to hit anything with it, but it doesn't matter because it means the members of Ivana just too scared to engage with that one. This time Redemption finds some life and it brings the boys back up to healthy margins. Baron is now online and they are going to look for a clean rotate with Elder spawning in 10.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Lisa was on the other side of the pit. Lisa had the opportunity to get in there and have a crack if he wanted. Lisa threw his ultimate and then watched as the Baron was smited away anyway. Elder now going to be started the next objective on the cards here. Will Lisa attempt to contest this one? Will he get into the pit?
Second time is a charm right now. That's going to be a three-man cataclysm. It's going to be followed up here by Quake with the Ornn ultimate. They're just going to delete members, but not before Chaz can get himself on that score sheet. It's a triple kill for the boys. They're going to get a full five-man ace. Baron buff means nothing. And it took us 32 minutes, Rusty, to get here. But Avant finally doing something.
Yeah, they finally find a team fight. They look to contest this time. All 5 members here, and suddenly they win it very easily in the end. Appy and Chaz still very healthy, and they'll pick up an Elder Dragon. And it was Mammoth with a full force on their opponents. They didn't play Baron to get wave control. They didn't even play wave control to get Baron. Like, Mammoth had just said, this is it, we're fighting. And that's just come to bite them very quickly in the behind, as now they are the ones dealing with an Elder Dragon opponent. What is happening?
I have no idea. I feel like Mammoth were in a situation of like, we feel as if Avant are, you know, they've given up. They've not shown any sign of contesting. They're not doing anything on this map. They're looking to try and go for these objectives, but they've got their goggles on and they're just watching from afar. They go for the Elder, and Avant are like, okay, enough fun is enough fun. 30 minutes in, you've got everything. Baron, you know, Dragon Soul as well. Let's just wipe you. Let's go for a 5-man ace. Unheard of at this stage of the game.
I mean, here's a consideration for you. AV's composition is very good at standing still and dealing damage. If you're running towards them, you're kind of giving them what they want. A lot of the fights that Mammoth have won have been AV going at them. And this time around, Mammoth completely force at their opponent. You know, they flash forwards to get inside Jarvan ultimates to knock people up and things of the like. And that's actually the one fight that they lose pretty handily. So I think there's proof in the purchase there that maybe they went a little bit too hard on the aggression. And there are so many other things that they could have done that they didn't do that they'll definitely be regretting right now, Mammoth.
Well, it's an even game now, Rusty. You talk about Ornn items being an upgrade and making themselves a 4 to 5k buffer. Well, you can look at the gold economy in the top side there. That is what we're looking at. So 60k apiece for both of these teams. Baron gone. They all died. It has been removed, but Elder is definitely online. And Avant know what this strength means for them. They're going to pick up 2 turrets, both through mid and top, exposing some inhibitors.
Yeah, and they get the first meaningful gold lead, realistically, of this game as well. We've built up to a 4,000 to 5,000 gold difference between these teams. AV now in the driver's seat, well and truly. It's not just health there for Lisa anymore, it is the resistances that are backing that one up, so he can sustain for a significant amount of time. And AV with control of this map is dangerous. Now, there is still risks there. Once again, they do prefer the 1-3-1 type of setup. There's no teleports, so they are going to have to be mostly grouped for the rest of this. And it is still a very good comp here from Mammoth in that 5v5 group situation to really watch this one. So, game's not over by any means. I think Mammoth actually still in a pretty good position, especially while no teleports are there. And opportunities still present themselves.
But I'm curious to see how Mammoth really bounce back from this one. If they look to go for those team fights again, if they look to try and hope, you know, if Avant go in for the engagement potential, which allowed them to respond and respond in great success. I feel like Avant have almost woken up to the idea of this is how we win and this is what we need to do. And Mammoth getting punished very hard as a result of that one. Obviously, they find towers. Every inhibitor is exposed right now if they were to push that one in. They've been flirting with danger for the most part. Liv is going to use the ultimate to disengage away. All the members now taking place through mid. They want to break open the base. They want to look for one of those crucial team fights.
They definitely do. Now, one Morgana binding, one Thresh hook, you know, something of that like can actually make the fight erupt out of nowhere. So that's what we're really waiting for at the moment. is how is his vision going to be played out? Where are these teams assigning themselves? You know, a little while till objectives spawn, but AV in the correct quadrant of the map. Want to pressure Mammoth if they ever want to get near the Baron. Place vision near it, but they need to keep their mid priority in check if they want to control this area. There's still some risks at play here.
And Boma is going to find himself an item above as he starts to work towards some armor pen, making sure that he can take down the likes of Lisa and Appy, who are definitely getting scarier by the second. Now GA completed on Irelia. You got the Bramble Vest with the Stone Plate as well, so you know you amplify that Warmogs tenfold. Can be very strong, very hard to punish if Lisa finds a non-desirable team fight. But it looks like there is going to be a bit of a lull in the action as they are waiting for that crucial team fight objective to go towards. Looking more towards just clearing lanes, getting gold, and making sure they have as much power and gold in their arsenal for that subsequent team fight.
And this is not the way you want to be starting off your last week of the OPL split if you're AV. 3 games to play, trying to fight for that last spot in the playoffs. And they're at the risk of losing to Mammoth, the team below them, the only team below them in what's meant to be the easiest game of their last 3. So they definitely need to step up to the plate here and try and win a team fight, get themselves a victory as best they can. It wouldn't be the cleanest if they get it, but they still need it desperately.
They desperately do, and I think at this stage, if they do get the victory, they'll definitely take it one, but it won't be a clean game by any stretch of the imagination. But no assumptions to be made just yet. Baron has now spawned. Elder is up in a minute, and vision is crucial. Lived! Well, he does live in that situation there. The ward would have spotted him out, and Gungrab unable to land the hook, but they are looking, they are fishing, really, at this stage of the game for those crucial one-man picks.
Yeah, they've been starved out of vision here as well, Mammoth, which is why they're grouping up. Liv playing with Fire, very dangerously positioned just to the side of mid lane. He thinks he's protecting his team, but he's the one at risk. AV, with outright control, have started this Baron, and it might just go down.
They have. Gungrab's going to open up with the ultimate to prevent people running on in. Liv is just going to walk in into chest and just deletes him. A shutdown comes online as Liv looks for the 1v2 situation, drawing so many members across. Gungrab not going to land the hook. Violet does take him down eventually, but the Baron is down to 1400 health, and there's going to be a smite steal that can come across without Lisa being able there to respond, and Boma's going to pick that one up for free. 2 members surviving here from Avant. Lived, the hybrid tank, running in, drawing so much aggro, and much like an ad blocker, disabling everything.
Yeah, and now they have choices, Mammoth. They could do the Elder Dragon after Inhib, or they could just push to end. I think they will just try and push for the finish here. They've got enough tanky members, they've got enough damage to stand in front of all of this. And it's just Violet in regards to damage. So I think Mammoth may have been able to do that here. They'll definitely give it a go. And we'll see what Violet can do. No summoners.
First limiter falls on down as they work themselves towards those Nexus turrets. Bash jumps in, no Cataclysm, but incredibly tanky. The first one falling on down, and they're going to look to try and find another kill to try and make themselves a very easy situation to end this game. It's a double kills, the respawns come on out, but that Nexus is falling too quick, too far. Mammoth will find a victory to upset the run for Avant.
Yeah, Mammoth will be able to get themselves a victory. Start off nicely in the 10th week of the split for them. For AV, it's a devastating start. And it was early in the game as well where these things started to go awry very quickly. The early trade in mid lane is the first thing you have to look at, right?
Yeah.
And Mammoth, they get momentum. With that momentum that they start to get, the game is a lot easier to control from then on out. And that's one of the best things that you can look for as one of the lower placed teams in the league, is that strong start to then build on the fundamentals.
I'm sure for Avant, it's very frustrating the fact that they have so many, strong CS advantages in those lanes that they were able to keep up in this in the overall gold economy, despite losing structures, despite losing all these objectives. But to wait till 30 minutes in to find a fight to sort of understand what your win conditions are, felt very, very worrying. Given that Avant need all the victories they can to try and contest the likes of Gravitas and Pentanet.
Yeah, and it felt like one of those drafts where they wanted to try and get at least something early, like at least some kind of win condition, maybe a side lane having pressure, maybe the 3 in mid lane for a 1-3-1 comp having that pressure there, and they just instead gave 4 Drakes over, gave the Infernal Soul over, and they chose to take the fight. You would have to say just a little bit too late, and once again, Mammoth having a very easy to execute composition, just pick the battle at the very end near Baron, where their comp shines the most in terms of positioning, and they're able to win the game from it.
Well, Mammoth calls an upset to start Super Week number 2 off. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it is game number 2.
Feeling the heat?
Welcome back, and what a surprise! Game one, I'll tell you what. Things, we came in hot on this broadcast, but a team that came in even hotter, Mammoth. Good lord, Jake, were we expecting this? What are AV thinking?
I was expecting it. As soon as I saw the Avant Gaming roster changes, I thought this is a team that is having a 0-3 super week and will no longer beat anyone in the OPL. They have a support player playing top lane in a meta where top lane is incredibly important. I actually think Appy played pretty well, to be honest. But then, I mean, you've obviously swapped up your bottom lane. Like, the only stability they had was Lisa and Chaz. They looked good throughout the mid game, but I just don't know how you can change your team 3 roles, 60% of a team, and expect to have good results in the final week of the OPL. I think, Mammoth, despite being the bottom of the table, are still a good team, and they certainly showed that by punishing Avant.
Absolutely. Mammoth also filled with potentially the nicest people in the OPL. That's a big,
Absolutely.
that's a big shout out to Mammoth and a big smackdown to the other 7 teams. Rusty, the Japanese screen was just too OP. We can't handle it anymore. That we are still giving it back. Something else that comes at you fast, patches for League of Legends. I believe this is the 10.7, the 7th patch this year. I mean, there is a lot of... We can hear you. What are you talking about?
We can hear you fine.
Yeah.
All
Rusty
right,
died.
see you,
Rusty's
stream.
gone. Muted. He's dead. Rusty... maybe they're just talking about your camera. We can't hear Rusty. They're not talking about your camera. Okay, cool. So I'll just tell you that Rusty said life is coming at you fast. Rusty said life is coming at you fast. And he's just attacking it as it comes. He's a true blue fighter. And he also said that I'm his favorite member of the OPL broadcast. Hello, you're a very nudie little boy. And this is, you say hi to everybody. Yeah. You're on camera, buddy. Okay, what have you got for me? Thank you very much. A strawberry for me? Oh, thanks, Bubba. And that one too? And a pizza? Oh, you take the strawberry? You give that to Elkie, okay? I'll have the pizza. Okay, I love you.
This is so much time to solve tech issues. So
okay,
Thank
cool.
you so much.
So that's my son. Enjoy that. He's currently enjoying all the fake food and gives me pizzas to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So it's very cute. Where were we before the naked child walked into the room? That's right, patches.
Patches.
10.7. I think we've got 7 patches this year already. And the newest one obviously brings big changes to fiddlesticks. Jake, how are we feeling about the fiddle nowadays?
So I didn't like Fiddle as a champion. I thought thematically he was pretty boring, and he was also just a stat check, I felt. Nowadays, I like Fiddle a lot more. I think that he has got a lot of stuff in his kit now. He does a 2-minute 45-second clear if you're really good at being able to utilize his early game to be at Scuttle Crab pretty much 45 seconds early, which no jungler can do that. So I think I'm more of a fan of kind of the new Fiddle than the old Fiddle. I think that we won't see him in pro play, though. Will we see him in pro play? Maybe we will. I think that it's very hard to have an AoE team-fighting jungler in pro play that isn't a tank.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we won't see him in pro play. I'm unsure, Nick. I think he's cool. I've played him in solo queue. I enjoy him. But I don't think we'll see him in pro play.
Rusty?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Am I okay?
You're good.
Okay,
I don't know,
so
can
first
the
of all,
stream
you want to
hear
know
you?
what I did to be able to... The stream can hear me now. What I did is I turned back on my video. And the stream can hear me again. So we're back. I agree with what Jake said. I think that thematically the new Fiddlesticks is fantastic. I'm a big fan of it. But I think the problem is the usefulness of his W and his E. They're almost too thematic. Now, I actually think that he has impact only when jungling. I'm lagging. You know what? I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. You guys just talk.
I
that's
heard
fine.
most of what he said. He said thematically his W and E are cool abilities, but in reality their practicality when the game kind of sucks. I agree with that. His W is only useful for clearing the jungle, and yet you have to max it so you clear the jungle quickly. His E is quite good because it is a silence that fears out of brushes, but it's not as good as the old E. New Q is much better. New R is much better. But overall, I think par for course, fun champion. If you're a Fiddlesticks main, you're going to climb because he's really hard to deal with in solo queue. And if it comes out in pro play, he's going to die 10 times before level 6.
Absolutely. But the only thing I really care about is the thematicness, because I love the look, I love the trailers, I love the reworked ability from a theme perspective. I mean, this is one of those things that I will take just for fun when we play ARAMs in MPL, because it's just it's nice to see them double down on the theme of that champ. Is there anything else significant in the patch, Jake, for you in 10.7?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Akali is now pretty good because she was already quite good, and they reverted the changes to a perfect execution, which is her ultimate. I think we'll see a lot more of Akali ever since they changed kind of how the mastery works, where if you kill people, you get more energy. They smoothed out a lot of her power in her kit as well. They made her do much more damage whilst taking away some of her trading potential. So now her ult being back is very, very good for her. Galio got a slight buff. Why is that important? Because if people start picking Galio, Nico is actually incredibly strong into that champion. So I think that he will see some play, and then we'll see more Nico due to that fact. And then Ivan got buffed a lot. And now, why is Ivan important? We're seeing Caitlyn come back to the meta. We're seeing mage supports play, and we're seeing tank supports, tank junglers starting to rear their head a little bit. So if you're willing to blind pick Sejuani at the moment, which I think we've seen 2 teams do so far in the OPL and a couple of teams international, Ivan becomes a legitimate pick if you can play mage supports and you can play Caitlyn, because this guy does just warp the game state. It's going to mean that fast push comps become a little bit more relevant. Daisy being out earlier and more often and a little bit more damage from his E is only good things for Ivan. E is the ability you max. Obviously, Daisy is your main dueling tool once you hit level 6. So I think that they're all the things that I was looking at in it. Ivan is probably the most annoying change. I never want that champion to be relevant at all. I think that he sucks for game state. But it seems that he could be back.
Okay, well, there you go. Rusty. Is Rusty back? Rusty's not back. If Rusty was here right now, he'd probably agree with most of what Spawn was saying. But he loves Ivan, so obviously he would double down on that. And then he'd probably say something really supportive of, like us and our work. And then he would do that thing where he laughs, but you actually know that inside he's crying, because he's one of those people who always puts on a really brave face. And I'm hearing him in my ear right now, and he's just saying that's true. And I could tell he's got a big smile on his face. And the bigger the smile, the bigger the tears on the inside. So it's like an anime character where they get that giant tear next to their face. And I don't really know what that signifies in anime, whether or not they're just shocked or scared or crying. But that's Rusty has an enormous tear that is soaking through that Japanese room divider right now, rendering it basically completely useless. What do you guys think of 10.7? Let us know in the chat, as you have been. Something else, Jake, I wanted to mention that earlier in the week, I mean, obviously we know that basically all sport, all traditional live sport is cancelled for the time being. And I play quite a bit of fantasy sports. Now, the app that I use to play fantasy sports sent out a tweet earlier in the week saying that given that there's no sports, they're going to introduce League of Legends Fantasy. And I feel like this is something we 100% need to jump on.
Yes. I'm a huge fan of fantasy sport as well. When I was a manager at McDonald's, I had a fantasy netball team, and I would make constant changes to my fantasy lineup there. So I am all about fantasy sport, so bring it on. I'm all for it.
Can I ask why you picked netball?
Because they used to do netball reruns between midnight and 4 a.m. And I used to work the overnight shift. And what I would do is I would just watch it the whole time. And people would do their job. And then they would say, hey, you going to give us a hand, Mr. Manager? And I would say, no, my netball teams are playing. And then I would watch netball.
That is fantastic. I would love to play some fantasy League of Legends. I think that is the business. And I did check, it was slightly before April Fools. So unless they're based in a country that doesn't have a time zone that we know about, it it got in before April Fool's about 4 hours. So I think it's all factual information. Enough that they retweeted me when I was excited about it. So I feel like that's them endorsing their own product. So maybe in Split 2, we can get onto some fantasy League of Legends. I feel like that is the business that we need in our life right now. We also need Rusty in our life right now, but he's gone. And in all the hullabaloo, will the production team even be able to do this? I forgot to say that this is a segment called The Patch Notebook, and we had an opening title sequence made for it. And Ken, our editor, called me up in the week. It was like, I need you to record these voice lines for me. I don't know what they're for, but I feel like I should throw to this opening title sequence. But instead I need to throw to Champ Select. So we'll see you in the next break. See you after Game 2, Gravitas versus Legacy.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Let's crack on with it. It is Legacy taking on Gravitas. There is no Rusty, unfortunately. We're trying to figure out where he's gone. He's lagged out. Maybe the Wombat has taken him down. But regardless, it's going to be myself jumping in here to bring you through the action of the second game of week number 10. Obviously, big implications for both of these teams. Legacy already secured their support going into the playoffs in either 1, 2, and 3, but looking to try and get the most desirable seeding spot. Gravitas, off the back of a lot of momentum, especially with Pabu now joining the ranks, will be looking to try and get themselves into that 5th and final spot. So it's going to be interesting to see where things exactly go. Now, date your mind back a little bit to when both these teams took to the Rift on week number 6. Gravitas were actually able to get that win. Now, what were some of the crucial picks that got them that victory? The Akali for Seaman in particular, right? The way he was able to go 12-3, the ability for him and Praylist, as well as Beats on the Renekton and Echo respectively, to basically do the damage and really bring it to Legacy, and welcoming Tally back into the fold of things in in a defeat against him. Now, it's going to be K-pop. We're not going to have Tragedy this time, but regardless, the Yuumi has been banned away. So pre-game aside, let's jump into what we've got on the board so far. It's going to be a first pick here for Pabu. You'd imagine so, at least with the set being locked in. There is the Kalista obviously as an option as well, so we might see a little bit of flexibility there, but with the Kalista and the Taric there, you'd imagine that will be their bot lane for Puma and K-pop. The response here for Legacy is they have gone for an incredibly strong solo lane. They've got the best AD carry with the Aphelios. They're going to pair that with Isles now playing the Bard, and Babip will stick to that traditional tank, tanking jungler, right? So definitely going to have a lot of engagement tools, definitely going to have a lot of champions that can cater to the ideas of, a Knight's Vow, Zeke's Convergence, the ability to make sure that if Raze does damage, he can live. We've seen so many times when Raze has been able to jump into a Baron Pit, jump into a Dragon team fight, and just 1v5, just take the game on his own. Syndra, obviously, will get him some strong initiation, some strong action to get these members low. And we are going to see, as a result of Akali getting banned in the second rotation, that Gravitas are going to respond and stick to some comfort picks that have worked for them in the past. They are going to get Praylist on that Echo, and now we're going to see a glimpse at potentially a second assassin. It's not going to be the Zeds. Seaman's going to respond with the Kassadin, the king of mobility, the king of shutdown, and especially against AP carries, really going to give Tally a hard run for his money. Let's see exactly where Legacy go for their 5th and final pick. What is Tapoon going to be playing into this composition? They've obviously got a lot of mobility, a lot of damage. He is going to stick with the Gnar. Gnar obviously going to be incredibly strong in terms of the ability to keep set at bay, at distance, especially with Hyper coming online. and then when he goes into Mega Form, they've got some very strong initiation to counteract the fact that Gravitas want to go in, Set wants to slam dunk, Echo wants to jump in. If they can try and cancel a lot of these guys before they can get to disengage, I'm talking Tarek with the Cosmic Radiance, Echo before we can recall back on out. The Gnar could be a crucial factor here, and if they do get locked in place, look how much CC they have to combine that with. Obviously, Bard can knock them against the wall and get two-man stuns. Trundle can obviously lock them down with the pillar as well. And it, once again, sort of caters to this idea that Legacy have really formulated from the start to the finish, that they want to have a lot of resources towards their mid laner, but particularly towards Raze. So I'm very curious to see how this composition does come online, if Gravitas will be ideally looking to try and find that mid and jungle connection like they did last time. Really brought those guys online. And with the Echo, obviously, Praelis very, very comfortable on that. But we do know Kesselin isn't the strongest, especially in the early game. He really wants to get to level 6 as quickly as possible. And we know what it's like when it goes into the 1-3-1 rotations, when he can split and hit that all-important level 16, making it very quick and easy to access that map. So let me know in the chat. I have got Twitch chat open right now. Let me know which team draft you prefer, who you feel has the edge in this one. Bear in mind right now that Legacy as well as Chiefs are tied for first and second as it stands, both sitting at a score of 15 and 3, whereas Gravitas are tied with Avant and Pentanet. So they are all playing for this 5th and final spot. Order are guaranteed to get themselves into the playoffs. We just don't know where they're going to go, 4th and 5th. I am seeing a few people in chat right now mention that they feel that Gravitas have the slight edge. Going to be quite interesting to see, because I feel like you've got the edge in terms of draft, but then you've got the mechanical prowess that Legacy have displayed and shown again. And Telly, absolute stand-up performer. He really has to showcase what he's done so many different times, going from, you know, playing as a AD carry, now to going top lane with Order, and now flipping the script completely and saying, look, I will play mages in the mid lane. The diversity, the experience that this guy brings to the table is out of this world. But enough talking aside, let's crack on with the game, guys. Gravitas taking on Legacy. It is our second game of week number 10. It is a super week. 6 best of ones today, 6 again tomorrow. And then we'll know exactly where our teams are, the 5 qualifying teams to make it into playoffs. And that's when we get into the business end of the league. That's when we have, well, the chance really to make your name on an international stage. Obviously, the MSI will be postponed a little bit given the current circumstances in the world. But this is what these teams are playing for, right? You know, you come from a smaller region, one of the minor regions. If you're wanting to make a career out of this, you really do need to make it to the international stage and prove to the biggest players on the world what you can achieve. Let's see exactly how these teams decide to go and play the level 1. It's looking like right now that Legacy will just fan themselves out.
Yeah.
Not going to fall victim to any shenanigans that Gravitas might throw their way.
Hey, Skimmy,
We're
how
not
you
seeing
doing,
anything in terms of any creative jungle paths just yet. Looks like both will start top side and path towards bottom. Puma obviously incredibly strong. Be quite curious to see how this Callista can work in his favor. But the Trundle, such a strong counter towards it, just locking members in place. Let's jump into this one. I believe we now got Spawn on standby. So, Spawn, take it away, mate. What do you think of that draft? Who do you think got the better end of that one?
I think that right now Legacy's comp needs to be able to win early. If I'm looking at Legacy's composition, If I'm looking at Legacy's composition, Skimmy, I'm thinking, you know what, if this game goes anywhere near the late game like the last one did, that they're going to be in trouble. Callista Tarek so strong in the latter stages of the game, and then you have a look at something like a Kassadin, we saw it last night in the LCK, at level 16, can genuinely 1v5 a game. So Legacy, the team that we normally expect to take games late, need to really be able to bust this one open in the laning phase, I feel.
Very curious to see if that is the case, if that is what we're going to get on this game right now. I highlighted during the draft about how much of a necessity it is for, you know, Praelis to work his dynamic between himself and Seaman again to really get those guys online. We talked about it when that happened in week 6, and it was such a big factor. I guess the concern is, you know, you got a double AP setup. Makes it a little bit easier here for Syndra to itemize to make sure that she doesn't fall victim to too many gank attempts and can, you know, easily transition into level 6 to find kills of her own.
Yeah, I agree, but what they've kind of done in that regards is instead of saying, you know what, we need to be able to gank this, we need to get it rolling in the early game, it's like, you can rush the Merc Treads if you want. You know, you can itemize defensively, maybe a second item, Banshee Veil if you are Tally. But we're going to use that time instead of, you know, getting a big early lead, of just coming through the early game in a neutral standpoint. That's what Cashlin really wants. He just wants to be able to get levels and farm. That's why he's taking such a negative keystone. In the fleet footwork, you can see already great job from Babip. He steals away 2 camps as well and puts Praelis on the back foot. And I think this is what we're going to see more of. You know, the avoidance, the farm, scale, and try and get towards the latter stage of the game. And Legacy are definitely the team that want this game to, you know, devolve into maybe a soul point early, or a couple of Rift Heralds being picked up and the map being wide open. I think that's why the Bard's going to be certainly very important, being able to get this Trundle around the map. And we might even see our first gank, Skimmy, as looks like Trundle potentially wants to get busy down in this bottom lane.
Definitely looks to be the case as the Dazzle goes out. That's going to lock members in place, but here comes Babbitt waiting for that pillar to come on down. It's going to lock K-Pop in place, but Raze is already disengaged, taking so much damage from the minion wave. One auto would have spelled certain disaster, especially coupled with an extra attack from a support.
Yeah, it certainly could have. However, that is still a good gank, right? You burn both summoner spells out of the Taric. We've mentioned that this is certainly a scaling lane and that you want to be able to get Raze an advantage. Well, now the wave's pushing out. You don't necessarily know whether this Trundle recalled or whether he's stuck around, so certainly have to play it a little bit more safe. Meanwhile, in the top lane, I'm certainly surprised how this lane is going, because I would expect Na to probably win the lane matchup versus Set, but Pabu, on his return to the OPL last week, showed that he certainly hasn't missed a step and seems to be doing a very good job right now of being able to control Topoon, one of the best performing top laners.
Absolutely. You know, we were highlighting during the draft that potentially with this pick, you know, Na with the hyper online be very nimble to keep the set away. We've seen so many different responses to trying to shut down the set. We've had Singed come out, we've had Cassiopeia in the top lane, we've had many different variations of what they feel like is the best, you know, response to it. And this was a first pick set, bear in mind. So Topoon, known for his consistency, known for his strength in recent weeks, definitely showcasing that he is not a Soraka one-trick or a second support to Babip. He should still be a very relevant factor in this game.
Oh, Tally goes. Sorry, Pabu goes for it, though.
He actually just jumps in there. He's going to force a flash away from the Haymaker, and we're not going to see a First Blood take place just yet.
And I'm really curious that he's recalling right now, because if he gets one more creep, he can actually kill him outright underneath this turret. He can force Topoon to recall. And I was going to say he shouldn't touch that creep wave, Skimmy, because if you push that creep wave, you're going to allow just an easy teleport back into kind of, you know, being able to pick up all the creeps. But if you let that one crash, if you let that one build, it's going to push back into you, probably save your teleport. See whether he's able to do that now. Topoon will teleport back to the top lane. That means bottom side Dragon probably should be off. And this game, dead even. And probably not where Legacy wants it to be so far.
No, I mean, you talk about the scaling nature that Gravitas have, especially with the bottom section of their composition. You're talking Kassadin, Kalista, and the Taric. It's interesting to see that, you know, they sort of bring this idea, this strategy to Legacy and say, we've known in recent weeks you've liked to play a little bit slower, a little bit more methodically, as opposed to what Chiefs have done. And, you know, we want to match you in that regard and say, look, you know, we don't want this to be a 50-50 coin toss. If you don't really want to force anything during the laning phase and are going to not find lane dominance, then we're quite happy to go for those fights later on.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you say, you know, the transformation of Legacy, because I really do feel like when Eminus left, and he was the best early game mid laner in the league, by far, and they replaced him with someone like Tally, that you should have been able to read this play, right? Because when you look at the Legacy lineup, they've got Raze and Tally, two of the best late game players ever in the OPL now on the same lineup. It would be so easy for a coach to just be saying to your players, you know what, we're going to pick scaling, we're going to pick for team fights, give resources to Tally, give resources to Raze, and just be able to take over the game when you're probably going to be unmatched within the OPL. However, I do like drafts like this. Jensen definitely not resting on those laurels, making sure that his team has got multiple styles of being able to play. They do get themselves the first Dragon, maybe first kill.
Well, they're going to find themselves the First Blood as well. Exhaust has to be used to initiate that one, but Babbitt finds success with a repeat gank in the bottom lane, and this is what you really need to do, especially now that that First Blood is found on Raze.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that he recalled off that, because I think they could have threatened to dive. They've got very good vision of bottom side jungle. They know that Praelis isn't down here. He actually was looking for a cross map. And at the same time, Raze has now ticked over to level 6, so this should be difficult for Puma to be able to collect all the farm. Raze, in fact, is probably going to be able to get himself 2 turret plates just through the power of Aphelios' kit. So Legacy, after a quiet you know, first 5-6 minutes, has now exploded onto Summoner's Rift and picked up a 1,200 gold lead.
Absolutely, and a lot of that will be in this man's pocket right now, and this is really what you want. You know, we talk about how strong Aphelios is once he's got a few crucial items online, with the mechanics to go to boot as well. Certainly does spell disaster, and you talked about before Legacy maybe backing away from that dragon with Tapoon's TP going down. Well, they find that as well, so Babip definitely finding a good influence on this map and really getting these guys online in the first 10.
Yeah, and I think that's because Pabu decided to match his teleport, right? He definitely could have left that wave exactly where it was. It would have pushed into him. He would have got Tapoon's teleport. He would have been able to preserve his own, but he wanted to continue to dominate this lane. And you can see that now the tabbies have been picked up, it's actually just not a hard winning lane for the set anymore. Maybe we expected it to win slightly harder early, but as of right now, the Nara in a terrific position. Lane swap going to come out as well. Legacy going to start up the Rift Herald at 9 minutes into the game. And now it seems like the shoe is on the other foot. How do Gravitas stop this bleeding and ensure they don't fall out of this game before the level 16?
We'll have to see exactly how Praelis decides to play this one. Has got the Dark Harvest, so we'll be looking to try and find some ganks with a lot of damage as this game progresses on. But he has been quite quiet so far, has been sticking to the jungle, evens the CS that Babip has on the Rift himself, but showing himself with a cut-off in mid to make sure that Tally can't join his team as they look to try and take down this Rift Herald. It's down to about 35%. Raze, with that lane swap you talked about before, will be able to join in. And they have so much damage, so many members in crucial spots with level 6s online especially. That's going to be the second major objective here, picked up by Legacy.
And that's really well done. You can see what Legacy did is they had top lane priority, had pushed that wave all the way into the turret. And whilst they had lost control of the mid lane wave, Tally clears it out much quicker than what Puma does. Obviously Tally with the control mage going to be able to AoE that one down, whereas Puma very much a single target threat at this stage of the game, and he might also be in threat himself. Will be able to dodge out on that Cosmic Binding. So as of right now, Legacy, you know, 1,500 gold the lead. Sure, that's nice, but more impressively, now pressuring this top lane turret with a Rift Herald and mid lane pressure, this could really be a 3,000-4,000 gold lead very, very quickly.
Absolutely, and it's the money on the members that we wanted to see on 2-star carries that this roster has to mention, Tally and Raze. Now, this turret plate will fall down again, more money into that pocket before the 14-minute mark. You can see a rotation takes place as Echo responds, the magical journey out, making it very hard to try and catch on to these members. And once again, Praelis has denied any real opportunity to try and find some way to get his lanes online himself.
Yeah, but how do you ever gank this? And now they just see him recall as well, so full awareness of where the jungler of Gravitas has been, and definitely aware that no topside camps now up and available. So, you know what, the duo probably can just sit themselves back up there and continue to push in on the Gravitas bottom lane. Meanwhile, you know, CS leads starting to grow in the middle lane as well. It is going to be Roa picked up, so Suman towards his first major completed item. 10 minutes left to stack on that one. But overall, I would say this has been a really nice early game from the Legacy lineup. 2,000 gold, they've got themselves the only dragon. They're set up to pressure even more of the map. And just the ability to weather the storm early, I think. Make sure that this Echo doesn't get online like you were mentioning. And now control exactly what the Gravitas lineup wants to do.
And that's what they're finding. Out goes the Pillar. He's going to force Simin to use his ultimate to disengage out there. So rather low on mana right now, as he's going to be forced to miss a lot of the CS as well. Just the threat of these members coming in with the orbs, the CS to follow. Praelis is now going to find his first initiation with a gank attempt in mid lane. They're going to go into one target and one target only. They want to take out the Tallyman. He is gone on down. Praelis with a clutch recall back. He was in a lethal range himself, but it will be fantastic to see him in to equalize the deficit.
Yeah, that was really well played from Praelis. He actually predicted exactly where Tally was going to flash to. Such a great stun set up there by the Echo. Ensures that the scaling mid laner is finally on the board. It's not helping out in the top lane. It's not helping out in the bottom lane. But at least they're able to hit back somewhere, although Raze flashes.
Hang on a minute. They look for topside right now. The Dazzle doesn't connect with Raze, but it definitely does onto Isles. They're going to lock him in place to make sure he takes 0 to no damage right now. Cosmic Radiant's going to find little to no value, as Puma will find a kill, but it will be a trade on support to support. Babip gets in on the action as Teddy responds with aggression on his mid lane counterparts. Legacy turn up to the top side and find revenge.
Yeah, really nicely played from Legacy there, because they use the Bard ultimate to actually keep Raze alive, and then double TPs will come in. They only win the trade by 1 kill, but now that the turret goes down, all that gold going over to top Poon, turret plates also following in a minute. Certainly the kind of play they were looking for. We said that 3,000 gold, probably par for course after you pick yourself up that first Rift Herald. Well, they're able to get that. Now they can reposition to the bottom. We actually take a look at this one. It was a really nice Cosmic Radiance coming across. Human able to get in there as well, but just saving enough time where there is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Human now a little bit caught out of position. Kralis late to the rotate on that one, Skimmy. And all in all, a very nice play for Legacy.
Very nice play, which will allow them to break open the bank, make it a 3k lead in their favor, as they are now going to come back from a fresh shop and look to get themselves the second Drake on the map. Going to be an interesting game, because after this we're going to have either an Ocean or an Infernal Rift, which really caters to what both of these teams really want to do.
Yeah, I feel like Gravitas would be praying for that Infernal Rift, right? They're hoping they get control of this game within the next 5 to 6 minutes anyway. If it's Infernal and they get to stack up 4 of those dragons by winning 1 team fight, that is certainly very beneficial for the blue side team. In saying that, I'm sure Legacy will not be unhappy with it. Legacy were really not phased, whether it was Infernal or Ocean, they would have taken either. But I certainly agree with you. Best dragons available for League of Legends right now, and we'll see whether a team can get stacking that up.
Well, the lane rotation will take place as Legacy find themselves with the second dragon of the game. Kralis once again looking to come and show face in mid lane, keep Tally on his toes. He does have the blue buff. Will be very easy to get himself CSing underneath this tower, utilizing those spells as you can see right there. And Kralis letting his presence be known. But once again, it is this bot lane. Ray's really been given so much gold from taking down essentially 3 turrets. And really breaking open this gold lead.
When you have a look at how these lanes were set up, I feel like Tally should have been under way more threat on that creep wave. As soon as you land the Rend, I feel like Puma should have been picking up K-pop and throwing his support at the Syndra. Syndra had no flash available. There was 3 members very clearly visible on Summoner's Rift, and Nara in the top lane without teleport, Bard, as well as the Ophelia sieging bottom side. I feel like that could have certainly been a kill for the duo lane of Gravitas. And this is just Legacy kind of gambling on the fact that Gravitas aren't going to play aggressively enough. You know, they're not going to have the courage to throw those 55-45 plays out there and try and make it work. And instead, they're just starting to bleed objectives. Now, nearly 4,000 gold down at only 15 minutes into the game is a very significant gold lead. And with long side lanes, the split push threat of the Gnar starts to become very real.
And you speak about the Gnar, and he's obviously got the Black Cleaver online now, so if the tabbies weren't enough, it's definitely a lot of CDR and the damage to shred to allow these crucial members to really get the job done. It'll be interesting to see how harder during the draft that Babbitt may be going for a more support-oriented Trundle with the Knight's Vow and the Zeeks to make sure that, you know, Raze does not fall on down. Skirmish takes place here, and it is going to respond with K-pop forced to burn the Cosmic Radiance. It's going to be utilized by Puma, chucking him out with the Boomerang as well. 2 crucial ultimates burnt for free. Now they're going to look to try and capitalize on Puma, who was stuck in place there with the Bard ultimate, but they'll take that 2 for 1, and they re-establish themselves in mid.
Yeah, and that's a really bad play from K-pop there. He was caught out in no man's land. No way they're going to be able to contest that without 5 members on the mid lane wave. Tries to cheat, gets stuck by the portal. There's a very nice little pillar there as well, and you can see that all in all, Legacy do not seem all that phased right now, Skimmy. They seem happy to just trade ultimates, dance around Summoner's Rift. They know they've got themselves the lead. You know, with the next dragon coming up in 2 minutes with control of Rift Herald, that last outer turret's going to go down. And whilst the scaling's still always going to be there, it is that ticking time bomb. I always say that you need gold for scaling to work, and unfortunately, Gravitas are just getting much less gold.
They are lacking it significantly right now. A quick stock check shows you that, with the CS being major in the mid lane for the most part, but definitely found in the bottom lane as well. And just the amount of, you know, kill presence that Babbitt has found. 3 assists to 1. He's been really allowed to sort of dictate the terms in which they find these fights and find situations in which Gravitas get caught on out. And now they're getting a little bit angsty with their initiations, chasing people around the map, but it comes back to that Bard again. You know, very hard to try and gank him.
Yeah, absolutely. However, I feel like that is a good little look there, just seeing whether Legacy is going to be willing to fight you. Bottom lane, they're not losing all that much CS. In fact, I think it's pushing back towards them. You can see Habu sets up a mini freeze there as well. force Human to be able to come and eat. And this is going to be a very scary Cassidy. He's going double scaling items in the Rod of Ages in the tier of the Goddess. So as soon as he has got those items online, going to have access to the infinite mana resources that come across from Presence of Mind. And should be able to Rift Hop all over Summoner's Rift. As I said, it's just about whether they can hold on. 5,000 gold, probably on the extreme end of what is recoverable in modern day League of Legends. 3 dragons, also probably extreme end of what is recoverable. I would be saying we have to sack this next one. We can't go for it. There's no way we can fight. But in 6 minutes, we have to be ready to throw everything we have at it.
Well, they've thrown something right now in the bottom lane. They're looking to try and catch out Pabu, who sidesteps the stun. The orbs will not connect, but the second Rift Herald will be spawned. And the second bottom lane turret will fall as a result. So it's just so much pressure found in the right lanes at the right time with Infernal Drake spawning in 10 seconds.
And you just see Praylist take half of his health from one auto attack from Ray. So they need to be able to defend this turret. They're not recalling Human. So bottom lane is going to be cracked open. Do they give the inhibitor as well? Do not like this call. 20 minutes into the game. That's the Baron inhibitor taken, Skimmy, and no fight being put up whatsoever from the Gravitas lineup. That is just very clean-cut League of Legends from Legacy, but they are not being pushed or tested at all.
They just get so much value out of that one push. Kill aside the fact that Pabu was zoned away from the turret. Now they can back off and pick up an Infernal Drake. Not only do they have lane pressure on bottom side, they have the vision to control if they want to go for the Baron, and now they have the ever-looming threat of a Dragon Soul. Gravitas buying time, but time is not a commodity they can afford to wait for.
Well, they just don't have any money to buy anything. Like, how are you buying time at this? You're sacrificing things for time, you know? They've put their house on, they've flipped it over. If you're playing Monopoly, they've flipped over all their houses. No, if you land on it, you don't have to give them any money anymore. They've got the bank knocking on their door every single day saying, mate, come on, you've got to be able to pay off this car. We're just not giving it to you for free. But unfortunately, they can't make those repayments. The only thing they still have is gas and electricity, not yet turned off in the Gravitas house. So we'll see whether they're going to be able to use the bare necessities in life to be able to come back into this game.
Well, it's going to force Praylist to flash on out. That's beautiful. He dodges out the Bard right there. He's going to have a lot of mobility to run himself away, but just taking so much damage right now. He turns around. He realizes that he is in a spot of bother. He's going to fall on down, and that is the worst case scenario. No jungle, no smite, no ability to stop this Baron, and if it was bad before, it is disastrous now.
Yeah, this is very ugly League of Legends coming across from Gravitas. One of the teams that we're hoping would be able to make a run to be able to make the gauntlet, Skimmy. We've already seen one of the teams that they were competing against, Innovant Gaming, fall down. There were big hopes for Gravitas. Pabu, however, might have to burn Flash to get out of here.
He may indeed. The binding will not connect as a Flash is used to dodge out that connection. Another turret will fall on down. And things don't really get better here for Gravitas on their road to the gauntlet. They play Legacy today, and they have Pentanet and, they have Avant tomorrow, and then they have Chiefs again tomorrow. So their run towards it doesn't get much easier than this.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. I mean, you have to think that the Avant game should be a win, but after this performance, not inspiring confidence. They need to put up a last stand right now. You know what? Forget about the games they're going to play tomorrow. They've got one right now. See whether they can actually get something rolling. But my goodness, Raze.
He's hitting those points. You know, 2 items completed right now with the Runas and the Infinity Edge. He just does so much damage. Double inhibitor's gone. They're working towards the third. They want super supers. They've got everything. And Gravitas, like a sick dog, almost rolled over.
Yeah, I mean, but he's not even that far ahead. You look at what he's doing. He's CSing at, 9 a minute. That's good. He's got himself 2 items. That's good. But so does Puma. But Puma just is not doing what Aphelios does because Puma isn't Aphelios. The champion is just outrageous when it has those chakrams out, especially with the sniper rifle or the lifesteal daggers. And you can just see that Legacy rotate around Summoner's Rift. They're going to take all the inhibitors. Double Super Creep's going to be spawning. 2 minutes now until that final Fire Drake going to be up and available for the Soul. But I don't even know whether we're going to make it that far because the scaling is still items away, Skimmy.
I mean, at this stage, as you say, absolutely. I feel like you've got so much pressure on the map that you even need the Infernal Soul to complete that one out. You can literally find a team fight and force the game at, what, 25 minutes in. We're sitting at 23 to say the least, but, you know, 2 minutes until that Drake spawns. Whether or not Legacy have the discipline, if they're still working towards any crucial items. You can see here Tally working towards that Morello's. The BF sword now completed here for Raze, but we'll be looking for extra gold to make that a second item in the Bloodthirster as well. But with the Baron buff still available, you'd imagine they just want to try and push these waves in and just keep Gravitas stuck on lockdown.
Teleport coming in, however, they're looking for Raze.
They are indeed, but Raze is going to burn double summoners to get himself out of that situation. K-Pop jumps in very aggressively, and the Cosmic Radiance goes off onto just himself as he gets stunned on down, flashes away, but it means absolutely nothing. Tapoon jumping on in because he's mega. He's going to find that second kill. The rock goes sideways, but the kill goes down. Simon doing whatever he can to try and find at least one kill to add to that scoreboard, and he just cannot find it. The Magical Journey comes out, but the damage to follow is much stronger at this stage of the game. Pabu's going to slam dunk in. Well, that many members around him will find one, and it is a big one in Raze, but the Nexus is falling so damn fast, flooded by minions. That's how this game will end. Legacy win in 24 minutes.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that was just an absolute shellacking, Skimmy. Under 25 minutes in gameplay time. We said the scaling was there for Gravitas, but that's a gauntlet thrown. Legacy show that they do not care about scaling, that they are good enough to take care of business, that you can't just give them the first 6 objectives of the game, because they will make you pay for it, and they absolutely made Gravitas pay.
What a complete difference from that week 6 performance where those members got online. There was obviously respect in the draft to say, we can't allow you to have the Akali, but sure, we don't really care about your Echo Praelist, play it. But the fact is, they just weren't able to get the ball rolling. And I feel like the mid lane, yes, you got the Cassidy, but you're playing against Legacy's draft, right? Their identity, that they tried to bring it to them, and Legacy said, why are you copy-pasting our style? We're never going to let that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this is kind of the second time that we've seen teams try and copy the style of top 2 teams while you've been playing them, right? People have been throwing team fight after team fight at the Chiefs, and the Chiefs have been dealing with it quite handily. Well, this time, a team tries to throw scaling at Legacy, and it also doesn't work out. I think that at this stage of the season, you really have to be sticking at your style. You know, seeing what makes it work. For Gravitas, a little bit more chaos, a little bit of that top lane jungle synergy certainly would have been useful this time around. However, Legacy just say no, and they punish him.
Well, Legacy find an important victory to keep themselves in a top spot for that seeding. Gravitas have a much tougher run now to get themselves into that 5th and final spot. That does it for game number 2. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's the 3rd game of week 10.
Welcome back, and everything is as it should be. It's back on track. There's no mammoth upsets. Legacy taking out game number 2. Skimmy, well done. Welcome back. And you'll be happy to see that I changed so that we're not matching Lumberjack Bros.
That's interesting. Were you told off?
No, I just told myself off. Just a fashion faux pas that we never saw each other on camera before we started.
I like how we have this like intrinsic value of like, this looks good, I want to wear it, and then we kind of get on the camera. We don't even see each other during rehearsals, right? And then we get on when it's live, and it's like, oh, we're wearing the same things.
Yeah, no.
So, I'm glad you stepped up to the occasion and didn't make me have to strip during a cast. That would have been interesting.
That would have been very interesting. But we've already had one naked person on the cast today already. I don't think you were even here for that, but my son wandered in with no pants on, so that was exciting.
Oh,
someone else who's not wearing any pants, Rusty, because we'll never know.
Yeah, freedom. I was going to ask something of you guys, if it's okay, because I did actually spend that entire game, which seemed like a quick one, just trying to troubleshoot and get myself back on air. Could you, in 30 seconds or less, just tell me what happened in that game, just so that we're all up to date?
Skimmy, go.
Well, you see, Rusty, the first 10 minutes I talked about you, and we had a beautiful on-screen memorial, and Twitch chat mourned your death.
Okay, but that's not in-game stuff.
Well, I'm trying to give you the full narrative, much like a good book that you cannot put down. I need to give you the full spectrum of this game. So, obviously that happened to start things off with, which was beautiful. It was an occasion to behold. But then once we jumped into the game, they tried to go for an echo, once again, from Praless. He looked to try and figure out the nightmare PTSD style comp. They weren't able to find it. Kasten just never came online. And, Tally and Rage just ran the show. They got kills, they got damage, they got objectives. And ultimately they found triple inhibitors off back-to-back pushes. So the game was pretty much said and done. And the game ended with Winions.
Ended with Winions. And also you missed a Bard pick, buddy.
Well, I don't want to say the Bard pick because, I can't see the Rusty reaction. So I can't see if he's crying, if he's smiling, if he has any pants on. So really, Nick, doesn't really matter.
Rusty, does it matter?
I saw the Bard pick, and that was the moment that I disconnected.
Good. Good. Honestly, from our end, it looked more like you just had a temper tantrum when you saw it, and you were like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. So there you go. Congratulations, Legacy. We are getting ready for game number 3. It's PGG versus Auto, which, of course, is why Spawn is not with us. He's with his team, getting ready to draft for game 3 against PGG. And Auto and PGG, both a lot to play for. But before we get to game 3, it's time for a different number. It's time for the 5-stack. Oh, baby. This evening's 5-stack comes in from Persephorus, I want to say.
Our favourite friend.
Our favourite friend. Top 5 champs to be OPL casters. The top 5 League of Legends champions to be OPL casters.
Oh.
Now, normally this would be something that I would go. There's a structure to this show. There's a theme. There's a tone to this show. Today, it's all been thrown out the window. So I would like to start it off by saying that given all the mic issues and audio issues we've been having, any champ with silence would be helpful. So we're talking your Sorakas, we're talking your reworked Fiddlesticks. That's something that we could get behind to have a silence-heavy champion would be helpful for at least today's broadcast.
I like that. That's a great narrative, Cassidy, and obviously, could be that edge lord on stream. I was thinking, obviously, announcer Draven. I feel like it's the most obvious one. You'd be that outrageous loud voice. That'd probably be me. Do my hair up, look all outrageous, look all crazy, scream at a screen, and get paid to do it. I think that fits the narrative.
Announcer Draven's a good pick.
Yeah, Draven's an easy one though, right? Because he's got a skin holding a microphone. He basically is an announcer in one of those. So I think that's just the free victory. Who would you pick? I think you would want to pick someone that fits the personality of the broadcast. So is there someone... Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind. Heimerdinger, because he's just a tech whiz.
Yeah, we definitely need Heimerdinger today, for sure.
He'd build me a computer, bro. He did build me internet. He'd sort that out. Who needs NBN? You've got Donga.
He could deploy it for you, mate.
You've got Donga. That's what you need. There's...
I love that.
I'm gonna put I'm just seeing in chat. GL Phoenix says Heimer is definitely a color caster. I can see that.
Big brain.
I'm gonna throw out there a Gragas because he's so intrinsic to the broadcast in terms of the painting. It's lived on forever. I would submit Gragas as an option. Because he's basically the fifth member of the team anyway. He's in every broadcast, multiple versions of the painting, so I feel like he fits in well.
He's also known as a rabble rouser, so I feel like he actually just generally fits us the best.
Fits. Before today, we rise a lot of rabble. Today, obviously, we're getting buried underneath it. Who else do we like?
Trying to think. I was like trying to think of like what narrative I want to go for. Like, do you want to go for like edgelords? Do you want to go for like cutesy look? Do you want to go for? I mean, are we? What is the criteria, Nick? You know, this is what I'm looking for. Are we talking about the best voices? Are we talking about the best skills, the looks? You know, the on-screen charisma.
I would just say that if it's not a looks thing, because there's plenty, like, everyone's beautiful, you know, and also there's a lot of League of Legends champs who are just really ugly. So you don't want to not include them just based off a looks thing.
Maybe we go like Teemo for the OCS. You know, he could be like the Scouts code. He just brings the young bucks into the fold of things, and you know, if you can't handle the Teemo commentator, you know, professional life might not be cut out for you.
What, like he's the most irritating one, and no one actually likes working with him, and so it's like he's the trial by fire that you need to go through.
He's the trial by fire, yeah. You know, you strive to be so good in the OCS so that you can make it to the OPL, so that Teemo no longer commentates your games. Imagine that.
No, that works for me. Rusty, any ideas?
Sorry, I'm processing the logic in that. Like, I get it, but I don't get it.
I always confuse you, Rusty. That's what I'm here to do, man. I was employed for that job.
I would say every time I pick Teemo in a game, no one is happy to have me on their team. So I think that's like, it's the trial by fire. You know how when you start out in a new job and all the people who are in it beforehand give you that like hazing where it's like, well, I had to come up this way, and so this is the way that you have to come up. That's what Teemo is. Teemo's a trial by fire.
Yeah,
okay, I've come up with an answer though, because Phoenix in chat said that Heimerdinger could be a color caster. Garen is the play-by-play caster, because Garen is notoriously that type of character that just yells all the time for no reason. He's just always yelling. So I feel like he would fit the play-by-play role perfectly. Like, even if he doesn't know what he's yelling about, he's going to yell really loudly. Then you've got the Heimerdinger to work with him. I think that's the duo. Okay,
so I think we've got it. We've got ourselves Garen. So there, our 5-stack is Fiddlesticks for the silence, Announcer Draven because it's already part of the job, Heimerdinger to solve the tech issues. We've got Garen as the shouty play-by-play, and then it's a flip-up between Gragas and Teemo. But I like the idea of Teemo. Gragas is already part of it. These 5 champions take over the OPL. Gragas painting's still going to be sitting there in the background. So we'll add Teemo there as a trial by fire to see if people can actually make it through a broadcast because he's just so annoying. So there you go. Fiddlesticks, Draven, Heimerdinger, Teemo, Garen. That is your 5-stack of League of Legends champs that you would want to become OPL casters. I want to hear from you guys what your picks are. Let me know on Twitter at nickboy@gmail. That's the email address. That's the completely different segment. At nickboy on Twitter, or just put it here in the chat. Give us the 5 champs that you would like to be OPL casters and why. 1 to 5 champs, doesn't matter, and we'll read out the best ones next seg. It's time for game number 3. Speaking of next seg, it's PGG versus Order. Very quickly, Rusty, who are we tipping for this one? Because both teams need it to happen this weekend.
Yeah, it's a good question, Nick. I think if you're basing it off last week's performances, I would never tip Pensanet.gg, just to put it simply. But we also know that they can have very sporadic performances week to week, and so it's very hard to actually predict who the winner would be. However, Order, pretty momentum-based team, and so I would have to give them the edge before we see any gameplay.
I agree. This is the pointy end of the split, and Order shine at the pointy end. It's time for PGG versus Order, and the Macca's champ select.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
It is our third game of the day as we get cracking on into this one. Pentanet.gg taking on Order, who have already secured themselves with a spot. Now they are playing a full seeding. Pentanet Order play for them though, Rusty. They've still got to get themselves through the gauntlet, still got to get themselves with those crucial victories to pull apart from the likes of Gravitas and Avant, who have already fallen down victim today.
Yeah, Order securing playoffs. They haven't secured their seeding just yet, and I believe this is the game to actually determine that. So we'll get to see how Order performs in this one. And when you look at both of these teams, Skimmy, and you contrast their performances as of late, Pentanet.gg have lost their last 5 on the trot. And it hasn't been the best showing for them at the moment. Order have always been a pretty sporadic team as far as performances go. They've actually won 5 of their last 8 games, and the 3 that they lost were back-to-back against the top 3 teams. So they played Legacy, Direwolves, and Chiefs in that order. It was a really hard week and a half for them, right? But any other team that isn't those 3, they've actually beaten. And so this is one of those matchups when you actually take those stats into consideration. Order come in pretty well off.
Yeah, you'd definitely say they are the favourites going into this one, quite rightfully so. Pentanet really not having the best of weeks last time, and definitely leaving a lot left for desired. It was an interesting week, really. They had a few different ideas to try and execute, but just weren't able to really get the conviction across that we've known and sort of come accustomed to, dropping to the likes of Gravitas and Mammoth on the same weekend. So really looking for that week off break, looking to bounce themselves back into it. With the bans as they are, it allows for a Wukong first pick here.
Yeah, and Wukong has been spoken towards. Now, Spawn, the coach of Order, has been outspoken in saying just how strong he thinks this champion is. So that leads me to believe that either the Wukong was a high priority to be traded for what is now the Senatam Kenshin response, or Order have an answer that now that Wukong has been out for more than a week, that they have discovered.
That's going to be interesting to see what that discovery is, as you say, that allows them to get the Senna and the Time Kenshin. The response is going to be disgusting in the sense of it's going to be the Kog'Maw and the Lulu. Now, we've seen this before when Legacy ran it, where they had the 3 frontline tanks to provide so much protection and space for it to work within. Obviously, Wukong functioning very similar in that capacity for the knock-up with his double ultimate charge, but it will mean that a lot of high priority picks are locked in here with Renekton, the first one, before that second pick ban phase takes place.
Yeah, and you may actually still get some top laners banned away here by Order, potentially. Of course, right now it is just going to be the LeBlanc as the first ban. The reason I bring that up is we have seen Wukong actually be flexed between roles, and it does look like it's a strong top lane champion, but it has worked in the jungle role, although at the same time, it didn't seem as powerful. So with the Renekton locked in for Swiper, I think Renekton is actually just an outstandingly strong champion right now. Blade of the Ruined King changes, in my opinion, tipped him a little bit to the too strong side of the coin while he was teetering on the edge of very good balance. So now we'll see where they choose to go. Pentanet.gg on their side as to how they want to round out their composition, because Wukong in the jungle with a Kog'Maw Lulu to stand behind him is already disgusting for team fighting.
Absolutely, and they've decided that they want to get rid of some incredibly strong mid lane mages that can control and sort of really dictate the situation to make it a 4v5 right off the bat. They're going to now hover over the Nasus, which would be a very interesting pick here. Give them a solid scaling option to match that of the Kog'Maw. The response from Pentanet was to take away the Jarvan and the Elise, some strong engage, some ability to really get on top of that Kog'Maw. They were banning us with the Nasus. It will be the Sejuani.
Yeah, Sejuani is actually probably the best choice. There's tank champions left, right, and center. Ornn and Sejuani are 2 of the best for dealing with a Kog'Maw Lulu, just because their engage can be committal, but it could also be long range and non-committal. And that's the most important thing, against something like a Kog'Maw, baiting out his QSS. If it's a cleanse, baiting out the cleanse, trying to make sure that spells are blown so you don't just die to the Kog'Maw in a front-to-back engage. Is an important thing. So Order gone for a pretty smart choice there in the jungle role, picked a tank champion. Now we wait to see their last pick. Is no surprises on the Pentanet.gg side, as more supportive champions and more frontline champions for the Kog'Maw to survive.
No, we're going to get a Wukong jungle this game, and yeah, as you say, it's going to be the Karma, so mid lane Karma to give themselves a reliable amount of speed to jump themselves in, obviously provide them with that crucial shield, but Order round out their comp once again with the coveted Harry Azir. Such a strong pick for him. Always finds success on it, despite not always getting the victory, able to output so much pressure with it regardless. So he's played it twice so far, and we look forward to seeing if he can put in another solid performance again. Right now I'm looking at what Order have, and got a lot of responses, a lot of ways to slow down and prevent Pentanet from jumping on in. I feel like burden of execution is really quite exciting, I guess, really, for Pentanet to try and make sure that they can keep Predator alive, because it's not going to be the standard 3-man tank front lineup we saw before.
Yeah, making sure Predator survives is obviously your #1 prerogative here if you are Pentanet.gg. And I think like towards that Azir pick for Hayri being the third one of the split, he's probably the most important champion in this champ select for the side of Order. You know, now they've got scaling, which is something that the Cogmore was always going to have. And you were just a bunch of meat shields standing in front. You know, you've got your Sejuani, your Tahm Kench, and your Renekton. There's some threat there, but at a certain point, Cogmore is just untouchable and murders you very quickly. So that Azir is the wild card thrown into the mix. And when you think about the composition of Pentanet.gg, how they want to play this out, it's very obvious, right? Frontline stands in front of a Cogmore, but now Order can effectively replicate that exact style with the composition of their own. And so it does come down to a battle of like who can scale faster or better, who can execute better, and there's actually more nuance to this team fight style of compositions they have in the draft from that last pick of Order.
I think what's interesting to me is to see the evolution of Pentanet, where we've talked about at great lengths how strong Praedyth is, the amount of damage he can output, how he can always be sort of the funnel target for this team, but to now see a composition which is really much the case of protect Praedyth is not something that we've seen too commonly come out from them in Split 1. So whether or not that identity changes, they sort of revert to a turret style tactic again, where they're all coming to him to assist, or if he is going to be, I don't want to say falling victim, but if he is forced to sort of rotate and group with the rest of the team, we will have to wait and find out. It's game number 3, Pentanet.gg taking on Order. Order play for here as they look to establish themselves in the playoff run coming out next week.
Yeah, mentioned earlier today, but every game is crucial now, being in the last week of the OPL, the Super Week as well. Every team with 3 games to play, and so every game is a must-win for a lot of these teams fighting for that last remaining playoff spot. That is Pentanet.gg, who can still challenge Order potentially if they win this one for even the 4th place spot, getting seeding for that first round of the playoffs. Very crucial.
Incredibly crucial, given that you will have the benefits of the lower bracket for a second chance to go into this one. It's all to play for these teams as they get into this game. We've seen the Tahm Kench Center a few times, but predominantly here by Chiefs. It's the first time that Order have brought it to the table, but they are one of the teams that have been the most creative in the bot lane, where they've showcased the likes of the Aurelia engage. I suppose second to what Mammoth have done when they've brought out the likes of a Heimerdinger and a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, and with this bottom lane they've gone for, you don't necessarily have to go for the Tahm Kench with the center. We have seen in other regions other champions, but the thing that the Tahm Kench obviously provides is safety for that ADC as well. And while it does do that, the risk is that the opposing team could do exactly this. Legacy have done it before. They insta-lock the Lulu Cogmore, and they bully and trade with their lane opponents aggressively. So now Ayla has to go for the teleport in his lane, regardless of anything else. He has to do it for the matchup, because he's probably going to be forced to back once or twice from just raw damage that the Cogmore will do onto him if he wants to last hit. And you're already seeing, it's level 1, how much damage Praedyth could do.
Look what comes out right there. Yes, Rare will have the heal online with his Q, but it's just going to be a lot of mana expended to try and get himself up. You can see it used there, and it's not going to do much, but this is obviously the threat of the poke that comes out from this composition, really shunting what this comp wants to try and achieve.
And Rogue playing this out properly as well. The second Rare uses his Q. It is the major part of his trade pattern. He goes aggressively, uses what was normally a shield onto Rare directly to try and keep him low on health, but potions at level 1, you know, they're going to add up to be a little bit too much, and he'll still be full health. So null and void in the bottom lane just for the current moment. For me, it is still going to be about these junglers and where they're able to have an impact on the map. Right now, Sejuani has pathing to bot side rather from a top side start, and so it seems like once again these junglers will be converging on the same side of the rift, and it makes sense. You know, you want to help this bottom lane for sure.
I'm really curious to see what sort of output Sully can bring to the table right now, having played 6 times on the Lee Sin, this time playing with the Monkey King. He's got double buffs. He sees 2 crucial members. The flash is burnt from Rare, who locks him in place, and he flashes as the root connects. That's a first blood, and a double kill is achieved, as it's the dream start here for Pentanet.gg.
Yeah, very easy for them. One thing that Pentanet have always had going for them, regardless of the results, is that Sully has been very active on the map early in the game. Does often find himself getting those early kills, and he's able to do that exact thing in this one. as they start off nicely with a 2-0 lead and gold in all of the right places.
All of the right places is where Sully is as well right now, because he picks up the scuttle after that successful gank. Now going for an invade to take away the blue, and Rare with the game sense figures that something must be happening. The vision will spot out that nobody is nearby, going towards the lane as opposed towards the jungle mid side. He's going to continue to go towards this, but the bot lane is going to respond, and blue buff will not be taken. So wasn't able to achieve everything, Rusty, but sure achieved a lot.
Yeah, no smite there for Sully, so he wasn't actually able to secure that blue buff. Unfortunately for him, it was a nice response there from Order, but it was also, you know, a very measured and calculated play there from Order across the board. Only chooses to steal Raptors, and then crosses to topside Scuttle, knowing that his team will be able to defend that blue buff. And now he can take Krugs, get a full reset off if he would like, and go to what is already a full bottom side of camps to clear. So it's a small detail, but it is a nice calculation there out of the Order squad as a whole to enable that to happen.
Well, we're keeping our eyes fixated on top lane right now, where Swiper is finding himself a healthy 10 CS advantage, but Sully is coming here, waiting for the gank attempt as that lane does crash into tower. Is he going to decide to commit to this one?
Renekton though, Skimmy. I mean, he's got flash and he's got a free stun that is targeted. And you have no disengage on the tower, so I think realistically he was actually looking for pressure at the Krug camp and finds that it's already gone. Sully, as again, one step ahead is only, and so he does actually just choose to recall.
Gets the recall, going to go back to lane, and look how many control wards are in the inventory of Pentanet.gg right now. Every single member having multiple to their name. Vision establishment is going to be a big one right now, and this is something that they've always had as a slight advantage over Order in this matchup, so if they can utilize this to get themselves back into this one, more important, I suppose, of anything, in a composition that is so reliant on one member, they cannot afford to lose anybody.
Yeah, most definitely, and having that early vision control makes you think that they will be setting up for an early Drake take or something of the likes. You know, they keep teleport for Bio Panther in top lane as well, only expending the teleport in mid lane for get back. So it is very clear that they will be looking potentially towards an objective as soon as possible and make that play, get something going for them on the board in the way of objectives. As right now, casual farming, like mentioned, isn't the biggest deal for either team. They're very happy to be scaling up, get those first items, and even beyond that for certain members of the teams, as Order are the ones to start off this objective.
They are indeed, and it is completely blind right now. Pentanet have not been able to find a situation in which they can get in there to lay down the law of their own. They've set up very defensive control wards, as you can see in that top rush towards the ramp, and that's going to be the first Drake that's achieved here by Order. It's going to be a Cloud one, so a bit of ult reduction, which will definitely fit nicely into this composition where when those ultimates are popped, the movement speed capacity is going to find a lot of value. Every single member, really, maybe except for Senna, will enjoy that.
Yeah, most definitely. Now waiting for that next map flip, Skimmy, as is customary in League of Legends at the moment. Who will want to actually flip up for the Herald when that spawns, and will that actually be something that they consider doing? Order have been one of the teams that would be happy to trade turret plates for a Herald flip, and I think that in contrast to that, however, when you've got the Cogmore, you'd be very happy to have him farm and have him take turret plates as a trade for a Rift Herald. So the reason I bring this up is I'm not sure either team will hard force that flip. I actually am not sure who would commit to doing that one first, so I actually suspect that you'll have junglers going towards top lane, maybe look for ganks up there independently of the bot lane 2v2, as they may just both be happy soaking up experience and farm to keep getting gold in their pockets.
And that seems to be exactly what's going on right now. You can see a very good trade going out there from Biopanther's Aatrox, but both junglers are still on that top side of the map. The blue buff was now given over to Get Back to even out Azir's pressure in the mid lane as well and keep him in touching distance of the CS as Harry gets further and further away from his lane counterpart. But the jungler stay top side, always considering the fact that, you know, that Rift Herald will be spawning in 10 seconds. Can't afford to give up second objectives for free.
Yeah, we're starting to hit that point in mid lane though, where Karma gets a little bit more pressured for lane priority than it is at the start of the game. You know, just you have to throw your Qs, and it is the Athene's Unholy Grail rush here from Get Back. So his damage is actually a little bit lower than that of Hayri. And already you can see a little bit more priority. Hayri's already left his mid lane once. This is now the second time in consecutive waves where he's been able to leave, and that priority is why they're going to be starting up this Rift Herald. No response there from the opposing team. When you look at Sully, he's actually pathing towards his red buff. So once again, Order one step ahead of their opponents through the smaller details to continue to net objectives.
As you say, yeah, sorted down bot side, and both top and mid are pushed on out, so they can freely rotate towards this Rift Herald and get themselves the second objective of the game to open towards more objectives, more structures, more gold impact. As Pentanet so far are actually the ones in the lead with a 1k net income advantage. So not a bad start for them, and definitely what you want for a composition that is all about scaling.
Yeah, you'd find a decent amount of that advantage through the bot lane 2v2, I would have to imagine, above all else. You know, you can see the CS difference is pretty negligible when you look at both champions outright, but Kog'Maw being 101, Wukong having a kill as well, those smaller details can be significant, and there's also been a couple of cannons missed there just quietly from Ayla, as we were watching the bottom lane earlier. It pains me to admit things like that, but yes, those numbers actually add up quick.
Well, this could be a massive bit of punishment right now, as only Show's face in the top lane is going to burn a flash out of Biopanther, and now they can go towards this turret. If not, they're going to use the Rift Herald on this one if they're just going to look to achieve a couple of plates for free, regardless. Good pressure found on the top side, and it is going to result in a teleport being used as well.
Yeah, has to hold this one, and unfortunately, you know, that teleport's fine to use at this point in the game, unless they were looking to make a play on the opposite side of the map in bot lane, because realistically they've been one step behind on these objective takes, and Order continuing to control the map regardless of the gold difference between these teams means that there's not a lot to teleport for directly. So in a comfortable position overall here, Order through map control, and the risk is that that continues. So that was...
Oh, that's a cute little play.
Yeah, just to harass though.
Using the ward as a means of extending out that cannon, finding a little bit of poke. Doesn't really account for much at this stage, as you can see, already back to full health. Little tips like that can definitely come in clutch at the highest level.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, the ward's dead. There's a control in the bush that enables the fish to see it. So at the end of the day, he got 15 gold for it, and you wouldn't be too happy with that one in the end. Now I'm missing
Give him a free creep.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see, Rusty, given the nature of the games of last week, how Order were always looking for fights, especially when Dragon was up, and we talked about it being the curse, if you will. Whether or not that week-long break has forced them to go, look, it was a little bit ridiculous last week, maybe having a little bit too much fun, forcing fights at the wrong time. Regardless, this game is definitely looking a lot better to start with, and the second attempt in the top side will result in them now completing that turret, and it's the first one of the game.
So the question that you've asked is totally fair, because we have been tracking that from Order for a little while. But the consideration is that Pentanet.gg are such a risk-averse team once they start to get to the mid-game that we don't know if we'll see that. This is a nice little take from them there super early, in Order maybe the ones to start this one off.
They will be, as Sul is going to be the one to spin to win, to lock these members up in place. Two go in place and only jumps on in. Now the center cannon comes on out to pad them up. Damage goes down, shields go up. Swiper forced to be devoured and forced to disengage. The artillery is huge right now, but Harry finds a massive shunt as he looks to take out one. He will find a first kill, and they want to connect on towards Get Back as well, which does come on clean. Both the carries get the kills. The damage is done. Dragon, well, doesn't really account for much now.
No, there is at least the trade there from Order. They're able to force that one back, get some kills, get some extra gold into their pockets for it as well. And for just a moment, there was just a glimmer of hope for Pentanet.gg, even though they were on the full disengage. The Praetors' damage was surprisingly already that high, but that's where the Tahm Kench negated the one target he was focusing, made him reassess, and then once again, Hayri is going to be there, even though a little bit late, early enough to make sure that they're able to secure those kills. So Order continuing with more forward momentum, just losing an objective in the middle there, being a couple of seconds late.
I can't wait to see Harry, you know, in the playoffs play this big again, because every time you get it, you know what you're getting, and it's just flashy plays.
Yeah, most definitely. His comfort on the champion as well as, you know, Swipe is the one who gets a lot of damage put onto him here. It is, you know, the Blade of the Ruin King build for a lot of Renekton's at the moment, so very squishy. But of course, Hayri comes in, uses all of his mana to secure that kill, and then Get Back, unfortunately for him, is stuck next to Rare 7 at Ayla, the bottom lane of Order, sitting in that mist.
Just giving them that extra factor to find that initiation. Yes, only Colocma in place, but then the displacement afterwards, absolutely mesmerizing to get those two kills, then find a plate in the bottom lane as well. And now the gold lead, whilst it was looking desirable in favor of Pentanet beforehand, Order now find themselves with a 2k lead.
Yeah, and also finding themselves the item spikes here, Skimmy, in a very good position overall. 2 Executioner's Callings are going to be picked up on the side of Order. Swiper for his respective lane opponent. They've actually both got one. And then Rare, which is, you know, one of the major advantages of a Senna in general, being with a Tahm Kench, is that you can just rush Executioner's Calling. And first of all, you're an AD champion in the support role, which is hard found. So it's a very efficient item for him. And then, of course, you've got long-range damage that not only procs the Glacial Augment with your Q, but applies the Grievous Wounds. And you're against that Kog'Maw who wants to heal through everything. You're against a Karma who has a heal on that shield. And if the Aatrox gets into the mix as well. So it's a very efficient pickup for them. And you would say starting to become very powerful across the board. Not to say that PGG are weak by any means. They've actually had their item spikes for their first items for a little while.
Yeah, and we've yet to see one of those full team skirmishes. We saw a glimpse of what potentially could take place, but in a choke spot like that, very hard to maneuver yourself and set things up quite nicely for the AoE collapse. But now we're going to see the team look to group themselves up with the duo now sitting in mid, turret style if you will, and wanting to respond back to Praetor. And you know, you look at this item build for the Kog'Maw, you go, yes, the Blade of Ruin King is there, fantastic, but every single item spike, every single time you see another dagger come online, you just start to get a little bit more concerned and thinking, you know, there's a moment in this game where he can literally 1v9.
Yeah, it's one thing to have a Blade of the Ruin King, but the second there's a Guinzu's on there as well, you've got your W active, you're just a powerhouse, you're frightening for anyone to go near, and this does come back to the point about Swiper being a pretty fragile build on the champion now. Renekton, pretty much prolific Blade of the Ruin King user all the time. Kog'Maw's just going to cut through him, just going to tear through his health. It's going to be no problems whatsoever, and so he needs to be very respectful and very careful with his engages and with his forward movements towards that Kog'Maw, and that's something that all of Order will have to respect in a certain amount. You know, Sejuani before the Stone Plate is there, or without a passive available, and Tahm Kench without the feast there, or the eat rather, to devour one of your teammates if they've stepped up too far. You need to be very particular with how you approach the Pentanet.gg composition, but if you do it right, then you make it work.
I'm interested to see how, as the game progresses, if Swiper's sort of role in these fights actually changed a little bit, you know, empowering his W to shred through those shields that you'd imagine are all going to be solely focused on the Kog'Maw, and whether or not that is a defining factor for them to, you know, expose him in those back lines and really split him apart from the protection that the squad offers. So it's going to be an interesting game. But regardless, Order will find utility in the mid lane. They drop the Rift Herald a second time, unable to take mid lane turret, however, but definitely within critical numbers.
Yeah, that was a force in mid lane for sure. I don't know if the summoning of the Herald was ultimately that necessary, but it does bring numbers and bring attention towards mid lane, which in the end is all they really needed. You know, you've got Hayri playing in bot lane. He's about to teleport down there to stay there as well, because priority needs to be secured for this Drake to be taken. And so they are able to at least secure the bot lane turret. Once again, they'll go that lead a little bit longer. And Swiper just going to keep Bio occupied, make sure he can't get the Drake.
Yep, and he's going to be occupied enough to force a flash out, so he does not get rooted and placed there by the Aatrox, but that buys enough time, as you say, to secure that next objective. Order will pick themselves up an Infernal Drake to their name. It'll be interesting to see how many more of those they can get to their name to really try and even out the damage component that this Kog'Maw will offer. Obviously, the more that swing between the two of them, the longer this game will go, and you'd imagine that really does favor what Pentanet are trying to achieve.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, though, you have to be really respectful of this Azir above all else. There's the risk of him pushing. So Hayri's abilities could backfire if you're throwing an Aatrox or a Wukong into your team, but at the same time, it's a super powerful ability to push people away from your current damage output, which is very high. But honestly, there's not a lot to do on the map right now, Skimmy. We are in dead air as far as objectives are concerned, and so right now mid lane outer turrets are the only real standing objectives that both teams want desperately. But the side lane outer turrets are still there for Pentanet.gg to split push and get. So that's where the hard part comes in for them, is they're the easiest to take but hardest to get to, because Order is constantly pressuring for this turret that they just got.
Finally get it down. Mid lane has been broken. And this will mean that there's a little bit less protection for these members in blue to find that farm with the protection of those turrets. I was just thinking as you were talking there, is there a world in which, yes, obviously we know that the Azir is the major scaling component here of Order, and obviously the Infernal Drakes would benefit him just as much, but Does it get to a point where Praetor's Kog'Maw is just so damn strong that before Harry can even initiate, he's dead?
I don't think that's a fair statement that could ever exist. There is obviously going to be a critical mass point for a Kog'Maw's strength, though, to the main point of that question. Like, you know, 3 items is always going to be that scary Kog'Maw mark. It's similar to a lot of AD carry champions, right? 3 core component items, and then you're just really dangerous.
Yeah.
But Kog'Maw being with a Lulu, I would say critical mass comes in at like the Ardent Sensor being done now that he has the Mikhails already, and 2 to 3 items for the Kog'Maw where he can just kill anybody. It's nice little fancy footwork there from Rare.
It was actually one of the players that we always get a little bit of excitement when he's ever on the Rift. Always giving us something to behold from an entertainment perspective, as Ayla is quite content now, prepping bot wave, pushing things on in and giving himself up in that CS. Obviously has the Dead Man's Plate, one of the major items to make this Tahm Kench work. But he's going to buy themselves some extra time. You're talking about that lull state of the game right now. Well, 30 seconds on Baron. Another 2 minutes until we've got this next Drake. Very slow game, and it's kind of what you expected from a match that features Pentanet. Only 2 kills for both sides.
There is, honestly, if they are active on the map, you should just gasp in shock. They're always super patient, they're always super passive. If they're ahead, if they're behind, if the game state is even, they tend to play this mid-game very cautiously. And it's frustrating to deal with for a lot of teams. You know, if they do all of the macro moves correctly, if they play the map appropriately, it can be frustrating to deal with. And that is actually a big part of why that you can make forced or unforced errors, more importantly, and give an opening to a team like Pentanet or GG who are just patient and able to find the right moment if they pick one at all.
Well, patience is one thing, and sacrifice is another, as Order, despite all this, do manage to find themselves with 4 turrets taken down to none. So definitely find themselves with lots of different openings to exploit the map, to get some deep vision, to really control where these gank attempts may take place and where they to set themselves up for a potential objective contest. They're going to find themselves a stable 4 to 5k lead. It's definitely been like that for the most part now, so major items are online for the people that do need it. So we start to wait, really, to see exactly where the priority goes towards. There have been some pings that have gone towards the Baron, but you'd imagine that the sole priority should be the major focus right now.
And hitting a lead of this amount, it goes without saying that you should be able to hit your item spike timings faster than that of your opponents, and that's really the key feature of a game of this pace. You know, Order are pretty much matching the tempo of Pentanet. They're happy to play slowly, but they are still the ones pressuring and with their front foot forwards, looking for these plays around the map. They're the ones who've broken all the turrets, like you mentioned. And so if I look at them and say, well, once you get your 2 item spikes, it's before that of your opponents, or once you get your 3 item spikes, it actually is there before your opponents, and that's when you start to force for these objectives. Both teams very fast at doing Baron, if they look towards it as an example. And so hit the item spikes that you need, and suddenly you just force at the Baron before your opponents are ready, and see how it goes.
Well, obviously, Rare will have that vision denial with the Umbral Glaive, making it very easily to one-tap those wards. And now we do finally have that second crucial item online with the Ginsus for the Kog'Maw. Ardent Sensor will be a little bit away, but Mikhails will give them that reliable CC, so no QSS, no Summoner Cleanse necessary. But this third Drake looks to be going ahead for free right now. Water will find themselves with 3 to their name. You start to wonder, what is the point in which Pentanet decide to force this fight out? 22 minutes into this game, you're looking at 30 minutes onwards as a situation in which these members have these major spikes, but the amount of structures that have gone down now, 5-0. Order playing calm, playing relaxed, definitely playing confident.
Yeah, and just taking what's theirs. You know, no response from their opponents, so no concerns to really reinvent the wheel or change what's happening in this game. There's always going to be the concern of your opponent scaling and hitting some kind of point of power, yes, but your lead right now is very large, and you should just be pretty confident in continuing to play it the way that you are and look for that next big step. You've got 4 minutes on the clock before the pressure is on Pentanet.gg more than it is on you if you will Order. So that's 4 minutes to perhaps just get vision control, play the blue side quadrant of their map, and maybe get some picks. And if you don't get picks, that's fine, because the ball is still in your court to set up vision control and look towards both objectives that will be ready in 4 minutes.
Well, we talk about the scaling component of Kog'Maw again, but look at how well Harry is playing on this Azir. He is slapping the CS per minute right now, nearly at 300, only 23 minutes into this game. He is definitely giving Order a reason to believe right now with the gold income that they have. Definitely meaning that it's incredibly scary, right, for Pentanet to find that situation, to assess when they should be looking for those team fights, to decide when is the moment for them to engage. And, you know, Order utilizing their vision control, we're going to clear things out. There's also the saving grace of the scuttle being available for them to see any sneaky Baron attempt, but no, Order are running them around the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, they've just given Hayri so much free time to farm. He's doing incredibly well. Like, all credit to him. You know, 300 CS at 24 minutes is super fast. Like, he has absolutely nailed the CS. But even looking at top lane difference, there's still a 40-odd CS advantage for Swiper. And bot lane's even. And the thing is, Order, while they are pressuring this Baron, they'll back away. They have been playing their side lanes much better. That's the difference right now. When you compare to what Pentanet.gg are doing, they're actually the ones playing as a group if they can and protecting their cog more as Suli's caught.
Sully is caught. He's in a bit of trouble right now. He's going to fall on down for free. No smite, no chance. Wrong place, wrong time. This is a bit of a disaster right now for Order because they needed to contest something. Baron is definitely available and that scuttle is just about to expire, if not gone now. Order in a situation where this should be definitely the start of the end.
Yeah, so the big strength is still there for Pentanet.gg, but one of their two frontline members is completely missing Order. They do this very quickly, so you have to check sooner or later if you're not afraid. As Swiper is teleported.
He has indeed. He's looking to make things happen, and as it stands right now, they are there as a zoning tool. A two-man completion on towards that Baron. Order hot in a driving seat. Abyssal Voyage comes on out to catch out Bio right now, burning out that flash, going to juke out the Sejuani slow. Members disengaged, someone is utilized. Order with all the cards in their possession.
Yeah, Order definitely in the driver's seat. Once again, no response from the opposing team of Pentanet.gg. Sully just gets caught. And then that's it. Baron's secured. And it was an Order that had control of the map already before Sully gets caught. So that pressure to face check is obviously a factor here. And I mean, comparing these two teams, you wouldn't say this is a battle for the potential of 4th place in the standings, would you? You would say that Order just seem to be outclassing their opponents right now.
Absolutely. They are definitely not afraid of what their opponent has drafted against them. They had an idea themselves. They gave away priority picks that are definitely very desirable on this current patch. And they said, we don't care. You can have that. We've got our own idea of ourselves. And obviously, as you said, Spawn very vocal about the strengths of the Wukong. And we wonder what their response would be. And so far, it has been fantastic. Now we're going to see a glimpse of the Kummer engagement. The shield goes across all 5 members. Sully rocks on up with a spin to win, blocking up only, but not enough as he disengaged away cleanly. Senna with the cannon to keep these members in place as the TP comes out from Ayla, but without the Abyssal Voyage, very hard to collapse on them. And all the meanwhile, Baron buff empowers the bot lane as an inhibitor is now being threatened.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They don't need to actually collapse in mid lane. They just need to keep them there, route them, take the long way towards bot lane where the turret's already being taken. And now they pressure mid lane while they're pressuring top and bottom at the same time. And they're breaking the base. That was the one punch from Pentanet.gg. And it swings and misses.
Completely misses there. As you say, 3 lanes pushed in right now, and Pentanet a little bit stunned as to where to respond. Strongest is 5, but being split up like this is definitely hurting them. An Order with the patience, utilizing the Baron buff to empower the cannons to slowly whittle that inhibitor down. It will fall. Ellison topside working towards that second inhibitor turret. And Swiper is still sitting strong in the bot side too. Pentanet, incredibly paralyzed right now.
Yeah, one inhibitor already broken, the second one sure to follow very soon. You've got Swiper still pressuring bottom lane at the moment. This lead that they have is only growing further and further. It's up to 10,000. And really, desperation's just been and gone for Pentanet.gg. They have to do something, but they're being engaged on.
They are indeed. Only jumps on in. The shield goes out. Panther looks to lock in place, but the Miz are frozen. It's like the ice caps melting because they are falling on down. That's 1 kill already. They look to find a second. Oh, Sully's gone. He's absolutely deleted. Harry finds that and makes sure that the Nexus turrets will fall on down. And Order don't mince their words. They kept their damage as Harry jumps in because he wants to look good on that one. A flawless performance by him from start to finish. The game is said and done. Order securing themselves with the most desirable of 4th place spots into this playoffs. They are definitely a contender coming into the gauntlet run.
Yeah, that was what, 27 minutes they're able to win that one. Order. Very comprehensive, very easy for them, and start to finish they had the advantages. The only time the Pentagon the GG looked like they were in the race was with the double kill in bot lane at like a level 3 gank. That was it. And from that moment onwards, and it's crazy to say this, but like only got a 1 camp advantage, got a slight tempo lead, and then from just that, they were able to get a dragon, transition to Herald. He was always 1 camp behind, and it felt like Auto were not just 1 step ahead, it became 2, and then the game just exploded.
It exploded just like that, as you say, and now Order in a very comfortable spot to round out the rest of Week 10. Pentanet, back to the drawing board for them. The race for that coveted 5th spot continues, and we're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, Week 10 continues.
And we are back, and so is Order. Congratulations to the boys from Melbourne for locking in the 4th seed. Spawn, I assume you want to take most of the credit?
Absolutely. Nothing to do with players on Summoner's Rift, Nick. As you know, that when a game plan is that concrete, you can't help but win. Nah, in all honesty, that was a good game from the guys. But I feel like that was more of an indication of where Pentanet is at. And Rusty, you obviously casted the game, but I feel like that's not the most organized Pentanet we've seen on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, not at all, man. I mean, first of all, that's their 6th defeat in a row, so they're having a very bad patch, and this is not the time to be having that bad patch, so it's going from bad to worse for them. But yeah, like, they started okay, and then they hit that, you know, they're always slow in mid-game, like, there is that point, but at a certain point, and with certain comps, you can't do that, and you have to really change the way that you're playing to cater to your opponents.
Look, that's true, but the important thing is that their GM Petey still talks a lot of trash on Twitter, so he's keeping the memes alive online at least, if not on the Rift. Now, given all the spiciness that has happened in this broadcast so far today, we actually missed the title sequence, which I teased 1 or 2 seconds ago, and then we ran out of time to play that before the next game. Patch Notebook, our editor Kent, has been working so hard all week on these title sequences, and then we don't even play it for Seg 1 when we're talking about 10.7. So please, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the title sequence for Patch Notebook.
I wrote you every day for a year.
So join me.
What the?
That was
So patch 10.7 is obviously the one we're going to be playing the OPL finals on. It's got remade fiddlesticks in it. We already went over it. Thematically cool champion, but not a great kit, we feel like, for pro play, although it could be really fun in solo queue. Big changes, however, are coming through for Akali, who has always been an OPL favorite, as well as Ivan and Rusty. Now you can actually speak. Your man's back on Summoner's Rift. How are you feeling about the Ivan changes? I was maybe a little bit too negative.
Yeah, I think as far as changes go, they're good. Like, Ivan is always going to be one of those champions that I think is, like, in a weird way, is kind of like a stat ball. You have to be able to play the game properly, of course, but, like, at a certain point, he's too strong and will do too much with what his kit provides. And then if you nerf it, he doesn't do nearly enough. So Ivan is always going to be close to being viable. But first of all, no one enjoys playing him in competitive. Having been a coach, I can confirm very few people enjoy even wanting to practice the champion, and your team needs to really know how he works to make it work. I have a question for you, though, Sport, because I've looked at it. I haven't played it yet. Galio, did you see the changes?
Yeah, so now he gives a small magic damage shield to everyone within his ultimate. I think it's really good. Honestly, I think that if you run like double AP topside and they counter with Galio, like I was saying, the best counter pick to it is Nico at the moment, and certainly will lose the lane, but triple AP topside is very hard to play around. So I think, you know, Galio is one of those champions that always seems to be competitively viable just because of how good AoE taunts and, you know, the semi-global protection is. So I have been fiddling with it a little bit. Obviously, it is a quality of life buff, but I don't know if it's enough to like shove him over the line like the old school AP changes were.
Okay.
Rusty, do you want to counter?
No, I just wanted his opinion on it, because I thought that if it's a shield like his W passive is, then it's actually like pretty crazy, and it lasts for 5 seconds when he lands. So like if it lands and if it works, like that's actually potentially huge. But yeah, no, he said what I was thinking realistically. Like there are set conditions for it to even work.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
The thing I'm excited about though is if tank junglers keep coming back, my boy will eventually get a run at the moment. I swear he's coming. Kane has one of the quickest clears in the jungle. He keeps getting quality of life buffed up. And no one's touching him, Rusty. The latest one was he now transforms much quicker. I can get 7.5 minute transforms consistently in solo queue, which is ridiculously fast. And I don't think people will play blue Kane like I do, but red Kane with things like Yumi, with things like Karma, with how much life lease he has, with new Death to Dance, I think can actually be a champion nowadays. Like, he's not a champion until he gets transformed still, but I think in comp you could get it like 9.5 minutes, and that should be quick enough for how quickly he jungles, because he does jungle in normal form really, really fast.
God, yeah. I mean, I was always an advocate of Kane. If you can make that work, then it's brilliant. Like, if you can get the transform after you have the jungle camp lead, then it's just a nuts champion. So, if you're getting 7.5-minute transforms, that's just objectively broken. Like, the second you transform, you're the strongest person on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. If you transform at warrior cooldown, like, you're insane. So, maybe look out for him if things like Sejuani, things like Zac start popping their head up again.
The real winner, buff-wise, from 10.7 is, of course, the OPL title sequence game, because you ask for a title sequence where it's just the poster of the notebook and it says 10.7 on Rachel McAdams and it has the OPL logo over Ryan Gosling's face, and they give you that plus so much more plus a sex tongue coming out of my mouth. So that's an exciting buff, which we're all lucky enough to witness here tonight, and hopefully we'll never ever have to see again because it will haunt us forever. Audience submissions, by the way, for the 5-stack, the 5 champs that you would want to become OPL casters. Persephorus, of course, the man/woman/ whatever, animal, human, whoever you are, who submitted the question. Eco for the fast-talking play-by-plays, Sonia for the music DJ, Nocturne for the player interviews, Aurenia for your game knowledge to support Eco, and Draven for your head caster since he already has the skin. Lady Dubsy says, I painted the Gragas, so basically I'm OPL's 5th casting member. And I think that's true. Lady Dubsy, you probably get shouted out more than anyone on the broadcast. And then Stovey said, Fiddle would be good because he can mimic things. And that's really all we're looking for. That's basically entirely what casting is, just repeating what the other person said, but taking 15 to 20 seconds longer to say it. That's color caster, right, Spawn?
Yeah, you know, Nick, the way I would describe color casting in a nutshell is you have to be able to articulate kind of what your other caster has been able to say, but across a longer period of time. The general time span that you want to be able to do that over is a good 15 to 30 seconds. So, in a sense, you are correct that that is what casting can be about.
The man can't turn it off. He cannot turn it off. He is a professional until the very end.
That was very well done.
Very well done. Speaking of very well done, Direwolves versus Chiefs. Next game coming up.
Banger.
Off the plate. It is a bit of a banger, isn't it?
Do you know why it's a banger?
Rusty,
Because oh, sorry. I just have to go real quickly.
Go. Tell the people why it's a banger.
It is such a banger because Direwolves at the moment are so confident that they're willing to put their social media manager on camera in a dirty jumper to trash talk other teams. Like, Toby, shave and clean your jumper before you do your trash talk videos. That's all I'm saying, buddy. Rusty, why is this game actually good?
I mean, it's pretty obvious, first of all. Chiefs need to keep winning if they want to keep outright first place. Of course, if both Legacy and Chiefs continue to win, the last game of the split will be against each other to determine that. And as far as speed humps in the way go, this is a monster of one. Direwolves are a very good performing team. They have had some hiccups, however, in terms of performances. But a couple of interesting things there. One is that they've changed their starting support, and so this is a banger for that reason, as it looks like it's going to be Cupcake playing instead of Decoy, and that always gets the support heart deep within me very excited to see what he's able to bring out onto the table.
However, last time we saw Cupcake play was against this very lineup, Rusty, and they were playing Tahm Kench into a perfect 1-3-1, and then Cupcake called for a mid lane rotation on a Rift Herald play, and his team got clean ace, 5-0. They lost 2 mid lane turrets, and they got their head pounded in. So it's not like Cupcake does have a good track record against this lineup. They had a huge early game lead, but they did lose out to the team fighting prowess of the Chiefs. My big concern is there is a big difference between playing solo queue and scrims to playing actual OPL games. We've seen Cupcake 3 times now in the OPL for the 2020 season, and he is going up against Korea CK, probably the best support in the league, I would say, at the moment. So this is going to be a big test for the Direwolves.
Absolutely. A big test for the Direwolves. A big test for the Chiefs. As Rusty said, if the Chiefs and Legacy keep winning, then we're just going to see them at the Grand Finals for Split 1. But if someone drops a match at any point over the next few game days, then we are really up for a spicy finals because there are a lot of teams nipping at their heels. But let's not wait too much longer to get into game number 4 of the day. This day whipping by, thankfully, and when it comes to tech stuff, but not so thankfully when it comes to just enjoying some League of Legends broadcasts. It's time for Direwolves versus Chiefs, and it's time for the Macca's Champ Select.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Takes place right now here at Spawn. It's Direwolves taking on the Chiefs. It's Chiefs as strong as ever, right? They're full 5-man starting squad with all the highlights that you mentioned before, especially with Career CK. Echo that same statement as well. But then to bring in Cupcake and say, look, let's bring you to the highest stage possible. Let's see what you're made of. Let's see if you're a pick that we can utilize when it comes into those best of 5 series.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? I think it's about getting a couple of games under Cupcake's belt before that 5v5 starts, because I don't think Direwolves can actually catch Legacy or the Chiefs anymore. It would require something monumental. They are 3 games behind right now, Skimmy, so it's about, you know what, let's find our best starting 5. Cupcake, now that the league is online, doesn't have the pressure of leaving university, goes to the University of Auckland, so travel was really, really difficult for him. Doesn't have to live in a gaming house, he is a little bit older. So I think, you know, things are lining up for Cupcake. And whilst he did lose the game that they played against the Chiefs Esports Club, which I am trying to pull up right now, so bear with me, I think that he is certainly one of the better supports in the region that has ever been produced. And obviously that's big praise for the man. So very excited to see him back playing some good League of Legends.
Yeah, that'd be a monumental moment for that to take place as we see exactly how these bans go on through. It'll be an Orn LeBlanc and a Philios taken away here by the Direwolves as we wait for the Chiefs' final ban. They've gone for the Wukong and the Syndra. So already 2 fantastic mid laners. We've seen a very high priority on those already today. And the Wukong, one of those interesting picks, right? You either let it through if you have an idea, like I guess your guys did yesterday, or in the game before, sorry, with Order managing to outplay that one. And the final ban will be the Olaf. So what's up for grabs? It's going to be a first pick set.
Yeah, and the thing is I just don't think Wukong's very good. If I put all my cards on the table, right? I think that he's kind of been a little bit overhyped. He is one of those champions that needs to get gold. So he's a good counter pick in my opinion, but if you blind pick him with the hopes of putting him in the jungle, he really is just a CC bot. I feel like you can't get enough economy on him in the jungle to make him worthwhile. However, a pick that is good in 3 different roles, maybe 4, and Chippies plays it like a master, is set. I think that leaving that up and available for Chippies is really asking for trouble. I'll see what Thean wants to counterpick it with. Maybe it is going to be something like a Renekton, which we've seen already. I think Order tried to do that against the Direwolves, but they still lost. Chippies is really a master on this champion.
Yeah, and I mean, Chippies has definitely displayed that he is very comfortable in this as well as the Camille. Only played Olaf in the top lane once in recent weeks, and that's where the Chiefs decide to go for. So they decided to, deny that away from them. Potentially, once again, another idea of, we believe we can take on this set. We have a response to it, but we don't want to run up against a composition where it can just run us down with that Ragnarok. And once again, it's going to be Katsuri with the misfortune. The guy always gets one of these top 2 AD carries and always puts in the work.
And the thing about Katsuri, right, is the Chiefs have so many weapons, but people are going to have to start looking at Robin, because you look at Katsuri and it's always that. It's like, he does so much on the top 2 AD carries. He does so much on the top 2 AD carries, but you have 3 bans. Like, you can get rid of 2 of those carries. You can really force him into a difficult situation. Yeah, I think Vital is the best AD carry in the league at the moment on current form. Did have a bit of a poor weekend last weekend, but I think, that notwithstanding, has had some very stellar performances. So I'm not surprised to see the Direwolves throw the gauntlet in that area, but I think that in best of 5s and going into the final series, Chiefs AD carry does need to start being pushed. He's the youngest member of the team, and I think that he's the most inexperienced, apart from Career CK, obviously. I would like to see teams try and bully him around slightly more.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at his roster right now, he's only been forced to play the likes of Ezreal and Lucian once, right? Yeah. So definitely in the best of 5, I feel like the ideas that are going to be formed for that are going to definitely push his roster to the limit. But he's, from what I've understood when I've spoken with him, very comfortable on these other champions. But hey, if those top 2 are up and available, why would you not, right? Why Why give yourself a harder time than is necessary? Well, let's have a look at this pick ban phase. Zillion is going to be locked on in here by Direwolves, and the response is the Karma. So already 2 hybrid supporting mages, if you will, that can be flexed either to mid lane or to the supporting role. Keeps both teams
going
guessing.
mid, mate. They're both going mid. TikTok Shock on the clock. When Shock first came into the OPL, he was known as a Zillion one-trick, actually. It was his first one-trick of them all. He really is one of these players that will spam out games. Obviously now known for his Cassiopeia, his Urgot, his Mordekaiser, things like that. But his Zillion really was where it all started for him. And Claire, I don't know if you've been watching the Chiefs highlight footages of Claire and Croc duoing together, but they have been playing Karma plus Gary jungle, and Claire pretty much is Croc's support player. And he just runs around and does what Croc tells him, and then Croc kills everyone. So that's why they're banning away things like Graves, things like Kindred, because you do not want to give the duo, you know, hard carry jungler plus supportive mid laner. It's just too hard to deal with.
Well, what was it we saw last week? He went in the Graves against Gravitas, and he was literally 1v9ing, right? You know, the guy was like 9 kills into the game, dashing over Baron Pit and like, I will kill you. In a game where, you know, the rest of the team were a little bit, you know, content with just pushing waves and whatnot, he was definitely making a name for himself, and I think that's really been the identity that Croc's brought to this team from the very get-go. All about, I can do this, and this is, as you say, so many, it's almost like a Hydra, right? This is like so many heads, you chop off one, but there's all these other threats always coming at you from every angle.
That's not what I expected, however. He's gone for a Trundle, a little bit of a supportive jungler pick from Croc. Unless we say something like a Trinity Force, but I'm not expecting it. I'm expecting this to be like a full support Trundle being picked up in the jungle, and that feels a little bit more like a Protect the Katsuri comp coming together now. And I was going to mention the fact that the Chiefs missed a ban here. I would have said they would have loved it to go towards something like a Varus. Obviously, a Varus doesn't get picked up here, and it's going to be something more like the Callista. It's not as big of a deal. And whoa, that is just so much scaling on the Direwolves lineup. I really like Direwolves deep top. It's one of those scaling comps that you look at it and you go, wow, they scale really good, but they might just win 2 lanes as well.
I mean, the Callista Tower, we've seen it once today, but we've seen what it can do on the international stage, and it is dirty. Vital's actually not played the Callista just yet. He's played a lot of different AD carries. Bear in mind, his roster is 8 AD carries deep, so he's definitely not afraid to flex his mechanics on multiple different in that roster. But the Callista Tower interaction will be an interesting one, and one that will definitely showcase what Cupcake brings to this team.
And this is going to be interesting. We've got a hard 4 comp. You know, when you have a look at Karma plus Nautilus, Trundle and Misfortune, that's a really good 4, but Akali is an independent champion. She either wants to be looking for deep flanks or wants to be in a side lane split pushing, versus the all-out 5v5 composition of the Direwolves. That, to me, tells me that if Direwolves get to objectives first, Skimmy, if they're the first team on Summoner's Rift, then they're going to do a lot of damage. It's very hard to face check them. Once they're in, it's very hard to pull them out. They've got double invulnerability on their comp. They've got so much consistent damage, right? So Chiefs need to play a good game here. This composition, I would say, favors the Direwolves. We've said that teams keep picking teamfight into the Chiefs and not letting them get away with these cheeky early games. Well, this is the exact same thing one more time. Direwolves pick 5v5 teamfighting, and the Chiefs are going to have to pray for a very, very good early game.
You'd hope so. You really would hope so. And I think that you hit the nail on the head with the fact that they have so much reliability with the double invulnerability, the ability for both tanks to jump in, and then they can get the Cosmic Radiance, or they can get the Disengage, right, with the Fate's Call, or even a Zillion Time Warp, right? So there's just so many different ways for them to be sped up, to disengage, to get a second life, that it makes it that when Chiefs go in, definitely do need to find the value, and I think it, you know, really harms the ability of Nakali. We're looking for that one shot to like really run the fight, or, you know, the bullet time coming across, zoning out members, and they're forced to sort of disengage. So I think, as you say, Direwolves definitely getting a composition that really fits to them, and it all starts with the fact that Chippies gets a pick that he's very comfortable on.
Yeah, and I mean, Chippies is a catalyst for this team. It's funny, I would say there are 2 people in this game that can genuinely 1v9. One of them being Croc, he's going to be playing a Trundle. But the other is Chippies. People sleep on how good this guy is when he plays at the best. He said he had a bad weekend last weekend. I would not expect him to have back-to-back bad weekends. It just does not happen all that often.
Definitely does not. But let's crack on in. It's game number 4 of the opening week of Week 10. As we are into our second Super Week. It's all to play for as teams are looking to guarantee themselves spots in towards that playoffs. We know that these 2 teams already are in there, and they are confirmed. But it looks like the seeding as it stands, Direwolves far too far behind the top two between Chiefs and Legacy to get themselves out of that third spot. Regardless, though, it's going to be a battle of the Titans to get a bit of an assessment as to how these two teams really fare going into next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think a lot of people, now that the gauntlet is starting to look more locked in, are casting their eyes ahead. And I think that it's something that, you know, people are going to be very interested in with the upper-lower bracket format of the new finals that are going to come to the OPL, Skimmy. Sometimes some of these teams are going to lose and have a second crack at it. And that really hasn't happened before within the OPL. And if you have a look at how dominant the Chiefs have been, but in recent history have yet to be able to string together a best-of-5 victory. Split number 1, they finished second. They lost the best-of-5 versus Order to make the grand final. Split number 2, they actually finished first and then were able to go toe-to-toe with the Mammoth lineup. This is a team that might need a couple of shots at it because they are quite young, but you know what? The new final structure might just suit them for it.
We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a fantastic game regardless. And I mean, we talk about before what Direwolves have in terms of a very strong, superior composition as a rounded whole. But I think, you know, what will be the individual components going into that we really need to look at to sort of get those guys online? Are we looking definitely towards mid and jungle or elsewhere?
Yeah, I think when you have a Zillion, you play away from the Zillion until level 6, right? And you can see Miru already doing that, looking for the split map vertical jungling, trying to take away this blue buff. However, CK moving over. The patience is running out. Croc will lose a smite.
He will. Miru will take that blue buff for free, and Cupcake is there with the dazzle to prevent any form of engage, any form of retaliation, really.
And that's a steal. Because now you've only taken a blue buff on each side of Summoner's Rift. The map is no longer split, which Chippies would be very thankful of because he's cussing his team out at the start of the game, saying, how did I get split on when I'm playing an aggressive laner like the set? But now that's no longer the case. You can see Miru already makes his way back up there. Croc going to be slightly slower on the jungle clear as well. Really good recovery there. But as I was saying, you want to play away from your Zillion. You probably want to play towards Chippy's lane at the early stages, especially if Thean is going to be willing to do this. Look for Miru to get involved in the top lane, I would say, Skimmy.
Well, that's what we'll have our eyes firmly fixated on. And I think it's a nice little denial. It was definitely high risk and high reward. Gonna really stump Croc and his ability to really command that early game. Definitely going to be a bit of a XP disadvantage as a result of that one. And Miru will be able to abuse the fact that he'll have that buff online for a little bit longer for superior wave clear, for superior ability to rotate and get himself ahead to influence these lanes. But we've seen in last week, yeah, definitely Chippy's having a rough time, always being responded to in that side lane, unable to get the Dream split push to really buy himself and the rest of his squad just so much priority elsewhere on the map. So looking forward to see what can take place here. And speaking of the devil, Katsuri is forced to use the heal.
Yeah, it certainly is. 2 summoner spells are actually burnt there. CK also had to use the exhaust Katsuri with the heal. Vital and Cupcake just playing nice and aggressive in this lane early. And you can see building a wave here. No rotation going to come across as Shock Izum, so we'll decide to take a recall instead. So no turret dive going to be happening, but it's always good to get the early mental win and the summoner spell win. How are you going with energy levels, Skimmy? Are you feeling good? Like, how's your coffee intake today? You got a lot of caffeine going into you?
Mine is good, bro. Yeah, I'm onto my second. We are getting it done. Already high energy as it stands, so yeah, caffeine definitely pushes me that much further. So regardless of how many games we have to do, you always hear me at the end of the day, ready to rock and roll again.
So my fridge broke during the week, right?
Okay.
There's not much action happening right now, so we'll just talk about this for a second. So my fridge broke during the week, and I've got one of those fridge freezers. And I keep my coffee beans in the freezer because it stops them from going stale, right? So then you can get a fresh grind, you can put a nice percolated pot on. Just talking a little bit slower because Chippy's wave is pushing out. He might get ganked here, actually. Croc goes in.
Yep, coffee aside, it's a gank attempt. The pillar goes up and the flash goes away. Chippy's not going to fall victim to an early gank like that.
Yeah, that's a nice gank. Blows the flash, however. No ultimate available, so no chase there. They also now bring Miro up. I'm going to park the coffee story for now because I feel like this could be a spicy moment. Thean in the top lane is face checking. They're all in him.
They are. And it looks like he's going to fall on down. as we get the Observer now into the top side, the lane is going to crash, and that's a lot of CS he's going to miss as a result, unless...
He's not going to miss it. He is a greedy man. Oh, he is! This is the first time I've ever seen Thean fall off a creep wave like that. Normally he would be saying, Claire, get ready to teleport, because I'm going in. However, he just gives the creeps up. So early advantage to Chippies in this top lane. Counter pick aside, not working out for the Chiefs top laner right now. It's going to be a 300 gold lead.
The best start possible for Chippies. The ability to get himself in that spot, and with the pressure that Mirror provided, Claire is not going to fall victim to the bait of burning a teleport.
Yeah, so really well played there. Chippy's going to be able to maintain his TP. Claire will use his to get back to the mid lane. And what I was going to say is, so today I was like really looking forward, because last week what I did is I put my pot of coffee on at the start of the day, and then whenever we went into game, I just was able to go get myself a fresh cup, right?
Sure.
And it was so delicious. I'm a big coffee lover, and I was just like, you know what, this is what Melbourne's all about. Good coffee, casting from home, not in the cesspool of a city that is Sydney. Like, I'm really enjoying this. And I said before, like, we were doing rehearsal, and I said, hey, am I done? And the producer said, yep, you can go. I said, thank you very much. I'm going to go make myself a pot of coffee. And Jenna was just sitting in the kitchen, and she was like, oh, no. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, when our freezer broke, we just threw out all the coffee. So I've been coffeeless all day. So now I've got a headache because I'm caffeine deficient right now,
That's
Skimmy.
the worst.
Yeah, having withdrawals, hands starting to shake. It's going to be a bit of an invade coming in on the bottom side of Summoner's Rift, however. Croc will actually get that smite away.
Well, I'd hold your hand, Spawn, but apparently I'm in dirty part of Sydney, so we can't do that. We've got to keep our social distancing. So you can't have my coffee, unfortunately. I am a man of very little culture when it comes to the coffee. Instant coffee is all that I need. Otherwise,
What's your
I'm definitely off the edge.
mix of choice? Are you like a Makona?
Not so like I've got this this fancy Korean one that my girlfriend gave me, and like it's this instant sachets, and it does the job. I don't know what Koreans do, but they're on point in many different ways. And Tien is definitely taking a bit of a beating here in the top side as we talk coffee. Yeah, caffeine is the 900 IQ conversation talking point right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's going to happen until Thean has his Gunblade. And this is why we say so many Akali lanes are subject on being able to pick up that one item spike. And that's why you even bypass things like boots to get towards it, Skimmy, because your trading pattern puts you in an area where you have to be at risk of being traded back upon. And you can see Chippy's read that one really nicely, despite the Shroud, able to also land a couple more autos than usual and the big W. So really good trade there. Thean going to have to use some potions to heal up. But I would expect this side lane to become fine once Thean does pick himself up a Gunblade. And he's still up in CS despite being pulled off that wave. So the counter pick is working out. But you have to say, with this relaxed game state, with how slow Summoner's Rift currently looks, and the fact that there's also a teleport advantage right now for the Direwolves as Chippy heads towards the bottom lane, the map probably suits a comp that has the Taric as well as the Zillion. I would very much like to be on Direwolves side of Summoner's Rift right now.
I would say so as well. Yes, Cupcake has now just got level 6, so it becomes even scarier for Chiefs to try and find that engage. But they're going to look to do it anyway. Croc is going to be the one to jump in, empowered by Claire's shield. Damage comes out. The damage is complete, and Miru is going to be the first one to fall on down, but that's the power of Zillion as he gives him the revive attempt. Now Tien jumps on in, he's looking for that kill. Katsuri in so much trouble, but Miru follows him across the wall, and Tien does the damage, but Miru disengages. It's the first blood picked up here by Miru, and a second kill as Vital gets on the board as well. A trade takes place in the end as Claire finds one, and Vital is dashing, Vital is clapping, and he finds a double kill to his name. Who picks up the Rift Herald? It is Direwolves as well. It's the dream situation, just as you called.
It certainly is, and I mean, they just didn't respect the teleport advantage. You can see that they brought Thean straight to the play, but the flank that Chippies was able to get just took Katsuri out early. And everything just lining up. No level 6 there for CK. We're going to take another look at this one, and you pointed it out so well. Cupcake getting this level 6 just before the fight is going to be hugely influential. You know you can't win a smite fight here. If you are Croc, he's just tickling, doesn't even use it, instead gets a big ultimate. But that Taric ult probably saved the day. Look at Cupcake frontlining with it. Would have fallen down if not for that Taric ultimate. Instead, he was invulnerable. And Mir surviving on just a slither of health means that Claire kind of is baited in to look for the additional kills. Will ultimately have to run away through topside of Summoner's Rift. You can see it was a 3-for-1 trade and Rift Herald going across the Direwolves. Who cares? More importantly, 1,000 gold lead right now and objectives in their favor.
Absolutely, and Direwolves absolutely take those, and they brought it to Chiefs last time, and they want to look at a repeat performance in that same fashion. There's Croc shows face again in the lanes, looking to burn out flashes, and that he does. Zillion now without that summoner spell, but the fight takes place top as well. A skirmish beating both laners down to half. There's always going to be those interactions for both players to showcase the mechanics.
Yeah, and you would expect both fairly long ultimate cooldowns, so not much action going to happen outside of just a little bit trading. If Thean had ulti there, it certainly would have been a winning trade for him. However, CK marching forward, but members streaming into bot.
Out comes the depth charge, followed up by the hook and the pillar to block, and he kind of disengaged. The bullet time connects, it kills, it does the job, but he's locked in the Cataclysm and he's QQing to his teammates there. It's going to be a double kill picked up by Cupcake. The Baking Man is doing the job, the bombs are delivered, and a triple kill is achieved. Direwolves running rampant.
Yeah, they certainly are. And that was just such a well-coordinated gank because they had complete control of bottom side river. Look at the prior vision that has been set up. So Croc thinks that he's making a hole punch play, thinks that if he comes through lane, maybe they can catch Vital out. Well, they do pick up 1 kill, but 3 going across to the scaling lineup. If you are the Direwolves, you would certainly take a 2,000 gold lead at this stage of the game. And Zillion, you can't kill him, mate. If you use all your bursts on someone else, Zillion just runs around really quickly, dodges out skill shots, and has so much zone control with these time bombs. It is really difficult to handle a masterful Zillion player.
I'll throw this question to you, Spawn. Who do you think has the harder time here in the sense of, is it more on Direwolves to execute their composition perfectly with these ultimates, or is it more on Chiefs being able to find a window to try and execute between those invulnerability periods?
See, I would always say that the Direwolves comp is easier. And the reason I like Direwolves comp, and this doesn't suit a lot of OPL teams, but this is typically how League of Legends works. If you're able to get mid-priority, which when you have a look at the lineup, Vital, Cupcake, and Miru should have a lot of threat on Katsuri, especially when his flash is down, so I would say they should get mid-prior. Then you can generally get to an objective first. Then if you start the objective, Skimmy, hold the thought because big trade coming across, no more action happening there. If you start the objective and you have a tank, which they do, some healers, which they do in Cupcake, and a Callista, you can stay on the objective the whole time. The game plan has to be for the Chiefs to therefore engage on you, right? And what I'm saying in a long-winded way, if you get there first and you start the objective, the Direwolves comp is so easy. Chippies grabs whoever engages, slams them on the back line, makes room for Vital to be able to free hit anyone he wants to. If you make a mistake, Tarek brings you back to life. You know, Zillion brings you back to life. Happy days. So I really think that the Direwolves comp is easier to play, quote-unquote, but only if they get there first. If they have to start face-checking, it gets very sketchy.
Well, that is going to be what we're going to see right now, because Chiefs are the one first to the Dragon. They're going to get a second one to their name if they can get the smite across, which looks to be the case right now.
And that's why they don't go for it. You know, Direwolves know their comp is sketchy if they get their second. And meanwhile, top lane, this is going to be the all-in that we're talking about.
It is indeed. Chippies goes for the slam dunk, the Haymaker giving him a fantastic shield, but now Tien waits for that one to go out, goes for the execute, goes for the ult, and he gets the kill in the 1-for-1 trade, or the 1v1 fight.
Just when you're complimenting Chippies right now, he's been able to navigate this early laning phase. He had that big first wave that he forced the N off. He makes the mistake that everyone seems to make. Just shop when Akali has Gunblade. You need to come back with some form of magic resistance. Does not do that. Has to burn the flash as well, Skimmy, and Thean still cleans him up. You have to think how much easier that gets now that, you know, there's an extra 400 gold on the Akali and no flash available on the set.
The scary times, and this is what Tien needs to give them a bit of grace, really, as they had been quite scared when those team fights had taken place. But I suppose it really begs the question now, if they can find priority in these lanes, if they can win those matchups in the solo side splitting, then the ability to control vision and get to the objectives first for Direwolves never to really get those dream circumstances to set up becomes just that much easier.
Yeah, and I mean, Katsuri now has his flashback and available, right? So he's also going to staunch fairly hard on that mid lane wave, whereas, you know, Shock, who's currently mid lane, he doesn't have that up and available. I actually would have liked to see CK go towards that mid lane, just throw an ultimate at him, you know, see what Shock is going to do. Can they get an important Zillion ulti out before the Rift Herald fight? Because you're already just catching this top lane wave deep, right? Little things in these games, but I feel like Chiefs are pretty content. So what the end would be saying is the longer this game goes, the harder I win side lane. So it doesn't matter if we lose the 5v5 team fight. Kind of reminiscent of the Order game and many games before that when he was on the Fiora. It's like, okay, if I win the split push, why do we ever need to fight this team with all 10 members on a screen? Like, let's just, you know, give up the second Rift Herald. Let me take bottom lane and let me have a little bit of pressure on Summoner's Rift.
Well, that seems to be the case right now. Does have that teleport online, bear in mind, and is actually pathing his way up to mid lane as Set looks to do the same and go down to bottom side, but now they're going to cancel each other out. The TP is going to come out eventually from TN. It's going to make trying something happen. It's going to be rather late because the Rift is down to 1500. The Cataclysm not really finding too much, but it will secure the damage as they pick that one up. As Chippy's frontlines multiple members, TN jumps to the back line, and the smoke screen is huge. Zillion ult used first of all, and the Cosmic Radiance to follow up. This is the invulnerability window. 3 seconds that they've got to disengage from. Flashes go out, and they scurry left and right. They are split apart, and Direwolves hunt them down. The center blood is apparent. The first kill achieved, and they look to try and execute a second underneath this tower. Dazzle won't connect, but Chippies doesn't care. He makes them kiss. He grabs them in. He finds one, and Tien wants to try and be the hero to find at least one in this trade. Rough times right now.
Still has ult, right? Can he turn around and use it?
He's going to use the bullet time, but it doesn't do much. Miro jumps in, is going to fall on down. They do actually pick up Katsuri in the end, and they get the 4-5 ace. Direwolves in a very strong position now.
And Skimmy, I said, why would you ever fight at this stage of the game, right? Just give it up. But the Chiefs, they decide to fight anyway. They've made it work in the past in the OPL, but this time it bites them so hard in. That was just an absolute what across the board, right? That is going to be Direwolves going 5 for 1. They've now got themselves a 5,000 gold lead.
I like that use there, mate. That was a fantastic use of the audio box as we jump into this replay here and just see just how forgiving it was, really, for them to play with their food.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a look at how tanky Chippy is. Well, what's tankier than one Chippy's? Like, when you have to kill him twice. Oh, by the way, he's going to, you know, maybe have a Taric ultimate as well in some of these fights if they play it flawlessly. And you can see how good the comp is. When you're willing to burn every flash running forwards, Skimmy, means your comp's real good. And that's exactly what happened there for the Direwolves. Chiefs stick around underneath this turret. They think it gives them a modicum of safety, but it turns out it does not. Cupcake really tanking this turret well. And I don't really know what Thiem was thinking, right? He's diving back into 5 members with his flash. Maybe if he has it available under the turret, more room for outplay. But just didn't work out for the Chiefs and Direwolves. Once again, I called them the favourites to win the season last week, right? Then they have a poor week. If they beat the Chiefs, does that mean they go back to being the favourites again, or does that just mean Legacy is going to be on top of the world? I'm confused.
At this stage, Spawn, I really don't know. Week 9 shook things up considerably, and as far as Week 10's going so far, it seems to be a little bit on the same narrative. A week-long break, maybe what these teams needed to re-establish themselves in their respective ladder rankings, but a lot of flashes were burnt in that fight, and a lot of value was found as a result, as Direwolves are now triple in terms of kills, and really working that gold lead as well. 5k to their name, and really up to Croc now to try and find some influence. Not really finding as much love as he usually would on a tank jungler. He comes to the top lane. Right. Pillar is going to be used at the very last second as the Blade of the Rune King gets first of use. Actually, sorry, no, it's going to be the Gunblade. And that's really pretty rough when you dive a set as 2 melees. Use the grip, and he just takes you down for 3.
I mean, that was a really shocking dive. They weren't able to bring any more people there because they completely lost mid lane priority. As we mentioned, without Katsuri's flash, there's really no way they can maintain that. And at this stage of the game, they have to look for desperation engages, and that's exactly what they're going for. But Direwolves too good. They know that. They just dodge out, and they're going to take structures everywhere. Now 7,000 gold the lead, Skimmy. We're 19 minutes in. 7,000 gold is that's really a shellacking. That is so far ahead.
And it's gross considering that these 2 teams are at the top of the ladder, right? We're talking top 3 teams here. The fact that there's that disparity between them at the moment is incredible. And we talked about it in the past, right? You know, Chiefs and Legacy, they're in a league of their own. Yes, first and second equal. Then you look at other ladders, other members on the ladder and think, oh, you know, they're in their own little category. And after last week, you thought, have Direwolves maybe peaked too early on in this season? Well, they're coming to this one and they're proving everybody wrong. They are definitely showcasing that, look, we know what we're about. This composition favors us. And Chiefs are getting a little bit bamboozled as it stands.
And I said this last time Cupcake played, and I wonder how much of it is true. He sits on the team as like a coach as well as a substitute, helps Kai out. And I always fantasize about having this veteran player that coaches sometimes and, you know, plays. And you can kind of send him in like sporadically with a game plan. Like, hey, this game plan is all about team fighting. And, you know, sometimes Chippies like to split push, but what I really need you to do this game, Cupcake, is just encourage the guys that when we have our windows, when we're on objectives first, that we just team fight. And then he's never going to lose sight of that, right? Because he's one of the people that comes up with that game plan. Because that's kind of what it looked like. You know, first time they played, this is a hard 1-3-1 comp. Let's always play around time catch. Well, they made one mistake, they lost the game. This time it's hard about team fighting. And every single time a team fight is broken out, the Direwolves have either been there as 5 or not fought. And that's very impressive.
It's been actually quite enjoyable, right, to sort of see that level of discipline and to understand what this composition wants to do, and you know, highlighting the fact that Tien should not be joining that fight, and then watching it happen and seeing this sort of the aftermath take place as a result. Now, these players obviously incredibly smart and relatively, obviously, the reason why they're in this position in the league. To see the adaptation take place would be good right now for Chiefs to still put up a fight in this one. You talk about the gold lead, 7k as it stands. Chiefs will definitely have the mechanics to keep giving them a go, but it depends if Direwolves can keep finding picks like this. The double Zillion bombs lock him in place. Miru bashing on his head. The Cataclysm coming on down. And the Dazzle just a little bit too late, a little bit out of range. The stopwatch is used to negate the bullet time. And he just flags and drags out of that one. Not going to worry. Summoner heal, the only price paid.
Yeah, however, they do trade a summoner spell for a summoner spell, as well as a Zillion ult. It's on a very short cooldown right now, but any trade that you can take, like at this stage of the game when you're 7,000 gold down, is a pretty good trade in my eyes. Skimmy just buys, like, even if it's seconds longer on Summoner's Rift, maybe it's, you know, that miracle territory. With all that said and done, however, they've got complete control over this Baron area. And, you know, if we go over the checklist, mid lane priority, well, you can see right now Katsuri is sitting at his tier 2 turret trying to clear this one out. Getting to the objective first. Well, that is exactly what is happening. Chiefs looking for a cheeky hole punch play in the bottom lane. They're going to team up the Akali as well as the Karma. Both of them do have flash, Skimmy. So there is a chance that this, not flash, both of them have teleport, so there is a chance that this works, and they teleport towards Baron before it goes down. But Chippies has some rare discipline. He's going to go take himself some Krugs and not going to be baited into this one.
Well, that begs the question, right? You know, with Direwolves having such a strong advantage and being in a position where they can quite comfortably get down deep vision, get to the objective first, and set themselves up for that success, what do we need really from the Chiefs to get themselves back in the game? You've already highlighted the fact that they should be able to win these solo lanes with primarily Akali, but outside of that, are you just looking for them to go as a roaming gank squad and try and burn crucial ultimates?
Nah, I really want them to just continue to do what they're doing. They need to, you know, keep Akali bottom lane. They need to get as much farm onto him as possible. He's 184, so he's, you know, pretty okay with the clock. Needed to probably be a little bit further ahead. Rotating to that fight probably cost him 20 or 30 CS, given the fact that he died as well. But I think, you know what, keep your Akali side lane. You need to have threat somewhere on the map. Right now they have no threat anywhere. And then you just pray that your 4-man can hold. Like, it's going to have to be a mistake from the Direwolves, or, you know, maybe you get a cheeky smite from Proc when he has flash available. But at this point, you really are, you know, desperate times calls for desperate measures, Skimmy. We're on stage 3 lockdown, and that's what the Chiefs have to do. They have to batten up the hatches, and only one person is allowed out of the house at a time, and unfortunately that's Eric Harley.
Well, that's a keep an eye on where Tien decides to place his eggs in the basket, because right now he is sitting to that bottom lane, and it is going to mean that Chippies can say, look, let's just set ourselves up as that 5-man squad again, and we can keep threatening the idea of doing a Baron, and that's exactly what they're going to do now. Is it's going to result in Korea CK forced to burn a control ward and try and get an idea as to, do we force this fight? Tien, do you need to come up?
Yeah, well, right now he does, because you've let the Baron get down to 5,000 health. The problem is that's a crappy teleport ward to go to. Looking for a fight here.
Does have the movement speed to make sure that he can jump in with a bit of time. The Baron is getting lower by the second right now, and Miru is quite low in that health bar, about 25%. The Baron down to 2k health. Slam Dunk comes out right now from Chippy, says Miru's going to fall on down, receiving a Zillion ult to make sure that he lives another day.
They got
the
everything!
Baron is picked up, it's stolen by Croc, and they're going to get a full ace, it looks like right now, as they need only 2 more members, both Shock and Cupcake, to fall on down. How on earth they've managed to steal that away from under Direwolf's nose right now. There's going to be 1 more member in Shock. He is in a state of shock, and the lockdown paying dividends because the quarantine is complete.
What the heck just happened? You can see Miru sat on the Baron, went down to 15% health, had to get a Zillion ultimate, had to get Taric ultimate. Both invulnerable ultimates overlapped on top of each other, still did not save the jungler's life. The smite steal was there from Croc. And I cannot believe the Chiefs have somehow managed to pull this back. That is nearly a 5,000 gold swing. They're going to put themselves on Soul Point. How do they keep doing this?
You can never write off this team. This is the Chiefs, and we've seen stranger things happen, but the fact that now they have evened up this gold and found a fight in a situation where the ward, as you say, wasn't desirable, but the fact that Miru, those ultimates just had to be burnt so early.
Certainly did. Let's take a look at this. So Miro goes back to the Baron solo, and he's not in range of getting healed. That bullet time keeps him on the Baron solo. And you can see as the engage comes in, Miro falls to solo health, had to burn the smite to actually keep himself alive, and Croc just drive-bys it. I mean, that's really beautiful play from the Chiefs. I said it needed to be a miracle. Well, that looked like a bloody miracle. They just did not turn as a 5-man unit, caught between wanting to complete Baron and wanting to turn for the fight. You can't do two things at once in League of Legends, Skimmy. And the Chiefs teach the Direwolves a very valuable lesson.
They sure did. And this definitely blows the game wide open right now. 25 minutes into this one. It almost looked like a write-off, with Direwolves having the superior comp, the superior execution, and a superior understanding of what they need to do. The ball really was in their court, right? The gold lead, everything was looking so desirable. And Chiefs now have put this game on a knife's edge. The fact that they've now got a soul point being threatened and the ability to now push out some turrets to try and equalize what the Direwolves have done in the early to mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, Baron is the great equalizer of everything, right? If your win comp is you need to be able to split push and get control of waves, Baron makes that much easier for you. You can see big wave building on the top side of Summoner's Rift. They must be closer to items, though, because they're not willing to push this. And I also think that, you know, whilst that is a momentum changer, if the game hadn't have gone this way, right, and the Direwolves had been even at 25 minutes, we would have said, you know what, their comp still outscales. They still have a 3-item Callista. They have themselves the Zillion, who, you know, has got himself a death cap as well as that Rod of Ages. Like, they're absolutely fine with the state of the game. And I think the Chiefs realize that as well. They're not, you know, counting their chickens. They know that that team fight saved the game, but that team fight definitely didn't win the game by any stretch of the imagination. They need to be able to pick themselves up that soul, and they need to be able to take care of business here.
Well, let's give them a second chance in this game, much like the playoffs, and that mid turret will finally fall 27 minutes into this game. A blank start, a blank chance, really, at rewriting the script in this one. And we may just see a bit of a back and forth, really, as both objectives will be spawning in the next 2 minutes and 40. Establishing some control, completing final items, getting as much strength in the arsenal before that fight takes place again, and ideally not looking for a repeat.
And I love this call right now from the Direwolves. Just march it down mid lane, get full control, push them out, you know. Little bit of an alpha mood there. Show them who's boss. Hard rotation now down into Thien's lane. Let's get him off that wave as well. Let's take back all control over this area. We know we're still strong. We know that we have to fight for this next dragon. Sometimes like little plays like that actually resets the mental. When you see the Chiefs start running away, you think, you know what? We actually can still team fight them. Let's not fall into too much of a negative mindset.
Absolutely. And we can see now, as a result of that play, they are going to go back for that shop. So keep our eyes peeled onto what they decide to buy. You can see that Chippies is definitely working towards that Death's Dance, an expensive item, but one that gives him so much extra beefiness and ability to survive in these engagements as he jumps into the frays of that back line. And now Stopwatch is available here for Vital. So if it was hard to kill him before, well, he's got basically triple invulnerability to juggle around with. So definitely a lot of tools in the pockets, as it's now under 90 seconds for these crucial objectives to come online. So the game now becomes, you know, vision, really. And you'd imagine that Chiefs definitely want to go for this soul point as a priority. Is there a world release spawn in which, you know, Direwolves just rush the Baron and trade it over?
No, I don't think so. I think that you still want to just fight over the objectives that the Chiefs want at the moment. I think you can force them to go towards the Dragon and be there first. You can see that their vision's on that side of the map as well, Skimmy. So I think we're going to see a handshake and team fight. If Thien stays on a flank, there is a chance that the Chiefs win this one because he has got his items. I do want to talk about the GA, like components being picked up by Vital. Sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. You know, Easter is great because you get Easter eggs. But if every day there's just bloody Easter eggs, hold the thought.
Well, if there's Easter eggs, then there's diabetes as well, because they're going to fall down with the pain that is coming at them. Claire is forced to disengage away from that Cataclysm as Croc takes so many bits of damage towards his head. He's forced to disengage away, running straight in towards a bullet time. The wind up, the 2.5-second delay of that Cosmic Radiance is enough in the end, but they now are immune. Cupcake falls on down. Claire makes sure of it, and Chippies with all the strength is going to fall on down. That's a double kill, and Tien has run off the map, waiting at the Zillion ult, and coming in with the double.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just an over-aggressive chase. I hate it when teams do this, Skimmy. It's actually my pet peeve. When you set up all of your control on bottom side of Summoner's Rift, and then you just chase a team into Fog of War on top side of Summoner's Rift. Like, I don't understand why teams do it. They had complete control of the Dragon area. Instead, they try and pull the trigger onto the 2 tanky members while the Chiefs kite it out. And unfortunately, the punchline of the joke is if you have Easter every day, it's not all that special. But I think that, you know what, at a certain point, Vital needs damage, not more survivability. If he's with a Taric, if he's with a Zillion, that's your survivability. You know, pick yourself up, something else. You know, another Zeal item if possible. Potentially look for something like a Mercurial Scimitar instead. However, now the Chiefs get their second Baron buff of the game. It's going to be with all 5 members having it. They've also got the Dragon Soul. And this game looking very, very hard to recover now.
What a turnaround of events, right? 30 minutes into this game. If you've only just tuned on in, you would have thought this is an incredibly even game, but for the majority of those first 20 minutes, it was definitely Direwolves finding the opportunities, getting the kills, and getting themselves in a commanding spot. The fact that one Baron flip has completely rewritten this one and just given Chiefs so much momentum to find fights, it definitely changed the tune when it comes to a sense of confidence and just clarity as to, you know, where did we go wrong? What do we do?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those games where it kind of gives you confidence as Direwolves because you think, okay, we are good enough to go with this team. We just mis-executed once. But if it happens too many times, and this happened the last time the Direwolves played the Chiefs, right? You start thinking to yourself, wow, like, what is wrong with, like, what part of our game is defective where we can throw back-to-back, you know, 5,000 gold leads versus a team? Because that really does start to, you know, really you know, players. They get very annoyed with it, Skimmy. So I think this is going to be one of those games where if the Direwolves look at it objectively, they will say we could have won this game. But I think that the, you know, what ifs around the game are also pretty powerful just before playoffs.
Well, it's going to be one of those moments where I'm sure they wish the bleep is all they could have in their head right now because they are probably expletive spamming. Not sure what's gone on with this game, and the Baron buff is going to be utilized to find pressure once again in all of those lanes. Bot lane forgiven, bot lane forgotten. Mid and top is where the action is at as the 4-1 split continues. And now is as good a chance as it gets, really, for Direwolves to try and find an engage, to try and get a member off and deny that Baron buff from finding all the value that we know it can.
I mean, I think they really want Death Stance on Chippies before they look for something. Because you already mentioned it, the item is so expensive by itself, and it kind of sucks at components levels. You know, you've got to support Aegis as well as the fact that you've got a Caulfield's Warhammer. So if they could just, you know, hold on that little bit longer, maybe lose an inhibitor for it if you have to, but make sure that before this Elder fight, which is probably the last fight of the game that we're going to see, Chippies is ready to roll. I think that they would take that trade right now. I also think they're doing the right thing. They're giving all their gold towards Vital. At this stage, Shock doesn't need any more gold. He's just a Zillion, mate. He's going to be absolutely fine. They're going to lose some base turrets. Oh, actually, they go.
They just want to go in for the fight. They do not care whatsoever. Spawn. Once again, the overlap between Taric and Zillion happens again on towards Miru, on towards the junglers. He falls on down. The GA is going to be popped. The members are falling on down just like that, and it is gone. Complete disastrous. Twice the execution has not been as flawless as we came to expect. And this is why I beg the question, right? Who has an easier chance of executing this one? Is it on Direwolves or is it on Chiefs? The opportunity was granted. Chiefs are going to steal away a victory here. Hats off to them. Direwolves will secure themselves with the 3rd seed, but we won't know until tomorrow who gets the first spot going into playoffs.
Yeah, and that was a really intense game. That had the feelings of a playoff game, right? It would have been easy for the Chiefs to say, you know what, our spot in the playoffs already secured. We don't really need this one. You know, we'll just duke it out with Legacy tomorrow, get that head-to-head. But they really fought back. They dug deep. That Baron fight was nothing short from miraculous. And then to see them also out-team fight them 2 more times, Skimmy. They didn't just rely on the split push. They actually went, you know what, if you want to fight us, let's throw down. And again, a team trying to 5v5 team fight the Chiefs, who are, in my opinion, the best 5v5 team fighting team in the league. And it doesn't work. Surprise, surprise. We'll see if teams keep trying to go with this strategy.
Definitely making a case for themselves in that game, playing from behind and playing with conviction. That does it for the game between Direwolves and the Chiefs, and we have more action coming up after the break, going into Week 10.
the best team in the league, continue to be the best team in the league. Direwolves there, though, snipping at their heels, making them work for it, Rusty.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were pushed to the limits, the Chiefs, but just like Sport mentioned in the cast, they hit up that quarantine real effectively, and they were able to deal with everything being thrown at them. And eventually the Chiefs were still the Chiefs, and they got those team fights in there to get the win. But, you know, while Direwolves looked good very early into the game, their team fighting was still a little bit shaky, using those invulnerabilities in unison.
What you rubbing there,
Was that
Spawn?
lagging?
No, what you rubbing there, Spawn?
I spilled water and coffee and shit everywhere. I am really.
He loves that
Look at my shirt.
No, that's so
my God.
bad. And the stain is bad too.
And my feet is like on carpet, and now I'm just on like it's squelching carpet, Nick. It's squelching
mate.
carpet.
We need
to kill me.
We need a play-by-play. What happened? How did you spill multiple cups?
Okay, so the way this works is normally I have my keyboard closest to me and all my cups on the other side. So, like, keyboard is like closer to this side of the desk and then cups behind it. But because I've got all this new really great stream equipment, thanks very much Riot Games, I've had to move it so keyboard back, new equipment closer, and then my cups are in front of my keyboard. So I reached over to type something to my beautiful sister who is enjoying an orange juice without me and said, I can't wait to see you after quarantine is over. And then as I was taking my hands back, I just splashed everything on top of me.
No.
And then I was very explicit with my language, which I apologize to everyone in the production crew that had to hear that.
And it happened like 30 seconds before we were going on air. So that was... I mean, you cannot ask for better timing with that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it because it's just good content, mate, and that's what we're here for. We are here for good content. We're here to celebrate League of Legends, not only in the form of the professionals who play it, but also the amateurs, the unprofessionals, the improfessionals. Those of us who just play for fun, those of us who maybe do it for a job, not playing. We thought to celebrate the fact that the Eternals event is happening and you can sort of celebrate your League of Legends accomplishments in-game, that we would celebrate our League of Legends accomplishments on broadcast. So this is the League Lifetime Achievements. It's beautiful. Even without the tongue. It's
It feels like the Oscars.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, that was kind of the direction. So
I like
he
it.
nailed it. He nailed it. This is where we get to celebrate the Lifetime Achievement, the thing you're most proud of in League of Legends. And chat, I want to know from you guys as well. Send it in chat. Send it to me on Twitter @NickBoy. We want to know the thing that you're proudest of in your League of Legends playing career. If you had to stop playing today, what would be the one thing that defines you, that makes you most proud? It can be a play you pulled off, some in-game accomplishment, something external. Yeah, we want to know. And I'm gonna pick Rusty. Rusty looks proud in that picture. Rusty, what is your League Lifetime Achievement?
Oh, okay, so how far back can I go for, like, are we allowed to do off the Rift achievements?
So does that just mean life achievement?
No, like League of Legends related, just not in-game.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll allow it.
Oh, well, I mean, my lifetime achievement then is that I was the first ever team to go internationally from Oceania.
That's a pretty big
It
achievement.
was, it was my team. I was the captain of it. I made it, found all the roster. Denian was in it. He was my AD carry, so someone who still exists, the only other person. And we went to Korea for WCG 2011, I think it was, where we got the pleasure and displeasure of playing against the best teams in the world in our group, which was America at the time. North America were the best back then. I had I got absolutely owned.
Who did you play against? Did you play against Gigi or Chowster or?
Yeah, we played against GG and Chowster. There was two teams from NA that were in our bracket, so Hotshot GG, Reginald Chowstar, GG, yeah. A lot of them. That was very good. Who was it? Dyrus. I played against Dyrus. Cassided versus Yorick, which was a mistake. But yeah, no, that was super cool. It was really an eye-opening experience, which is basically what caught me the competitive bug, right? So that was my achievement.
That is, look, being the first OS team to go international is certainly, we have all been touched by your EP tonight.
This is a live. Rusty's camera is off, so I just want to do a live reenactment of what Rusty just did. He just went.
Yeah.
He set the bar this high,
than I could.
Totally. He is rubbing something right now, and it's not wet carpet. Spawn, your league lifetime achievement, please.
Come on, Nick. Come on, Nick.
My league lifetime achievement is actually, I was on the analyst desk of World Semifinals in 2016, and I was just at a little-known venue called Madison Square Garden, and I looked up, and I just saw myself on the Madison Square Garden Jumbotron with like Madison Square Garden above it. And I just thought to myself, you can probably die now. Like,
you've made
what
it.
else could you do?
You've done it.
This is it. And then it didn't end there, because what happened in 2016 Worlds, which was, I mean, it was super like nerve-wracking, but they were like, you're only casting groups. And then I was like, okay, that's cool. Like, that's great. I've never casted groups before. Then I was like, you did a really good job. We want you to stick around for quarterfinals. And then I was like, okay, this is even better. And then I was like, 2 days from going home, like, don't go anywhere. So I went to Chicago. And it's like, don't go anywhere. You're going to New York. You're going to the semifinals. And then I was like, holy shit. And then they were like, beforehand, they were like, if you do well on semifinals, there is a chance we'll use you on the grand finals. And then I got to do an hour live pre-show with like my biggest heroes ever, Deficio and Crepo. Like, they're still like my favorite casters of all time. Like, they're two of my best mates as well. Did an hour pre-show with them and Dash, who I also love to death. And then I got to walk into the Staples Center as Ignite was happening by Zed, as the cube dropped. And I also thought at that time, you know what? Like, this is insane. So
now you can
back
die.
to back, like 2 weeks in a row, like Madison Square Garden, like if you're a basketball fan, which I am, like maybe the most famous place in the world. And then like into Staples Center for the World Final. Like, I don't think I will ever feel anything like that again within a job. You definitely get it with like kids and stuff, but like within a job, that was insane.
The measuring is insane in this broadcast right now.
How much talent do we have in this region, eh? These guys are definitely best in their craft.
As someone who has worked in League of Legends for less than one split, what's your where have you gone internationally?
Well, I'm the youngest dog. Obviously, I've come into this. I've only been working for 4 months, so League is a brand new experience for me. I think for me, my biggest achievement would have to be the fact that I'm learning a brand new game, and I'm only playing support in solo queue because I'm an idiot, and I've already made it to plat elo solo queuing as a support main. So I feel like that's not too bad for you to not feel that you're hard stuck. You feel like you're justifying your position as a new addition to the roster. So I'd like to imagine that by the end of it, I want to be climbing the ladder a lot more and getting invited to a lot more games to play with Rusty, because me and Rusty have a bit of a love-hate relationship. There'll be games where we'll play and I may just AFK and I may come back. We may still win, but the narrative's already been done by that stage, and he may pretend to lag out with his internet, but I know he's still there.
So I just, like, the amount of fun that you just said you're a support mate, and let's just be clear, we were playing One for All this week. How good are other roles?
Oh yeah, no, this is the thing, right? So Rusty was like, let's play One for All, let's get you onto some other champions, get you a bit of an understanding of like the fun of this, right? And I'm playing, what do we play? We did Kiana. I went Kiana for the first time, and I was like, I like this. It feels so fluid, it feels so fun, you feel like you're having so much impact. This definitely ain't your Zyra, your Janna. You sort of sit back and let everyone win the game for you.
I love that answer. I think that there's so much respect I have for Rusty every time he salt tweets out that he's playing with you. We're going to get into game number 3. We'll come back to this after the next game. It is Avant versus Oh, no. Is it Avant versus No, it's not. It's Legacy versus PGG. Legacy versus PGG. Game 5 coming up right now.
Loving the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Our top 4 are locked in. They're guaranteed. Order have made that spot. And now it's up to Legacy to get themselves more victories to keep the score even with the Chiefs back off the victory they just faced there in Direwolves to get themselves that coveted first spot. But Spawn for the rest of them, Avant, Gravitas and Pentanet still tied on 6 and 13. Definitely all still within a shot of making that 5th and final spot.
And this is the gut check time, Skimmy, because all of them have really hard games coming up, right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to get easy, and you just have to be able to steal one of them. What you have to hope is that Legacy have put so much work into taking down the Chiefs tomorrow night that all of their practice has been going into the Chiefs, and that they're going to play the weirdest comp possible. And they've only ever run that comp this whole week, and they've forgotten how to play any other champion in the game of League of Legends. And then you might have a shot at being able to picking up this all-important victory. Because with the way the Pentanet line is going, it is not pretty at the moment. Can you order they lost 7 in a row?
I believe it was 6. 6 consecutive defeats right now, spawning multiple weeks. It's definitely one that crushes your soul, I tell you that much. And you talk about comfort picks. Well, let's put Pentanet, or put Sully more particularly, on a player, on a champion. I've forgotten what I'm saying now. I'm crashing, mate. I'm crashing. But it is going to be the Gragas. It is going to be a pick that he is very comfortable on, one that he's played a lot, one that we've seen out of him in the very first few weeks, and one that they'll be looking to find a lot of consistency coming out of. Whether or not it's first pick worthy is left to be desired, but regardless, they are going to stick with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that I actually like when Sully plays AP picks, because I think Getback has a good Aurelia. I think he plays a little bit of Yasuo. I think they were one of the teams that were flirting with Kiana earlier in the split as well, and it just gives Getback a lot more ability to be able to move. Also, if Biopanther can play AD top laners, and he's already shown that he can, it gives him the ability to go towards that. So this is a supremely comfortable draft right now that we're seeing for the Pentanet.gg lineup. They've got Zyra Khan, they've got Gragas. This is an all-out teamfight comp. They're going up against Legacy, who, with locking in the GP, confirmed that they're looking for a teamfight comp as well. And you know what? Just fight fire with fire. Go out swinging is what I say. If you can't make it work, like, go back to what was working, and that was a lot of aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you compare these two teams, it's a bit of a mismatch in the sense that, Legacy are definitely a team that don't mind playing the slow game, but definitely a team that are very good at working in the early game as well. In terms of aggression, in terms of their damage per minute, they outscale and sort of really outmatch what Pentanet bring to the table, especially when what we saw the game previously. Very content just to chill, wait around, but they wait around for such a long time that nothing really substantiated as a result of that one. So we need to see something that really gets them on the board, and Gragas is a pick, as you say, that Sully's very comfortable on and really allows him to assist the lanes and get some kills.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that what we've learned about Sully is he wants to sprint around Summoner's Rift and try and kill as many people. Yeah. And they looked at their best in the game versus Order when he just ran directly bottom lane, imposed his will on it, but then kind of went missing a little bit. And that's why I don't like Wukong all that much for him. Gragas isn't going to go missing, mate. He's going to be relevant at any stage of the game just through the utility he brings. So, you know what? Completely agree with you there. Interesting to see what they draft right now, whether it is going to be Babip's champion. That isn't Babip. Maybe it's Babip's champion. Echo. Does Babip sound like a jungle Echo player? Maybe 5 years ago.
I was going to say, definitely not the identity that I've come to know him as. Whether or not this is what Tally's been practicing.
So Tally is a big Echo player, but he used to play tank Echo top lane. He didn't really play all that much AP Echo. I wonder if it can be, picked somewhere else. They banned away 2 tempo junglers, so it could be a jungler. I'm very confused right now.
I'm glad you are, because the Gragas and the Yasuo are locked on in. We've begged for it to happen whenever the chance presents itself, and it finally does. So it's the composition that wants to make things happen. I would be incredibly surprised if we don't see any aggression take place here. Legacy say, cool, you can have it. We're going to go for the Lulu, and we're going to go for the ability to try and lock you in place and counteract that.
So Lulu top, Echo jungle, Gangplank mid. Okay. You know what? It's a composition.
It is.
Certainly 5 champions on on Summoner's Rift playing League of Legends.
I love that description whenever you're like, oh, it's definitely 5 champions on that roster. It definitely looks like a composition that can do many things. And yeah, Rusty, you're right, absolutely. I feel like, you know, the voice of God coming in from above there telling us that this is a TFT comp with the legendaries. You're talking, well, everybody, right? Isn't it? The entire squad is a legendary. So maybe Legacy stands for legendary.
Is that really what they've gone for?
The TFT metacomp.
Okay. If that's the case, then I'm out of the loop with TFT, which I'm fine with, because unfortunately I'm not enjoying my video games all that much at the moment. Skimmy, I've been tweeting about it, but that's an interesting time to go into a troll comp, because first place is still up for grabs, right? And that's an automatic buy still. So I would like to think that this isn't just a Legendaries comp, that they still have some clue about how to play these champions.
We'd hope so. I know those boys like to play TFT a fair bit, but let's crack on into it. It is Pentanet.gg searching for a win, the hardest match that they have to get themselves over that hurdle and over that hump into the likes of it. Whereas for Legacy, they are needing a win to give themselves the best shot, still a running chance to claim that first seed.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they're able to do it with this TFT legendary comp that has been pointed out to me. Meanwhile, it does seem to be a fairly similar comp from both teams, right? Team fighting bottom lanes, fighters in the mid lane. I would say that, Gangplank is certainly going to outscale. Mages in the jungle in the for both teams, you know, very good ganking ability. And then supportive top laners, which Topoon has been known for, but not necessarily Biopanther this split so far. A little bit more of a tank player than a support player, in my opinion, but we'll see whether he can make the karma work.
It's interesting for me, right, with Biopanther, because I feel like he's just you know, the flexible utilization. He will just play anything that is needed, right? Like, he's not afraid to bust out a Singed and be like, okay, you're going to have to respect Bandit next time, which I think is such a powerful threat to have as a player. And then obviously the same could then be said of Topoon, who's like, I can play literally anything, keep these guys guessing. I'm very curious to see how this Lulu pans out.
Yeah, and the thing that impresses me about Topoon is he's a really good support player, but he's a bloody terrific carry player, like, to be perfectly frank. So I think that, you know, he is, at the moment, pretty classy up there in the top lane. Sully taking a lot of damage there. Would have loved a little bit more help on that. However, goes Body Slam next, and he's going to do the full red side clear. So we'll be level 3 quite early. See whether Babip reads this, goes for a topside invade. Isles and Raze. Kind of an enigma of a bottom lane to me, because I think Raze is really good at the moment. And I think Isles is having a fine first year, don't get me wrong. He's a rookie player, so I think you have to take that. But, you know, I would say one of the weaker links of this Legacy lineup, currently, as it stands. But going into Praedyth and Rogue has been something that teams seem to have enjoyed lately. Praedyth and Rogue have kind of fallen off a little bit as a duo, I would say. Tally looking for some kegs.
I'm just looking here, Sport. I'm trying to understand really what the idea of this draft that Legacy have, right? I mean, obviously for Pentanet, you know, you've got the beautiful synergy between mid and jungle. You've then got the initiation between the duo and bot lane too. That seems pretty apparent at face value. But for Legacy, you know, Lantern...
Their comp sucks.
I'm just trying to understand, what is this comp excelling at? Are we looking at split pushing? Are we looking at buffing up Raze? Are we looking at engage?
I mean, it certainly buffs up Raze. Gangplank in itself should be seen as like an engage tool, right? So when you have a Gangplank, all you have to do is drop the cannon barrage on the back line, and they're forced to fight you because the front line runs back through it. They're too slowed down. Tally's a really good Gangplank player. Also, the fact that the W cleanses knockups means that it's much harder to execute the Gragas Yasuo 2v2, so he likes this into Gragas Yasuo. Used to even play at top lane when people hate Gragas Yasuo. And Babip can engage, right? If you speed up Babip, he flies in. With that ability right there, it's going to be able to stun people up. You can then get a knock-up. He can use, you know, a stopwatch maybe and ult on top of himself to be able to do some nice damage. So, like, there are parts of it that make sense, but you're right. There's no hard tank. There's no hard initiation. There's a couple of soft forms of initiation. I would say they have good winning lanes, so maybe that's what they're going for. Win lane, win game kind of style of League of Legends. But that's not really the Legacy style, right? I think that this is a comp where They're just flexing their muscles a bit. It doesn't have to all make sense because they're good enough players to be able to bridge the areas where it doesn't and still probably pick up some teamfight wins.
I think from a style point of view, they've definitely won this one. They've all got the relevant skins for their TFT counterparts, so I think if we're taking that into consideration, that gives them a slight edge.
Do they really have all the
discount
skins?
the effect that maybe they don't have the obvious tank. So, I mean, maybe you look at that and you think, are we playing 2 games at once and it's being broadcast? Have we just brought the TFT OPL into existence?
So, Skimmy, this game actually doesn't matter for standings, I think, for Legacy. Because if they lose here and Chiefs win, but then Legacy beat Chiefs, they would be equal. Hold the thought.
Hold the fort indeed. Getback's going to jump in and maybe not look towards that play as the situation he wants, but he's got minions to jump to, the flash to get away. And Babbitt will secure that one. He's going to fall on down as he's not level 6, but he gets the assist across the tally.
So what I was going to say is if Legacy lose this, right, they're still only ever going to fall 1 game behind Chiefs before that final game. And that means that the game versus the Chiefs, if they win, they would go back to even and have head-to-head, so therefore they would finish first on the ladder. So there is actually no standing implication for this game.
So it's all up to Pentanet.
It could just be the TF Team teamfight comp. And I've read way too much into it.
They just want to throw it off to their
5 minutes
throw it off to their viewers, their fans, and their opponents alike.
Yeah, and now, if that's the case, right, and if they've told Pentanet, you know, ban TFT champs or something like that in lobby, which sometimes teams do, the pressure's really on Pentanet, because this is a must-win game for Pentanet, right? They want to be able to get themselves into playoffs. But Legacy don't necessarily need to play with that much focus or seriousness.
It'll be interesting to see how they actually come together with this composition. It's baffled us, but it looks good. And at the end of the day, I'm sure that's really what the viewers want to hear from a top-tier analytical standpoint, as Babbitt will show his face once again in this mid lane. There won't be any vision because the control ward is down. Goes to Chronosphere to lock him in place. Get back, will juke that one. No flash. Only has the ability to dash away. Now Sully rocks up to the fight. Doesn't have 6, but is going to look to try and output a fair bit of damage. It's not going to be enough because the Get Back falls on down. Second attack and the second gank attempt is successful. And hold the phone because bot lane is now where the action is at. As Rogue jumps in, he disengages out. Creative going to utilize those feathers. The recall comes in out, but Isles will not get locked in place with some fancy flash utilization. And 6 minutes in, teams are looking for skill checks.
Yeah, they certainly are. That was really well played from everyone in the bottom lane because Exhaust was used super early, but Praetor didn't rip the feathers back until after Exhaust was expired, so he had a lot of damage. It's kind of like Callista Rend in that sense. However, it is going to be ultimately 2 summoner spells burnt for 1, but wave push in favor of the Legacy bottom lane. So take from that whatever you will. I think that Raze is a person that comes out ahead of it. He gets a much better shot, gets a BF on the first purchase. Dragon already down on Summoner's Rift. That one was picked up by Sully somewhere, so it's going to be flipped for Rift Herald from both of these teams, and we'll see whether we get some more biffo here, Skimmy.
Definitely has been, and I think Get Back is the one that's feeling the pain right now. I mean, if you look at that CS comparison, 37 to 54, he is definitely having a guts full of it. He's being the sole focus right now, and you hate to see a Gragas rock up to your lane without the Predator and without the big explosive cask.
Yeah, absolutely. And Topoon stuck around up here in the top lane. They might go for something here. You can see Engage in the jungle.
Cast goes out, but the hook lands. Down to Lantern to try and get members in place, but Rogue just says, I've had enough of this. You are left to your own devices there, mate. He jumps on out, and the killer's picked up. Spread between 3. Legacy finding the situation with the priority in their lanes.
And they're so far ahead now, Skimmy. I mean, TFT comp and everything aside, these team fights are going to start getting very difficult against a Fed Misfortune and a Fed Gangplank. And you can see that Babbitt definitely knows his way around the Echo as well, so must have been picking that one up a little bit in solo queue. He's had a very good performance so far, running the Electrocute as opposed to the Dark Harvest. A lot more early game power for him. And now with this Rift Herald picked up, following a similar trajectory to Legacy's first game of the day, I think, you know, just control from start to finish.
If I know anything about TFT, I feel as if Pentanet really needed that Blitzcrank, you know, to hook in the Misfortune or the GP, you know, just really prevent them from getting their 5-cost utilization coming online. Maybe a Zephyr to impair their damage, but not able to find it right now. So the TFT cosplay is working in full effect, as you say. Legacy are up by 2k gold and quite happy with themselves 10 minutes in.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know Zephyr used to exist in League of Legends as well, not just TFT?
So run me through that, right? So how does it differ in, or how did it differ in the actual game itself? Was it the same?
No, completely different. So Zephyr in TFT removes a champion from the board for the first 5 seconds or whatever it does, right?
Yeah.
Zephyr in League of Legends was an attack speed item that gave 10% cooldown reduction, a little bit of AD, and tenacity. It was one of the only items outside of boots that gave tenacity. There was another support item that gave tenacity as well. It was when Riot really wanted to diversify build path, right? And tenacity was like just seen as OP. So they wanted to take it off boots, allow other boots to be picked up, since their merc traits have been nerfed. So that's why we don't see it as much. But it was a really unique item, and 80 carries used to sell their boots all the time late game and pick up a Zephyr, which I think was like a 3,200 gold item. And it was, yeah, it was really cool.
That was your 6th item. Goodbye, Zeal.
No boots, 80 carries.
Well, I mourned its loss, but I appreciate the history lesson as we see what's happening in this game. It's one with not really much to talk about, quite honestly. It's been Legacy running around the map, finding kills and finding damage. They've obviously taken down the turrets, but are going to utilize that Rift Herald to get damage done in the top lane as well. And, you know, we've yet to see Pentanet find a situation where the 5 members come together, unleash the wombo combo. We've seen it once before, but that was in games of weeks past. So waiting to see them pull the plug and not fall victim here.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that teams have kind of figured Pentanet out a little bit. Pentanet as a team, when they're behind, really likes to split the map on you quite heavily. So you could see that as Rift Herald was on top side of the map, they went very hard bottom lane with their duo. They're trying to take as many turret plates as they could. That's why Gangplank makes a lot of sense in this composition. He just dropped the ultimate, cleared out the wave, and it wasn't an equal trade at all. All 5 plates going across the rays, only 2 plates actually going to Praetor. And you can see that really starting to rear its head in the item discrepancy right now. He's 20 CS down, he's 3 turret plates down as well as the completed turret. Maybe they go here, however.
Well, this would be good, and that's the wombo combo we look to see, and Tapoon is deleted. The hook won't land, but it does buy himself enough time to force Legacy to go off the Drake, and now they themselves can waddle in and take it for themselves.
And Skimmy, in League of Legends, you cannot do 2 things at the same time. We keep talking about it, but if you try and hit mid lane wave and get it to crash into the turret and do Dragon, you're leaving one of those groups in an area of weakness. This time it was going to be Topoon and Tally. Tally flashed, Topoon did not, therefore Topoon falls down. And against the flow of the game, Pentanet able to pick themselves a second Dragon.
Second Dragon, and it will be an Infernal Rift. So Legacy definitely with the ability to get themselves online later in, if the game were to go that long, and definitely add to the strength that their ultimates present.
Is that the
yeah.
4th Infernal Rift of the night?
Pardon?
How many Infernal Rifts have we had? I feel like
I would like to say like 3 or 4. I know it's 3 at least. There's been a lot, right? We've not had a single ocean.
Don't think we've had an air either. I reckon they've all been Infernal. We've had really good dragons today. Like, this is another game where you start with air and mountain. Probably the 2 best to get off the board. I like League of Legends. Like, that's the thing, Skimmy. I'm really not enjoying playing games at the moment, but I'm really enjoying watching people play games. Do you ever go through moods like that?
I do.
Where you watch a streamer, and you're like, wow, I'm going to play that game. Then you load it up, and it's like, it's just not doing it for me. And then you go back to watching the streamer, and you're like, why did I not enjoy doing what this guy's doing?
You know what's interesting for me? I feel like as soon as I got into like esports as a job per se, right, it kind of like changes your perspective of games from being a hobby as to more of like this is now a job. And then whenever you're looking at a new game, you're like, does this have esport potential? Does this have the ability to, you know, be a potential job, right? And it kind of like spoils it for me. I don't know if you share the same opinion, but like whenever I look at a new game now, I find it very hard just to like chill out. And like sometimes you just want to play, I don't know, like The Sims or something, right? You just want to relax and just chill in bed. But like, well, where's the competitive nature in this one?
And that's what I was saying to people. I'm so competitive with video games that they're like, oh, just play like a Final Fantasy or like a JRPG with a cool storyline. And I'm like, I will do that for 5 hours. But then if I don't ever go back to it, I just feel like I've wasted 5 hours. So maybe the exact same thing you're talking about. However, dive in the bottom lane.
Diving in the bottom lane is where the action's at. Praetor going to use the Featherstorm very early on to not fall victim to the CC. The teleport's coming out. It's going to be a 4-3 dive right now. Praetor flashes in, but flashes to his grave. Ray's going to drop the turret aggro. Rogue going to fall down in quick succession as Tapoon juggles it. Second auto flashing on out. Didn't need to, but he survives regardless. Babbitt back to take this tower. 2 kills and a turret of boots. Legacy really stomping their authority on this game.
Yeah, really just showing how strong they are. You know, that's a clean turret dive. No one falling down. 2 members. They also get a teleport out. This is a really nice early ultimate from Praedyth because he gets him out of danger without having to burn the flash. Only had to use the heal. You see right now, he also kites back towards his team, gets a really big rip, but of course, Raze has too much support there from the rest of the lineup. And this is where, as you mentioned, it's really good juggling of turret aggro. Not sure that the flash was needed either, however, staying healthy in a turret dive in case someone's rotating down, always a good thing. And Legacy extend their gold lead to 5,000 at 15 minutes. Again, their gold differential at 15 has really been approved over this weekend, Skimmy.
It really has. I mean, they've definitely showcased that they are one of the top contenders, and there seems to be a very, big disconnect between some teams and others that sort of not only win lane, but they are able to get, first bloods, first towers, first objectives, and then really snowball that as a result. So I'm very curious to see if these, identities stay true going into playoffs, or if people look to try and reinvent the wheel and keep their opponents guessing. But for this matchup in particular, worrying signs, right? We've only seen really Pentanet able to find one clean initiation with the 5-man squad, and that was when Legacy went for the 2-man play between pushing mid and going for the Drake. You imagine Pentanet definitely incredibly strong when it comes to contesting those objectives. So with the next Rift Herald up and the next Drake up, it becomes a question of that has to be your focus. You have to get some kills and even out this 5k deficit.
But look at the differential between the 80 carries. Not only do I just think Misfortune is straight up a stronger champion on the current patch, Misfortune is an item ahead. Like, that's just... I mean, you talk about 5v5 strength, and sure, I agree with you, it is there. But at a certain point, money talks. And Raze right now just has way more money.
Way more money and far bigger power spikes with the Trinity Force completed on Tally's GP as well. Scary times to even try and force those fights as you highlight, but you start to worry, right, with Pentanet always playing slow, and whether or not, teams like this will give you that chance to get yourself back into the game, to give you that window in which you can execute as you desire. But Legacy will say, we won't give you that chance right now. Yes, the next Drake is up in 30, but we're going to pick up the second Rift Herald. We're going to keep the pressure on you, keep you forced to clean house waves, and deny your attention as Isles goes roaming, but he won't be able to find a pick.
Yeah, however, they do get to clean out all of this vision in Bottomside River just before the Dragon's coming up and available. You would think this is a last Hail Mary. If they somehow steal themselves this Dragon, maybe get a winning teamfight. Game's still on right now for Pentanet.gg and could put Legacy in a tricky situation. Good poke coming across, and they are in the area first, although Isles and Tally looking for a flank here.
They do push out mid-wave, and they are, as you say, the first to get to the Dragon. It's been started. How do Legacy respond to this one? Babip jumps in, gets damage onto 2, zones them away, instantly forcing the members off, and the Dragon continues.
Do you even look for this fight right now? Is this a hill you die on?
This is the situation they need to go in. Sorely using the cast and only getting onto Babip, but it's a little bit too low. He does get the smite still, however, and that's massive. That's what he needs. He gets the kill taken away from him in the end as well, because Babip picks it up, but the damage has been done. Pentanet now with a win condition to work with, 6k down. But a soul point to be threatened, and with that 5v4 advantage, Legacy want to make something happen. They break open mid-turret, they summon the Rift Herald to take a second, and may look to transition into just side lane pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, you lose 2 turrets for it, but you're going to lose them anyway, probably. They already had Rift Herald, they had a stronger team fight, in my opinion, so the fact that you were able to steal away a Dragon against the flow means that there is a genuine win con on the board. You know what? If we get Infernal Soul at a point in this game, that's worth some stats. And the fact that, now 4% additional attack damage and ability power being picked up for the team, that's worth something as well as a dollar value. So credit to Sully being able to sneak in there and steal himself away from the Dragon. Do I think it's going to be enough? I think it's still an uphill battle, if I'm being honest. But you know what? You got to win skirmishes to win battles. Gone are the days, mate, where 30,000 people rocked up to a field, 15,000 versus 15,000, drew a line and said, you know what, whoever wins here in one day is going to actually win the war. Now we fight these things for months, years, decades at a time. And,
what was the timeless analogy of yours? That was the first step. Maybe they're looking towards a run.
Yeah, maybe they're looking towards a run. I was a stagger. He fell over and hurt himself still. I don't even know if it was a step, but you know what?
You will go with that. Yeah, we'll take that.
There was movement. There's life in Pentanet yet.
I like to see it. But, you know, I'm scared, right? You know, look at Raze. Yeah, you talked about it before, the item advantage he has. You're talking about a Cull versus an Infinity Edge. If that's not a yikes, I don't know what is at this stage. And with Baron spawning in a minute,
he's about to cash in that Cull. He's about to cash in that Cull, mate. You take that back. You know that?
Yeah.
That Cull is 7 CS away from being worth an extra 450 gold. Don't take the... That's calculated. Look, one more creep. One more. Where does he get it? Go find a creep. Is it red buff? Isn't that a satisfying last creep? Oh no, Biopanther.
Oh, he jukes it out, but it's not going to be good enough. He jukes into himself in the end. Bio will fall on down as the full team collapse takes place, opening up another turret and just giving him more vision, more damage, and more ability to lock down this Baron in 30.
However, Praedyth now cashes in that kill. You see the big dollar sign, cha-ching, equalizes that kill. Cull for a kill. Is it worth? I would argue no, because you lose a lot of pressure having someone dead for 30 seconds. Is it what they have to accept at this point in the game? Absolutely, Skimmy.
Absolutely indeed. Babib jumps in and has Isles in quick support. They're going to find it. The Mobius was there for the engage, but that's going to be the jump in by Sully. A one-man ultimate coming out of this Yasuo as Raze is forced to flash away, burn the summoner, but fall on down. It's going to be a shutdown as Telly makes sure that revenge is swift.
Oh, that's a lot of feathers.
Comes out. The drag back. TP is going to be utilized to try and get themselves into this one, but actually it's not even TP, it's Tally. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this stage anymore, but it is going to be Legacy that find themselves some kills on the map. Spawn, get me back into this one.
I mean, worth. You got a shutdown. Raze isn't farming at the moment. You lost the whole bottom side jungle, but you know what? You got to take the small wins. That's a really nice setup coming across from Pentanet.gg. Base isn't going to be broken. A minute and a half until the next dragon is up and available, and now their 80 carry doesn't have summoners, and yours does. There might be, not hope, but chance? Like, is that what's underneath hope? There might be a chance that now this is a winning team fight. If they can replicate that by getting onto Raze, but this time they need to be able to get back out. Get back also used a lot, but now he has his 2 items. Let's take another look at it. And it might look silly, right? But we've already spoken about this. There is no damage apart from Raze in this comp. So as he's face checking, being able to get all of the damage layered down. And really good follow-up there from the rest of the Pentanet.gg squad. They knew exactly what their job was in this team fight. Unfortunately for Rogue there, Praedyth has to allow him to be hooked, because if he got caught, it would have been much more severe. Maybe a Baron would have gone across. But I like the gusto being shown by Pentanet right now. These fights is what they needed to force against Order, in my opinion. They left it too late. This time around, they're going for them earlier.
It is still going to be an 8k gold lead. We saw it happen before between Chiefs and Direwolves, able to bring it back. But is it possible to even quantify how much the Infernal Soul is worth to get themselves back into this one?
I mean, there is, because it's a Luden's Echo passive on 5 people and another 4% stats, right? So I'm sure there's someone out there that has done the math. I know it's one of the most valuable souls in League of Legends. They're also one of the most valuable Drakes in League of Legends as time continues on. But they're looking for a fight here.
Plug. Cast goes rogue. It does nothing. Excuse the pun, but Sully's going to fall on down. Stopwatch does nothing. And Legacy show that they are ready to jump in and punish those mistakes and say, no soul point, no chance to claim this one. We're going to draw this game out a little bit longer and hang on to our lead. And that just favors them so damn much, buying them the time for Raze to get those summoners back and patch up that weakness.
Yeah, and I mean, Sully went for the Hail Mary there. I think that was a blind body slam into a brush. If that isn't desperation, I don't know what it looks like anymore, Skimmy. And now they head towards the Baron as well. Looks like Pentanet.gg wants to recall. However, if this Baron is started up, there is going to be no chance for that.
Sully is back. He's respawned. But the blind face check takes place and Rogue is just deleted. He's trying to get some vision down, but he can't go anywhere on his own like that, and that's the kill that they need. Legacy will now turn their attention towards this Baron, and Pentanet are resigned to clearing out waves to try and buy them more time.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking for some gold on Summoner's Rift right now, and they're able to pick up a tier 1 turret in the mid lane. They're going to be able to push that in, make sure their waves are as far from the base as possible, so this can't be a game-ending push. However, right now, Praedyth is in some trouble. He's going to have to back away. He's gone back forward. Tally's seen him. Oh, no.
He's flashed on forward with the cast explosion. It's not going to be enough because both burn summoners. That's going to force out the recall. They look for a pick. They won't find it. One shot, and they will have the damage on line. Now, it's really up to Pentanet. How do they decide to play this one? Do they go for a case of sitting here, waiting for the members to show off that recall, and finding some crucial picks to deny those Baron buffs.
Yeah, absolutely. You just sit in this brush. You do not move at all. This brush is now your home for the next, 30 seconds to a minute. They've got a teleport actually coming in.
coming in.
This is it!
Tally, he's jumped on in. He doesn't have the flash because he burnt it before the ultimate from Yasuo. He goes golden, buying so much time for his team to respond. They're coming in from the lane, coming in from the river. And it's Get Back looking for a 1v1, which he cannot find. Tally evaporates him with his power spike right now. Tapoon on the hunt, and the bot lane duo on the collapse. They just wipe the floor, and they say, that is not your home. This is our map, our side, our rules. Get out.
Yeah, and I mean, really well played there. I mean, Pentanet had to try something desperate. They knew that this was the game on the line. Legacy read it like a book. They're able to, Tally's able to live for long enough to be able to bait out a collapse from his team. And now, with an 11,000 gold lead, they're going to look to push in, break the base. I don't think it's game over just yet because death time is still relatively short. It's only 25 minutes into this game, but should be the base broken in multiple areas, Skibby.
Just look at the difference between Praedyth and Raze right now. We've always highlighted how much of an influence Praedyth can be in terms of keeping up with CS and always being such a great member with his turret style of play, but completely outclassed right now. 30 CS difference, 5 kills online for Raze right now. Significant advantage in terms of items, and really able to utilize that here as they break open 2 inhibitor turrets, working towards those super minions.
NATO hits.
They do indeed. It's going to be a damage done. It's going to be Raze doing the damage right there. Once again, Sully unable to find any value with that cast. Double kill now for Raze as they look to try and end this game. They're going to push on through with the first inhibitor and work their way towards bottom as well. Let those minions flood on in, but with the Baron-inspired minions, they may then turn their sights to the Nexus and may look to put an end, so they can get back into TFT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Biopanther now comes under fire as well. He's going to fall down. Sully has no choice but to run to his fountain. Praedyth doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash. He also falls. He takes one member with him, but that is the story of the game. Pentanet GG just cannot hold on long enough. And Legacy, with the legendary comp, we'll have a couple of members go legendary as well. Just going to go for a little bit of a Nexus dive, see whether they can pick anything up here. But ultimately, the Nexus will fall, and Legacy pick up a W.
They do indeed. An important one for them, for pride, for fun, for fantasy, really, if we're talking anything, right? Styling on the Rift and out of it, and having a lot of fun in doing it. And I think really, you talk about a perspective of mentality right there for Pentanet. It really hurts to lose in that kind of fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pentanet now have one last game to be able to get themselves into the OPL finals. They have to hope that Gravitas lose both of theirs as well, is my understanding on how it works. We'll check with League Ops, but that's a pretty devastating loss. Pentanet would have come into this weekend hoping they could have secured 4th seed, and now on the final weekend of the OPL, for the first time, drop out of the top 5. That's rough.
Well, I've just had word from the refs, and that is that Pentanet are eliminated from playoff contention, which is a big one. An incredibly massive call right there. That's what I've been told in live time. So think about that how you will. We're going to jump to a quick break for our final game of week 10, day 1. Give me a chance to recover, relax, and get ourselves ready for the final game.
Well, I thought that I was missing the Viking music in the hold screens from last week, but I'll tell you what, that Old West music, that's getting me deep. Speaking of missing, Pentanet.gg missing out on the playoffs, Rusty.
Yeah, they've now lost 7 games in a row to be eliminated from playoff contention. So tomorrow, no matter what happens in their one remaining game, because Gravitas and Avant play each other in game 1 of the day, they both have head-to-head over Pentanet.gg. So one of those two teams goes in tomorrow, and there's nothing PGG can do about it, and they're gone.
That's
Spawn,
crazy.
This was huge for you.
Yeah, that's absolutely bonkers. I thought that Pentanet were going to be a well-coached team. I thought that they had individual pieces that were going to be able to shine, and I thought their teamwork would be key. And especially given, like, you look at their competition of who they're trying to race to playoffs against. The Gravitas that's changed their lineup. I think they have had 27 active people play on that team. And then an Avant Gaming team that has changed their lineup this very week. You would have thought if you told a viewer, like, who is going to win out of this, I would say the stable, well-coached lineup. But I guess at the end of the day, individual talent does ring through a little bit, and it looks like Gravitas may be favoured to take that slot now. Who knows?
Absolutely. And I mean, you think back to how confident PGG were at the beginning of the split as well. They were talking about taking it out. There was a lot of feelings on that team that there was a lot of cohesion. There was great coaching. They sort of had all the pieces. And then it just seemed like mid-split, those pieces just started to fall apart. And unfortunately, that's where it brings us.
Well, they beat Order and they beat Direwolves. I think in back-to-back weeks, right? So if you go off like current strength of schedule, like that means that they were a top 3 contention team. Now, obviously, it's really easy to rewrite the narrative what's actually happened here because Order's now gone on to beat them twice and Direwolves have gone on to beat them 2 times in a row. But at that point in the season, it did look like they were going to be a dangerous team. But as you mentioned, you know that's all ancient history. That was, I think, week 3, and now we're in week 10, and the standings look a lot different, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, right? Like the wins that they have. When you actually look at it, there's one against Direwolves, there's one against Legacy in their 5. Like, they have beaten the better teams. And the funny thing about that is that that's come back to hurt them because they haven't beaten the teams that they're competing with. They've only beaten the ones above them. So they've lost out in head-to-head because they've lost to who they're directly competing with.
In some ways, you could say they're too good. In other ways, you couldn't because they didn't make playoffs. So, you know, it's a little from column A, a little from column B. I mean, but we talk about the fact week 3, when they were feeling confident. Week 3, everything was different. Week 3, I could walk down the street and hug a stranger, and now that's literally a crime. So, so there you go. Life comes at you fast. But when life does come at you fast, you need the right answers, and this is one right answer. Tell you what, that's like a remix of that country song we heard in the hold screen. Big fan. One right answer, of course, the game we play, you guys submit questions. We tell you what the right answer is. Luke Allsop 96. Always have a rock in your shoe or step on Legos every time you take your shoes off.
Oh man.
This is rough.
I think you'd have to pick Lego.
No, because like, you can mentally prepare.
The thing is, why would I take off my shoes then?
Because you have showers, because you have intimate times, because you like your carpet clean, because there are all you're at the beach. There are all sorts of situations where you have to take your shoes off. There is no situation where I have to wear shoes.
Nick, I have shower shoes. I have room shoes. Like, I don't step on Lego because I'm just swapping shoes.
Yeah, but but a shower shoe is basically a crock, and aren't we saying that, like, I would rather step on Legos for the rest of my life than be seen dead in a pair of Crocs?
That's fair.
Are you?
I would go with the Legos one.
You're going the Lego one?
Yeah, because I feel like I can mentally prepare myself for one thing of pain. Because I'm like you, I wear shoes outside, and I generally go outside in one big chunk, and then I take my shoes off for the rest of the day. Like, as soon as I'm back in the comfort of my own home or the gaming house, shoes are off. So I could just mentally prepare myself for the Lego stepping. Whereas I feel like if I had to wear shoes with stones in there or rocks in them, like, I don't know if you can ever mentally prepare for that. Especially if it's a really spiky rock.
See, I'm the opposite, where I feel like personality-wise, not many people would judge me for just always being barefoot. I feel like I could make it part of my thing. Like, it's part of the Nick boy experiences that he never wears shoes. It's like a kitsch thing. But I'm wondering.
I have a great house. I've got loads of toilet paper. I've got 2 beautiful kids, and I never wear shoes. I'm Nick boy. I agree. I can see it.
Nick boy. And I'm wondering if I could get away with some sort of situation where I wear like 7 pairs of socks, and it basically accomplishes the same thing as a pair of shoes, but technically doesn't break the rules. And so therefore, whatever deity it is who puts Lego underneath my feet, will never actually do that to me.
Nick, there is chainmail socks out there, by the way.
What? Really?
Yeah, there are socks where the sole of them is made out of chainmail so that you don't hurt your feet. I forget what for, but there was a reason, and that's your answer.
Chainmail socks can replace your shoes. Chainmail socks are a new thing. This is very exciting. Okay.
Yeah.
Someone buy me a pair of chainmail socks. I'll test them out, and we'll see whether or not I can finally get this shoeless dream on the road. Next question. Okay. James meme. Pee your pants every time you need to go, or you have a constant runny nose.
Constant runny nose. God.
Really?
That is not even a choice.
Really?
One of those things is publicly acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
One of those things is not.
Mm-hmm.
I pee probably 8 times a day. I don't even have the underwear for that.
You would be, but under today's laws, you would be quarantined away in some sort of airport hotel for the rest of your life.
That's
if
awesome.
You had a constant running nose.
I would love that. I would love to be in a quarantine government-funded airport hotel.
Arthur Chandra, constant running nose. I already have a running nose. See,
Arthur Chandra is is the head of the NALCS broadcast team.
I'm very aware of this, and also potentially always sick. So we should probably wipe down all that equipment. I'm going to say the pee their pants thing. I can go once a day, and I can prepare for this. And also, I could just work it into my thing. It's Nick Boy. He wears no shoes, and he just always pees himself. But only once a day, and he knows when it's going to happen. So I reckon I could probably just go on some sort of like salt-based diet and just do it once, be ready for it. I could wear some sort of like svelte chainmail diaper situation that keeps it all in, and no one ever needs to know. Rusty?
Yeah, I was going to go with the diaper approach. Like, let's continue with the abstract answer to it, right? Like, if I know I'm going to pee my pants, I don't have to pee my pants. I could wear a diaper, and it would be fine.
Trust me, you pee through diapers. Jasper wears 2 diapers to bed still because he also is a well-hydrated boy. And like every third night, I wake up to a wet jumpsuit. A diaper ain't doing shit for you, buddy. You need to not pee your pants.
No, that's not an option. Unfortunately, Rusty and I are just going to be peeing our pants. That's the only solution. And to keep on theme, in some ways, almost combining these last 2 questions, this is, the name is Juan. No underwear. Or no socks. No underwear?
No underwear.
No socks. What?
Underwear are restrictive. Like, if you don't have... Like, I'm one of those people that I never buy underwear for myself. So I always get it like Christmas or my birthday or something like that. So, and because they both fall in the months of November and December, I get really good underwear for all of summer and then really shitty underwear for the rest of the year. And like, when the elastic goes on them, like, they like ride up and they're just uncomfortable. Underwear sucks, man.
Rusty?
Yeah, I'm actually on board. If I don't wear underwear, my pants don't smell in the same way that shoes are disgusting if I don't wear socks.
There you go. And Rusty never wears socks anyway, so it's fine. Look, this is the first one we all agree on, because all I have in this house is button flies, so there's no worries there. So no underwear is the 3-man
No,
solution
something
here.
about very happening in Nick Boy's house.
I just like to say that Big Bird Jr. said in the chat, Nick Boy is about to rock a full set of armor come June. At this stage, I certainly am. What we're going to rock, though, before that is the final game for the evening. It's Avant versus Direwolves. Both of these teams have appeared before tonight. Avant losing to Mammoth, Direwolves losing to the Chiefs. Someone has to win this game, so let's find out who it is with Avant versus Chiefs, your final game for the day.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
It's the final game of the day. It's one that has big impact really here for Avant. If they win this, they still have a chance of making playoffs. For Direwolves, they're already locked in. Their third spot is guaranteed. And with Pentanet now being eliminated from that run, it is only Avant and Gravitas still in with a shot at getting that last spot for playoffs.
Skimmy, I think, unfortunately, if Avant win this, they still have a chance at making playoffs. If they lose this, they still have a chance of making playoffs. So this is one of those games where Direwolves now locked into the third seed, I think, fairly with concrete. And Avant Gaming still fighting for the fifth spot. This is a momentum game, I would say, for both teams. You do not ever want to go 0-2 on a day, especially when it is the week before playoffs. So let's see what they have for us. I would come out swinging if I was both of these teams. You're going to have to find new things for patch 10.7 anyway going into playoffs week. Give us your best patch 10.6 comp. Try and put some fear in the hearts of your opponents.
Absolutely. And I think really for Lisa, we need to see him on a Jarvan, for example. That is a pick he is so comfortable on. It's banned away. We're not going to get it. And, you know, a lot is denied away from him. But I was going to say, if you're not going to ban away the Wukong, we're going to take it. And yeah, I did hear that.
Nick, get out of our Unity channel while you're eating, man.
You know, stream will be so confused. They'll be like, what are they talking about? We can't hear it.
And he just said, I missed it.
The draft has been sabotaged. You're broken, Spawn. I was broken before. We all need a break. We need this day to end so we can sleep. But it will be one final draft, Spawn. Let's regather our energy, combine it together. We can do this. One final game.
I am a shell of a broken man. Nick, what is happening is I can hear you because you're in Unity Channel 6 and you need to be in Unity Channel 5.
Whether or not you can
That
hear
is
us.
what's happening. No one can hear Nick, so I look like a crazy man. But now I think he's just speaking directly to me, and he's actually trolling me.
You know, chat are going to be so confused because they can't hear a word, and it's like he's just in your head, giving you chronic anxiety, just talking to yourself, and you're made to look like a madman. The distraction.
Comp-wise, interestingly enough, it's going to be Kalista Tarek prioritized over the Aphelios pick, Skimmy, which I think is very interesting. I think that certainly Aphelios still the best AD carry on the current patch. And maybe this is just a comfort thing because we're going to see Lisa go back to his Lee Sin. We spoke about it all at the start of the split, but this is definitely the guy's best pick. Yeah.
If the Jarvan is gone, obviously you love to see him on that Lee Sin. It's going to be interesting also to see Avant rock this composition, given that Direwolves just did it themselves and sort of showcasing how strong they were on it. Now with Avant going, you know, the same sort of direction.
Yeah, absolutely, but maybe not take it the journey too far. Maybe get Chaz on a bit of a scaling mid laner. Or, you know, maybe just a couple of tanks. I really like these comps when you play like Invulnerable, Tarek comp with like Maokai and Ornn. Or just something like that, for example, right? Where it's like, hey, it was already really tough to kill us. And now you have to worry about killing us while we're invulnerable as well. So I really like, you know, solid frontline coming out for Avant Gaming in this composition. I don't know what Happy plays top lane outside of Aurelia, because we've only seen him play top lane once. But Chaz is a really good tank player, really good Aurelia player as well. So I certainly think that there is room for, you know, some flexible comps here.
There's 4 major denials taken away here from Chaz. You're talking about the LeBlanc, the Lucian as well, even the Syndra and the Cassiopeia. So they are definitely making sure that he is forced to go into those reserves when it comes to the picks. But as you say, Ornn is going to fall through that draft quite late on in. And Avant, they'll take that every single day of the week. And it just gives them, as you say, so much beefiness. And you talk about the Kalista being so strong in those first 2 items. Well, it gives her the ability to stay a little bit more relevant for a little bit longer.
And now does Chaz get Urgotted? Because Cassiopeia and Syndra hint to me that this Ornn is going mid lane. That's the only reason that you would ban it. Sylas is also something that we've seen, but Urgot got buffed. And a couple of the top laners were actually talking about, outside of the OPL, that now it makes top lane Ornn a little bit easier to play against because you can, you know, do a couple of things with the new Death Stance. Urgot had a pretty good matchup into it. However, it's going to be a Corki taken into the Ornn. That's just a farm lane, Skimmy. Corki, if he gets free 2 items, is very happy.
What do we prefer here? We've seen them go to Taliyah in the past. They forced it twice in back-to-back games, but they are flexing the Cho'Gath as well. They will stick to it in the end, so definitely looking for mobility across the map and just locking members in place. So if you do get a kill, you're guaranteeing it as well.
Yeah, so I like the Talia here because it's really good lane into Corki, right? So when you have a look at exactly what's going to happen here, Chaz is going to have some serious kill threat on this Corki, and Shock is going to have to bulk out of some of those flicks. And every single time you make Corki use Valkyrie, he's generally got 3 or 4 of them in him in a laning phase. He has like just a little bit closer to being able to recall. And Corki's quite like Gangplank, right? That he is quite, not quite weak, but he's like, he's on the weaker side in the laning phase. But if he gets to certain item breakpoints, Sork Boots in one shot, Sheen in one shot, maybe a Phage in some matchups, he actually becomes quite oppressive to lane against. So Chaz's job here is to, force him back on components. Mana Crystal plus Health Crystal was the old school worst shop ever if you have to go back on a Corki. And we'll see whether Chaz is able to do that on something like the Talia.
It's interesting, right? Because there was so much impact really shown in this draft to really choke him out as to what he can play, and now he's going to find that matchup as you highlight. And I think the major takeaway is the fact we're not going to see a second Wukong jungle. You didn't like it. It just didn't find any kind of value in the match. This will be that top lane one on a player as Chippy's that is so comfortable in split pushing, so comfortable at gaining those resources. So hopefully we should see a matchup that showcases really the true threat, the terror that this pick brings to the table.
Yeah, it certainly can. However, I do not like it into Ornn all that much, and we can get into why. But Wukong's got a really strong level 1 to level 2. Ornn is going to be able to negate that by purchasing a Ruby Crystal after the first 3 or 4 waves. And then at the same time, Ornn is just a really good team fighter, and that's where Wukong's strength lays, right? So I think that he will struggle in this matchup a little bit. Not to mention the fact that Ornn does primarily magic damage, and Chippy's passive is going to be quite useless against that. So I think Appy could have a good laning phase here against Chippy's. Obviously, if he gets the 3 items, Blade of the Ruined King plus Black Cleaver plus Death Stance, Chippy's is going to be a monster and kill everyone. But I think early laning phase could be quite rough here. We'll see how it goes, though.
We will indeed. It is the final game of the day. It's week 10 and it's day 1. And that means we are definitely at the tail end of this split, working towards playoffs. Avant still in with a chance. Direwolves are guaranteed. So the stakes far lower for them. Far much more about perfecting what they think is strongest on 10.6. But Avant really need to pick up a dub right now, and they've got a lot of comforts across the board here, Spawn.
And are you interested in the fact that we're not seeing Cupcake? Because I felt like this week was going to be an experimental week where they would have thought,
Me too.
You know what? We can play Cupcake all 3 games and see what is our best lineup for, the week before playoffs. But we haven't seen Cupcake in this game. And that makes me think that maybe it's just a Chiefs special. They think that stylistically it matches up really well versus the Chiefs. I can't think of any other reason to just play him for 1 game.
I think you probably nailed the nail on the head with that one, in terms of they want to really showcase what he can do with his arsenal, his play style into that matchup, but then sort of bring Decoy back into the fold of things and say, look, let's get you practicing something else instead.
But
hard to really know.
Right, like League of Legends has always been interesting because the reason subs work in other sports is you can bring them in halfway through the game. Now, League of Legends, you can't do that. You have to bring them in at the end of the game when momentum's not a thing. So, like, if a guy goes cold in basketball, you might bring him off the floor, give him a couple of different looks, make him think about it. I don't think there's any draft differences. In fact, they're both played, like, Tahm Kench, Tarek-y, like, kind of purely support stuff. So there might be something else there that I'm missing, and definitely welcome criticism from Kai on this one. But in my head, this could actually hurt Decoy's mentality. If he has to, like, worry about Cupcake coming in for important matches, I think maybe there's something there. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, and that's absolutely not the case, and their environment is just OP. But, I mean, we already saw it in, like, the NALCS and stuff. Like, Double Lift was very unhappy with being benched. And if you're in a situation where you're challenging for first spot, and then you get benched for another player, or subbed out, or whatever you want to call it, I think there's right to be, unhappy. So maybe Decoy pops off this game and, goes a little bit further in making sure that position is solely his.
Yeah, making a statement for himself. I guess it's always rough to try and make comparisons or arguments when it is a best of 1. Much more relevant, I guess, in those best of 3s or best of 5s. Can you imagine how OP it would be if in the middle of a game they just like pause the game? I now want Decoy to come in, for example, right, and carry on this match. Like, that would be, as you're sort of like paralleling it with traditional sport. But I think that would be such a game breaker, right? It would just change everything.
Yeah, I mean, it could, right? But, I mean, I also think there is, like, you know, you might have like the NFL where you have like your early game specialist and then you bring in your mid to late game specialist. I don't know how it would work, right? But like,
imagine that's how you just have like a bench of late game all stars, and it's like, all right, you've given me these items to work with. It'd almost be like is it relay running? With the baton, and then you've got that guy that's always the best at sprinting the last 100 meters.
Yeah, I mean, I think there could be something there, right? And, you know, they've talked about it in Counter-Strike, for example. I mean, like, how do you go with, like, attacking and defending style games? So I think for esports, it is unexplored territory in general. Like, yeah, laning phase to, like, team fighting players and stuff. I think there could be something there for the future. I certainly think that we're ages away from it because the game of League of Legends is, like, so new still.
That'd be such an interesting concept, though, right? If you're, like, scouting potential new players, it's like, I'm a laning phase expert, or, like, you know, I'm really good at our team fighting, and how that would shake up the mix. But as you say, I think it's definitely a long way away, unless we're going to have some, like, you know, creative tournaments in the community hosted to sort of experiment with that. But all big brains aside, this is what we're dealing with right now. Direwolves taking on Avant. Avant need this victory, and they're going to find a lot of success so far in this early phase of the game, as they have the double summoner advantage. No kill threat as such with the Exhaust Ignite to rock, but with the barrier and heal, lots of protection to get to 6.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that they've gone a little bit so maybe looking for some fruits in the river or something like that. Top lane has kind of gone exactly how we said, right? Chippies was pushing early, and then all of a sudden Ruby Crystal purchase for Appy. He's got himself a Torrent Shield, a Ruby Crystal, also has Potion and Biscuits left available, and Chippies now has to stop trading because the war of attrition will be won eventually by this Ornn. Also, first Dragon being picked up by Avant Gaming, so complete control of this early game. In saying that, still good scaling on the side of the Direwolves.
And that's a trade that really bites back Tarek pretty hard. He goes in for the Dazzle. Yes, the Guardian gets procs, but then the turnaround with the Gravitum that comes out from Aphelios just showcases, once again, how strong this pick is.
And
all throughout the phases.
I would argue if you're on 2 champions, you don't want to look for a fight. Instead, they're going to look for this lane to be pushed out, but now the route's there.
Oh no, that is disastrous. Lisa comes in, you know, as you say, almost baits his teammates in for a wave clear. Make it a 3v2, but numbers aren't always an advantage. And Vital very happy to be a part of that kill.
And Lisa loses a lot of that as well, because you can see he's already lost his Raptor camp. That's probably par for course if you start up a Dragon, but now he loses the Krugs. So Lisa, definitely not happy about being called into that lane. And generally it is the laners that call it. They say, hey, we took a really bad trade. We need some jungle pressure here to be able to push out this wave and make sure we can get back with a nice shop. You can see that that was certainly the case because Violet stuck around. He's now going to take a mistimed recall because he's not going to have enough mana to shove this wave in. Give some free time to Krongkrab, who's going to be able to go towards mid lane, maybe look for a gank with Lisa. But that's disaster early for Avant Gaming. They now find themselves 1,000 gold in the hole.
Absolutely. And it's going to respond now with a reset appearing to take place now in mid lane, where it's dead even in terms of CS. You talked about it before on the top side there. A lot of mana having to be used here by Chippies to try and really go toe-to-toe with this Ornn. And bear in mind, it is Appy, so, you know, traditionally was this support player, filling in now as the top lane player now. So he's got big shoes to fill to, you know, keep their dream of making playoffs alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I was seeing a couple of tweets from members of the Avant Gaming lineup saying, you know, they know that this could look strange. However, it is the best team, I think, for their team and their team environment at the moment. And I really respect that. I mean, I've spoken at length about the tough choices you have to make as a League of Legends player, as a GM or a coach. And if they feel like this is the right thing to do, does it look like a big risk? Yes, but, you know, you've got to trust the team at the end of the day.
That you do. Guardian procs on both ends, and the damage again. Every single time Gunkrab walks in with this Tarek, he is biting off far more than he can chew. Still no level 6. And they are losing so much lane dominance in this lane. They are down levels, and they are just down influence. It really harpers their ability to make anything happen.
Did Appy just try and solo turret dive Chippies? Because he had to burn the flash. He also somehow got 2 turret plates, so maybe he actually just didn't take a recall, and Chippies did. And therefore he was caught out a little bit of positioning. But that looked very funny for a second skimming. Appy was just in no man's land.
Not afraid to flex what he can do. Maybe give Chippies a little bit of a wake up to say, look, hey, you might be the favorite in this matchup. We definitely know what you're capable of doing, but I'm not afraid to brawl you. Perhaps a bit of craziness, but I think at this stage of the system, it's kind of needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can see that he was actually winning out the lane quite heavily. He's taken himself 2 turret plates versus the 0 of the Wukong. So not the early game power you're maybe used to seeing from the Monkey King. At the same time, rotations coming across the board. You can see Appy going towards that bottom lane. Tahm Kench already makes his way up to the Rift Herald, so the defense could be there. And actually, they pull Vital out of his rotation as well. So this could be a 5-on-5 team fight over the Rift Herald.
It could be. It will be the teleport that's available, but as you say, Wukong is going to be late for that recall to contest here, with the Rift Herald now being online. Lisa may look to try and dash on in and go for a steal himself. I wonder, Spawn, look, we've got the mountain appearing again. Is there a world in which every game today is just Infernal Drakes? Imagine the luck, the RNG blessings that would bring.
Yeah, I mean, that would be really cool for these compositions because there is some sick damage that's going to come out. I love watching Aphelios with Infernal Soul. Like, if the guy didn't do enough damage off that stupid Flamethrower ultimate, you put the Infernal Soul on top of it and it's just gross. So I hope so. In saying that, maybe our luck that we just get ourselves a Windy Boy.
Yeah, Cloud Drake would actually find a lot of value too. I'm sure Shock would be the most content with that one. Able to spam away with those rockets.
Sure.
Oh, Chippies too, absolutely, with the spin, but Shock would be... he literally would be flying through the sky. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, the thing about the Chippies thing is that so much of Wukong's kit is being able to dive in there, ult first time, then clone off your ult, and be able to reposition yourself for the second knockup. Cloud Drake's just going to make that even easier. You're right, the kiting that comes out of Shock is going to be very good as well, if they don't go for that. Rift Herald looks like it was started up and pulled down towards mid lane by Miru, and that means top lane priority has now been gained by the Avant Gaming lineup, so they feel like they have enough freedom to maybe start this one up.
Now this is interesting. Note that Chippies has no teleport, but he is currently keeping Appy distracted at that tower, who can, if he wants to, TP in to respond to this one to make it a numbers advantage in their favor. So whether or not Avant want to pull that plug, they do have the Drake online already. He's going to go for that TP, and it's looking like Chippies is just going to respond by pushing out bot lane. He TPs in. The Ornn ult is going to come on that. Can they find a kill with this one? And they can. It connects as Chaz rides the wall on in, and they are going to find a kill to get one on the board and a Rift Herald to follow.
Yeah, beautifully done there. And you can see 3v3 topside as well. They're going to look for some plates off the Rift Herald. It's not going to be first turret going down. Now they need to be really careful. Miru is in the area.
He's searching, and, well, Moonlight Vigil is doing Moonlight Vigil things right now, and that is the wind-up time that Cosmic Radiance creates. Decoy going to flash it in, slow down Lisa, who doesn't have that safeguard to dash away. It's going to be a double kill again. And you talk about Vital being the best ADC in this league. Just keep presenting him with resources. He's the one walking in and giving him a mind of his own.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that Chippies, in the meanwhile, has just taken 4 turret plates by himself. Wukong, with the clone, with the Q, is able to get so much work done to turrets. They also burn Violet's flash on the top side of the map. It looks like they used a couple of their own, but certainly worthwhile. And Direwolves walk away from what looked like a losing Rift Herald situation with a big advantage.
They just don't seem to care. I mean, just look at this. Look how Aphelios just commands all the respect on his own.
Yeah, and it's not even a 3v3 at this point. They've already got Lee Sin kick out. You can see Vital flashing forward now, looking to continue, even with the Cosmic Radiance. Lisa cannot make it out, doesn't have that safeguard, as you mentioned. Violet has to hop away. He's going to flash in a second. And across the board, Direwolves just taking care of business. They're now 1,300 gold up in what was a relatively even game.
That hurts, right? I mean, like, I've always been so vocal about Tarek, because you need to have such a good sense of understanding of how the flow of the fight goes. You know, you've got that 2.5 second wind-up. Aphelios just jumps in 1v3, and you're thinking, yeah, sure, he needs Infernal Drakes, he needs items. He's not even got the Essence Reaver completed. And Vital, true to his nature when he came in as a rookie of this season, is like, I am aggressive, and I don't care.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm not even going to wait for my jungler to be in position. If you are out of position, I am definitely going to pull the trigger on that fight. Now maybe another 5v5 happening here.
Maybe indeed. Avant pick up the second Drake, and that's going to be a massive engagement. It's a knockup from Dreku. Actually, I say Dreku is basically Chippies at this stage. He's gone away. And that's going to be the knockup that gets the kills for them. But it will be all things Direwolves as they find a double kill in that exchange. Happy to sacrifice another Drake in this situation and keep themselves in with a gold lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that right now, Lisa also... sorry, not Lisa. Chaz also has to zone himself away from that mid lane wave. So just more farm and resources going over to the Direwolves. That looked like it could have been a good fight. But you have to look at what is missing. No Cosmic's Radiant. No Lee Sin Dragon Rage at the start of this fight to disengage Chippies. Only just becomes available towards the end of it. Fate's Call used to throw Tarek back in. And with Violet zoned away from any damage, Vital has been able to command these team fights. You can see that the Direwolves just unrelenting pressure at the moment. They're taking everything away.
He'll be sitting on so much money when he goes back for the shop. Wouldn't be surprised to see so much more added into his arsenal, and the fact that he's able to achieve this much impact on the game, only sub 15 minutes into it, really spells a little bit of disaster, because it only goes downhill from here, right? We've seen Aphelios do so many crazy things, both here in the OPL and overseas. The more items, the more shenanigans, the more craziness. And he's gone back for the shot now. Essence Reaver completed as expected. The Cloak added to the mix as well. Plenty of chances to get those fat crits from afar and just one-shot people.
Yeah, and I was talking to Papa Smith the other day, and he said, I think his exact words were, Aphelios is a good champion if you can't play him, and absolutely disgusting if you can. And I kind of think that he is a good champion without items. He has, you know, good wave clear, good utility, good zoning pressure with the sniper turrets, things like that. And then with items, it's the exact same. He's just a disgusting champion. He just does everything that you would want an AD carry to do, which is tons of damage, but whilst having so much more built into his kit. He's been knocked down a couple of times now, but as I said, because of the nature of his kit, because of the nature of the different guns he can use, you have to really be able to pull out the amount of that has been added in there to actually understand exactly why this guy is OP. And they've nerfed a couple of guns, but they obviously haven't nerfed him enough, Skimmy.
No, he is the weapon master for a reason, Spawn. It's in the text. It's in the ability name itself, right? So, definitely going to showcase that it is a Season 10 champion, and it is going to do the damage.
I love that beat, by the way, Season 10 champion, because we've released so many overloaded champions before this. That Season 10 just seems to be the biggest cop-out. I mean, you look at Yasuo, for example. If it was released today, people would still think he's broken. You know, he has a new mechanic in something called Suspend. He has the ability to knock up infinite dashes. Wind Wall blocks every single particle in the game, including auto attacks. Like, he sounds really overloaded as well, and yet has been around for, what, 6 years now. So, certainly not just a Season 10 thing.
You got to give the viewers what they want. Chaz is in trouble. He flashes away, but Mira knows where the chains will land. Will fall on down, but will allow Direwolves to pick up that kill. More money into the pockets here of Shock. Sork Boots and Trinity Falls working well towards those major power spikes that a Corki brings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is one of those times where I always say it. If you're an early mid-game champion like Chaz and you trade with a Corki, he just does more with that item. You know, you feel like you're getting a 1-to-1 return. He's getting that 1 to 1.25 return, where he's just making more bang for his buck. He's that investment banker. Unfortunately, you're just an average Joe at home without much financial help. You can see that still behind in gold is Shock, but at this stage of the game, certainly happy with picking himself up a BF sword and working towards an Infinity Edge. 2-item spike on Corki is absolutely disgusting.
Absolutely is. And you can see that the majority of that gold is in the pockets of Vital based on how he has been playing in this game to date so far. Fantastic performance coming out of him, and definitely being a rising star to showcase an MVP status on this roster for sure. And I think that is such a massive compliment, right? The fact that this is a 17-year-old player coming into an established organization, and to sort of lay down the law and say, I will do so much in your first split, is much credit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you have a look at the people on this team, Shock even in gold, top lane Chippy's actually behind in gold. Jungle struggling as well. Mira was a star of Avant Gaming last split. And it's actually just this bottom lane of Decoy and Vital, I think, that has really been standing out. Now, obviously, other people on the team are doing their job in teamfights. Hold the phone, because there might be a teamfight in the mid lane.
It may be indeed. Talia tries to knock the members back, specifically onto Decoy, but the Dazzle just literally inches out from connecting. Aren't able to find that fight. Would have loved to have found a pick, would have Avant, because that would have put them on sole point with this Cloud Drake now spawning.
In saying that, it did get them a good chunk onto the only member that can face check at the moment, which is Decoy. So he's in one-shot territory if he does face check. They start this dragon up nice and quickly. There's a chance they run away with number 3 right now, Skimmy, which could be a big deal.
This is going to force a response out here from Avant right now. The Dazzle does time land. They're going to go for the Devour to get Mira out of harm's way. Decoy will potentially fall for his sins, but flashes over the wall to survive. Avant aren't able to find any kills. And the Rift Herald does its job.
Yeah, it certainly does. It drags them away. But once again, Decoy burns double summoner spells. He's now well and truly out of this fight. If they bring Lisa back, it is a genuine 4v5 whilst Decoy runs back to base. They're trying to re-establish mid lane priority. And it looks like both teams just happy to disengage. That one was a bit close to comfort, I think, for both squads on Summoner's Rift.
Absolutely was. What ultimates were burnt as a result of that one Cosmic Radiance. I mean, fairly, pretty much everything. You've got, obviously, the Fate's Call still online for Violet to take Terra out of the equation and find him in a desirable situation to land that stun again, but it's not going to be enough here. They are pretty reliant on that to make things happen, and the Direwolves can walk on in and get their very first dragon on the board.
Yeah, and I feel like that dragon would have been really nice for Avant Gaming to pick up, because we always talk about the movement speed, but just the ultimate CDR as well for a team that is so reliant, like Avant Gaming.
Yeah.
I mean, they can fight more often, right? The reason they couldn't go for that fight is they used all of their ultis, and it was a big swing, no ding, unfortunately. Not able to pick up any kills with Chippy's ultimate still available, you know, with Vital's ultimate still up as well. They weren't confident in that 5v5. Off the rebound, can they get themselves a mid lane turret? Doesn't look like it right now, and the game's pace is just stalled, and whenever I see a Phelios and I just see pace stalling, I just think even if there's an Ornn on the other team, I just think nothing scales like a Phelios right now.
No, especially when you come back to lane and you've now got a Runins, right? You're thinking, what do we do? Especially with the Sniper online, the poke is gross. The sustain is unreal, especially with the Scythe daggers. And typically speaking, you're going Legend Bloodline, right? So you've always got that innate lifesteal, combine that with the Doran's Blade. Gonna be scary times to try and get damage onto him. He's got every summoner available, and he's always got the Tahm Kench in protection. So gonna be up to Avant to find some creative positioning to lock this man in place and try and swing the favors in their side.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, just a more meta discussion, right? I don't think this is Chippy's playing the game poorly, but it looks like Ornn is dealing well with Wukong in the side lane. He's got towards, you know, that 2.5 item mark right now where Ornn is really comfortable. Chippy's has also stayed even CS and is heading towards the 2 item mark as well. But the reason I pointed out is obviously Wukong's presence in Oath right now is incredibly high, but this game has been fine. Like, it's not a bad champion to play, but certainly hasn't had the impact that Chippy's maybe had on something like a Set in the last game where he was massive in those team fights. So just trying to keep track at what the meta kind of seems right now. Corki is another one of those scaling mid lane mages that we've seen. We've seen Azir as well today. I think we saw Victor played last week. These are all those mages that are just so hard to punish in the mid lane at the moment, and they just scale forever. So, and Shock hasn't been punished at all this game. So I'm really intrigued with how the meta is going to shape up on 10.7, because I feel like we were in an early mid-game meta the whole of the OPL, Skimmy, and that game time was actually quite quick. But I think when the best teams play the best teams, we are going to see much more scaling team fight come playoff time.
I would say so, because I mean, today's been incredibly quick, right? Last week we had some games where there were major upsets, and there were games that were like 30, 40 minutes, and you're thinking, what is going on? Because for the most part of this split, we had been, you know, top 1, top 2 in terms of quickest games globally. So the fact that everything just came to a grinding halt as we all turned to going online was an interesting transition, and as you say, one you'd expect more out of a controlled best of 5 with more on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see another face check now on the top side of Summoner's Rift by Decoy, but a turret is going to fall down. And I always wonder, like, the influence that Korea has on Oceanic League of Legends, because they're the only teams that actually play before us generally, you know, playing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday nights. And I feel like sometimes OPL players have like this read of like, hey, at the start of the week, I really want to be playing these aggressive picks. Give me the Silas, give me, you know, something like a Kiana, and then you watch LCK and it is such a slow, like, composed meta, and they're playing a lot of Kalista Taric, they're playing a lot of Vizier, right? And then you think, maybe we're playing the wrong thing, so by the end of the week you kind of slowly adjust until you're closer to the LCK meta, and then, you know, maybe LEC happens on the weekend and you see G2 play like a, you know, weird-ass comp. Just food for thought. Meanwhile, in the topside jungle, looks like Lisa was caught out.
It is, and Chippy's TP's in, finds the spin onto Vada already, needs members in support right now. Out comes the Cosmic Radiance, going to lock these members in place as the clone does its job. Now they can just wait this one out, and they can look to fight another day, but members are appearing to be split away as Chaz is in the wrong side of the jungle, flashes away and dodges the final rocket, which would have spelt disaster, but out comes the Abyssal Voyage.
Oh, he's out!
It's lanterned away from the wall! He's just pulled off the biggest steal of this disengage, and Direwolves screwed.
Yeah, that's a 1 for nothing. Direwolves lose that fight. I don't know how. It looked like they were going to kill 3 people in it, but Direwolves ultimately lose the fight 1 for nothing. It's going to just be their jungler falling down. Meanwhile, Lisa tries to take his big Raptor. Does get it, but loses half his health. And this game is just slowly building towards, I think, a crescendo team fight, because both teams seem very willing to fight right now. Skinny.
Definitely chazzed it up, as you would say.
Yeah, ornaments coming across. That's going to be a death cap built in 1,000 gold. Ornaments do mean something here. It's still, wow, 2,200 gold lead for the 80 carry of the Direwolves.
Yeah.
So Vital's still going to be free hitting and hurting.
It's interesting how Miru is actually opting to take the Tarot as a result now, right? Just to give themselves some extra protection, even if it's just for himself, right? To jump on in and ensure that he is a pseudo tank to survive for as long as possible. He's giving them protection to back up Chippies when he's engaging with those clones of the ultimate. But we've got another drag, and we've got another ability for Avant to find a soul point, a win condition to even out this gold deficit. Only 3k. But Direwolves will find a second one, and it's more CDR and more chances to find those engages.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to speak about the Taric ult quickly, although Gunkrab might be caught out here. It might need to be faked called back. It's not available.
Side steps to Dazzle. Chippies jumps on in, but the blade slows him down. It's not going to be enough, though, because the damage is done from afar. Devour to get himself out, and Miru gets deleted! As Talia does the damage from afar. Chase is definitely not feeling the wrath or feeling scared of having no flash. The engage potential is there for sure. Appy with the double man knockup, applying brittle to the boys. But there's no follow-up because Aphelios is so gross with this combination right now. The Chakrams and the snipers zoning away single-handedly 4 people, and that lifesteal says it all.
But Chaz missed the flip there. If he had got flipped back through those pebbles, he's dead. That's maybe Baron pickup. But Chaz unfortunately missed the flip in that team fight. That was so well set up by Appy. And what I was going to mention is that if you don't have these ultimates available, we take another look at it, right? So Chippies flies in, there is no Fate's Call, they use the package as well, they're going to be able to pick him up. Pebbles go down, and Miru actually proto-belts himself through them, so he will fall. Take another look at this one, it is going to be Appy. Really great knock-up, they have to turn around and save their boy Tarm to Kench. Vital positioning near the pillar, and the flick didn't land. He's dead if that flicks lands,
so
and
close.
that is guaranteed Baron. There are 3 members on no health.
It shows you the fragile nature of these team fights, that one play could really turn things around, and definitely shows you that Avant have a lot of fighting spirit left in this one, but giving that much free roam for Vitals, Aphelios to really operate within is starting to really hurt them if it hasn't been already.
Yeah, and I mean, you needed that shutdown, right? If you get that shutdown onto Chaz, this guy's got his death cap. It's going to be upgraded immediately. He's now a legitimate win condition. You can already see the amount of damage he's doing to Miru. Miru 0-3-0. Sorry, 0-3-3 is having a lot of whoopsies in this game. And I feel like Chaz is just really zoning him out a lot of these fights. And I was going to speak about Bastion. I don't like taking Taric ult on Silas, just because so much of what makes Taric ult ideal is that it interacts with the rest of his kit, and you can put it on a second pack. Whereas Silas is going to be a diver, and he's only ever going to really put it on himself, and at maximum chippies as well. So if he gets the perfect 2-man ult with chippies, I think maybe worth. But otherwise, I think he should be focusing on stealing, like, you know what, Lee Sin kick and Appy ultimate, just for the raw damage and assassin potential that he's going to be able to get out of Lee Sin kick, and then the team fight prowess that he's going to get out of Appy's ultimate.
It's interesting because I want to see actually how he's utilising it in the team fight. If he is there just to create space and sort of force members to go at him and obviously not be able to do much, but these team fights have been quite insane to say the least. Chaz really putting on his carry pants, trying as hard as he can with the majority of the gold in his pocket for this AV lineup, really making sure that their playoff dream is still well and truly alive.
And the next mission for Chippies is to keep Appy away from Chaz. He needs to put on so much pressure in the side lane that this death cap never gets upgraded. Because if Chaz gets the death cap upgrade, he's in a position where a flick will kill anyone.
Well, they are looking to take out Decoy right now. The teleport is coming in very deep here from AV as Lisa is forced to disengage away. Bastion on top of him so far. The shield is burnt through. Decoy and Lisa, the bruises that feel the pain, but the snipe attempt is there. Miru is gone. AV doing their job successfully.
And he's just upgraded the hat as well. That is going to be such a power spike right now for the Avant Gaming lineup. Sure, it looks like they're down in gold, but I assure you, with that hat upgraded, with also the fact that always upgrades the 2 best items for himself as well, with that Forge Fire case, as well as the upgraded Abyssal Mask, they are in a very good position to be able to carry out this game. The only problem is they've got a Corki and an Aphelios to deal with, and they haven't been able to hit them yet. But if they do in one fight, if they get one winning team fight where they're able to hit those 2 carries, this could be quite difficult for the Direwolves lineup. They have no front line.
Well, that was going to be my next question, right? Is there a world in which you've got this strong early game with the bruisers to get in their faces and try and get these carries ahead? Is there a world in which, you know, you just play it out? You've obviously got Chaz as that condition to operate with the ornaments. Can that be enough for AV to outscale here? But they are going to turn their attention onto this man himself. He's going to be forced to flash away, receive the Bastion to get himself out with that armor component. The Guardian gets popped as well for more movement speed to dash on out. Out comes the Cosmic Radiance. It's going to come out actually from both members as Mirror pops it on his own like you highlighted. Now Corky jumps in. Taleo placing down the wall, separating out these members. Vital going for a 1v1, looking to try and take out Lisa. Exhaust goes out.
Vital.
Moonlight Vigil completely whiffs, but he's living for such a long time. And he is slowly, ever so slowly, whittling down these members' health with Shock getting kill confirmed. Lots took place there, all because of this thing here. They needed to pick up a Drake, and that's Direwolves in the hot seat.
And what is Aphelios? He just jumps into everyone, tanks them, flashes away, and he lives on full health. He doesn't even get scratched in that team fight. You can see Vital threw everything at him to try and be able to pick up a kill. But Vital is just so strong right now. Goes back, completes himself that Bloodthirster as well. But you saw how long Appy lived for. This is a really tough game to be able to deal with the Ornn. So still definite win conditions here for both teams. And I feel like we still haven't got that one decisive fight. But the Dragons are starting to stack up, Skimmy. 3 Air Drakes now. They're going to be zooming around Summoner's Rift.
They sure are, and they're the ones that are always looking to make the plays first, and it's definitely putting Avant on the back foot right now. We talked about how strong they can be. The gold is definitely getting closer, and even more so with those ornaments like we've always harped on about. But now it becomes a play towards Baron. Obviously, the next Drake miles away, and resetting yourself towards how you want to make this fight take place. Both AD carries having no summoners online. Both mid laners do have that flash online too. And that's the knock-up you were talking about. Chippy's taking a lot of damage, but it is his clone, bear in mind. Mirror, once again, the punching bag, sitting so low in terms of his participation in this game, unable to really assist in any form or fashion. Dazzle not going to connect. Decoy so deceivingly tanky, but the shield finally expires. They find 2, they find 3. As they walk through this base, they're going to find 4 in the end spawn. They can't get shot because he is so deceptively strong to just disengage out of this one. But Avant finds something, and that is truly what they needed.
A decisive team fight coming across for Avant Gaming. They've got all 5 alive. They're going to rush towards Baron as well. Miru gets caught out again. 0-5 for the Direwolves jungler. And Avant Gaming looking to pick up some of those momentum wins. Try and stream themselves into the final playoff spot despite making a roster change. Now with everyone up and a Baron alive and a very tanky Ornn, this game could be theirs.
Is there a world in which Avant could look to try and end the game based off this?
Absolutely there is. If they get one more team fight like this, it's over. And have a look at where their team fight takes place. They get out Decoy's Flash. He is so tanky. And then the Fate's Call is just frame perfect this time around. You can see that Vital gets dragged through a couple of pebbles, unfortunately. Chaz's damage is so damn high. And Gunkrab survives on the back end. For a support, for an 80 carry to play support to this level, at week 10 of the OPL, having just been a roster change this week,
absolutely.
I'm really impressed with how Avant have rallied and started to look really good in this game.
It'd be the Cinderella story, right? To go through all the strife to get still to the playoffs, and to do it when you've changed everything up on the back of 1 week's notice. Going to be very curious to see how they can utilize this one now going forward as turrets begin to fall.
He's unkillable. Look at Appy.
And yeah, how do you take Appy down, right? These 4 items he has, literally a walking tank.
He's just a fridge. Like,
he's a non-broken fridge. He's a functioning fridge.
Way to rub it in, mate. Thank you very much for that one. I've got a mini fridge in my garage at the moment. It's doing the job, but he's just a big fridge. He just breathes air at you, and you know, you don't want to be anywhere near him.
Maybe that's why we've got a Cloud Rift, because he is one with the Zen of this map.
I mean,
who knows, Spawn?
Chippy's like just straight up loses the split push against him now. I would love to see them auto attack each other to death. I'm really like, I'm a sick and twisted person. I love playing tanks into bruises. I think it's one of the funniest things in League of Legends. Chippy's nearly has his Death Stance. In fact, might be recalling for it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's their one window, right? You get Death Stance, you have these awesome items on your 2 hyper carries, Corky and Aphelios, certainly still very relevant. And you try and win the game right now. In saying that, this top lane turret should fall down. Vital should be able to pick it up. Violet should be able to pick it up.
will fallen down, and an engage takes place in the bottom lane. It's
Well,
one that showcased what could happen, but you can see already there, you know, without that Death Stance, there's so much damage that comes onto his head, and he's just unable to respond in that trade.
And just watch Appy's health. This is the best thing about Warmogs on tanks. This is what changed the game. You no longer win the war of attrition versus him with lifesteal. He's just a full health Ornn again. Thank you very much, Heart of Warmog. Brilliant addition to League of Legends.
Look at that, 5k health and 360 armor.
Yeah.
It's gross.
There's just no way you're enjoying this if you're chippies.
He will just walk straight into these turrets. Comes the Abyssal Voyage. Is that a little bit too much there, Decoy? What have you done? You've just fallen on down. That's a bit of an int, if I say so myself. The first turret will fall on down. The inhibitor is now granted for free. And AV incredibly happy with how that one presented itself, knowing that the Drake is going to spawn ever so soon to rotate towards that, sitting both teams on 3 Drakes.
And if that was a 5-person ultimate, I understand Vital throwing that one out. But we've already mentioned it. Chip damage when you have a Taric just doesn't mean all that much. They're going to be able to move towards this dragon, pick it up. Now both teams on soul point. I don't think that's matter. I think we're getting finished to this game before the next 5 minutes is up and available, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. Violet at the perfect stage of the game. He's going to have so much survivability. He's going to be dancing around these team fights, and no one can really stop him. And I feel like, you know what? I said the scaling of Aphelios is just gross, but maybe the scaling of Ornn is still better. Just maybe.
I'm curious, because you've now got so many completed BF items online. You're now working towards that healing cut as well to make it so that you can shred, ideally, through this armor. We talked about it before. 360, insane.
Yeah, I feel like in this game, you don't even go the healing cut option. Sure, Violet is going to lifesteal a lot, but you have the damage to be able to deal with him. I think you probably just want, not Mortal Reminder. I can't remember what the other one's called, but it has a giant slayer.
Yeah.
Lord Dominic. You just want Lord Doms, because it has an extra 10% armor penetration, I believe. And you really need it against Appy at the moment. Like, Appy is the only person you're going to be hitting if you're Vital, because he just keeps walking at him. And you need as much help as you can to get through this Ornn.
Well, everyone has armor, right? You know, you've got the GA, you've got the Zonias, you've got the vest, you've got everything, right? There's just so much armor right now that sure, Vital is incredibly strong, and sure, he is Aphelios. But the fact is, you know, is he going to start hitting like a wet noodle? Yes, he's doing 800 crits on those minions, but I wonder if he's going to get a little bit now shut down in these team fights from the fact that he won't be able to really hit them as hard as he'd like.
Yeah, and I really wish we had seen a Frozen Heart coming out of Appy. It's such an underutilized item, right? But it gives you 20% cooldown reduction. It would overcap him, unfortunately, slightly. But at the same time, you know, 20% cooldown reduction, plus the fact that you would have the attack speed slow as you walk towards this Aphelios. It could really neuter him in these builds, because Aphelios goes for BF sword items as opposed to Zeal items. I think it could be a really interesting pickup here. Obviously not going towards it, probably going towards something like a Warden's Mail into, of course, the second one of the Randuin's going to be picked up. And they've just grouped mid. Maybe they want to end it right now.
They maybe do, because all carries right now are playing out of their minds. Only a single death on their score sheet, but the saving grace has definitely been Appy, in the fact that he is just playing out of his mind. For an autofill top laner, the guy's doing wonders, and really, Miru's been shut out of this game, and it starts to get a little bit dicey with Baron now spawning, if it's going to become a 50-50 or if it is going to become a pick, because that's what Avant are setting themselves up for.
They're walking through. Appy has spotted exactly where they are right now.
They are flirting with the idea of these rotations. Direwolves want mid lane prio. Avant going to reveal themselves right now, but you might see the engage attempt take place finally as Miru jumps in with the Ornn ultimate. Appy responds in the same fashion. No member's going to be picked up right now. Appy's going to dash away. You can feel the tension, very palpable, as they understand that this game is so close.
They've done the perfect thing right now, Skimmy. They've just stalled so much time to where there's 2 super creeps in bottom lane. So now, if Direwolves do not do Baron right now, the game is over.
Yeah, absolutely, because that'll start working towards its Nexus turrets and end this game on its own. They're going to start up their Baron right now. Appy going to get a one-man knockup. Out comes Lisa with the response as the Cosmic Radiance lands on down. Violet deletes Miru. He's had such a rough game. It's going to compound further. Lisa does the damage. Vital is going to do what he can, but he falls on down. The shutdown because of Chaz. Level 18 and every item under the score sheet. He is a monster. Appy going to TP in. They're going to look for the end. AV may have just done this one, Spawn. It's insane.
Yeah, might have been able to do it. It won't be off the back end of that TP. That will just get them the Baron. You can see Appy wanders out of the base after taking down one of the Nexus turrets. However, both junglers dead. Kalista still on Summoner's Roof. You can see the spears stacking up. Second Baron of the game, 38 minutes in. You know what? We might get another Dragon Soul fight, Skimmy, because this one's still not over yet.
Whew. You'd imagine, right, the final game of this day would be a banger. 40-minute affair, 3 dragons, multiple barons, and a final Drake to secure the soul. The soul that is much needed to find some sanity in a high-stakes situation. We've talked about it before. Direwolves have already secured their position. They are going to sit comfortably at 3rd seed, but aren't really desperate for this victory. They need it for a shot at still making playoffs.
I'm going to ask you a question. Are you really comfortable at 3rd seed if you're the Direwolves? Is that the word you're going to use?
Comfortable is an understatement, but I mean, I suppose when you look at the performances they've had in recent weeks, right, compared to the likes of Chiefs and Legacy, seems to be a bit of a disconnect between the two at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in their last 4 games, they're 1-3, and the team that they beat is Order. So I think you've lost now to Gravitas and Avant if you lose this game. Obviously, not counting chickens, game's still very much alive. See whether they can pick up this dragon.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a 50-50 because no fight wants to take place. Lisa will pick that one up. It is now a soul that is complete, and Talia with the wall will block off any engagement, making it that much harder to do. The stalling attempt will take place now, but Appy just passed through the jungle. He does not care.
I mean, he doesn't want to hit him, mate. Why would you want to hit that? No one wants to hit a fridge. That hurts your hand.
It's very cold and it's very chilly as a dazzle comes out and Decoy, almost baited, is falling down victim to that one. Sees the fridge and feels the pain. And Violet just deleting out Miru again. How do you shut down this tank? Appy is a monster. Health bar goes down, but it doesn't even matter at this stage of the game. They're going to run it straight down mid and look for the man in the sky to bless them with a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you found the answer to it, Skivvy. You don't shut down the fridge. The fridge is unstoppable. It's just rolling through the mid lane. That's going to be the second inhibitor falling down. Appy tanking everything. And they're going to go for the end.
They are absolutely going to do it. What a monumental way to finish off this day. They're going to clean house by taking out Aphelios. The strong start for Direwolves, not able to matter when it matters most. Avant will find that dub, and they'll get a nice rest, a nice sleep to recover to prepare themselves for day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like tomorrow, a very important day for both of these teams. Direwolves going to be taking on Order in their soul match towards the end of the season. And obviously, Avant Gaming still fighting Gravitas for that spot in the OPL playoffs. But that was a really fun game. Different draft coming out of Avant Gaming this time around, and I feel like they very much made it work. That was much improved from Avant Gaming.
And I think, once again, you just have to highlight the fact that this is a new Avant lineup. Yes, the same members, but the fact that Gunncrack can just slot in to playing support, Appy can go top lane, and just have that much of an influence and showcase, look, we are not going to give up on this game. Chaz is playing out of his mind. The members that you needed to rise up, definitely doing so. And when it matters most, Violet gets given his chance, and he showcases that, yes, I am the ADC prodigy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I was always big on Violet, right? This is a guy that impressed me throughout the offseason. They've now beat Chiefs Esports Club, Pentanet Gaming, as well as Direwolves in their 3 of their last 4 matches. That is a team that is looking very, very hot. They're streaking at the moment, obviously going up against another streaking club in Gravitas tomorrow. But I cannot wait for that game 1 now, Skimmy.
I cannot wait as well. And who cannot wait also is the boys on the couch. An e-couch? I don't even know what you'd call it at this stage. The hangout couch.
A bedroom.
A bed. Oh, see,
the boys in the bedrooms. That has a great.
It could be anything.
It, Rusty, well done. Yeah, and look, speaking of Gravitas, getting word that Gravitas need to beat AV and Chiefs in order to get 5th seed. So that's the only way they get that. Every other result out of that outcome is just AV get it.
Yeah. Basically, by winning that game, AV, you would say, have secured themselves with more than just a foot in the door, because this requires Gravitas to go above and beyond. If they win their 1 remaining game tomorrow, obviously it's secured. Gravitas need to beat the Chiefs in whatever form we see the Chiefs tomorrow. Because that
Rusty,
also could be.
Cast your mind back, split 1 last year. Order and Gravitas fighting for a spot in Gauntlet. Do you know who gatekeeped Gravitas out of that Gauntlet slot?
Was it Order?
It was the Chiefs. The Chiefs beat Gravitas to allow Order to make the gauntlet. I mean, Order then repaid them by running the gauntlet and beating the Chiefs. I know because Swiper tells me every single day that I should be thankful for the grand final that he bestowed upon us. But this is, you know, a couple of splits in a row where the Chiefs hold Gravitas' fate in their hand, potentially, going into tomorrow's matches.
Absolutely. It is a very exciting time to be an OPL fan, not just because of obviously the results that we're seeing tonight and we're going to see tomorrow, but because we're still on the air, baby, and you can't say that about much else. So that is exciting as well. Let's take a look at the results from today. It was a day that started off not as surprising as we thought, and then certainly had some bangers throughout the day. Mammoth taking out the first win of the day against Avant, and then Legacy taking down Gravitas for Game 2. Order taking out Pentanet.gg for Game 3. Chiefs victory over Direwolves for Game 4, and then Legacy knocking Pentanet.gg out of the playoff race. And finally, Avant starting their sneaky run up to the fifth spot for the playoffs by beating out Direwolves, which was a result that, you know, like we said, not many people expected, except a refresh on the Avant lineup seems to have done them a world of good. Let's take a look at the games that we will be checking out tomorrow that have severe implications for those teams, Avant and Gravitas. Taking out game number 1, Order, Mammoth, game 2, the Chiefs. If Gravitas win against Avant for Game 1, then it is the Chiefs that decide whether or not Gravitas get into the 5th spot in the playoffs for Game 3. Direwolves taking on Order for Game 4, PGG versus Mammoth for Game 5, and then Legacy versus Chiefs. One of the must-win games for those teams for the 6th of the day. What are we looking forward to the most, Rusty?
I mean, probably games 2 through 5. No, definitely game 6 for me. I'm 100% am just excited to see this rivalry continue to grow and develop, because they're not just playing each other, they're 1-1. They continue to have these different performances. They play like each other when they actually play as well, and so excited to see the last iteration of it before finals, maybe.
Spawn, you're nodding.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you are a fan of League of Legends, I don't care if you even follow the OPL, like, you got to stick around for Game 6 tomorrow, because it is the two teams that are currently first on the ladder. This determines first seed. This gives them the bye on the top side of the upper bracket. And honestly, stylistically, I really love watching these teams play, because I feel like the lanes of Legacy are where their strength is held, and it is the utility players of the Chiefs, in Korea CK as well as Croc, that have super impressed me this time around. I'm really in love with this matchup from a narrative point of view, from a gameplay point of view. It really is everything that's great about League of Legends.
Absolutely. And Skimmy, do you have anything left in the tank?
I think that obviously what the boys have mentioned is the obvious one. I think after the last game there, I'm really curious to see how that 5th spot is finalised, right? If Gravitas can come up with some miracle run to really upset the pack again, or if Avant can keep this strength, this momentum that served them well today, and get that 5th spot. So I think there's a lot to watch and a lot to be excited for tomorrow.
There is a lot to be excited for tomorrow, and it is bookended by 2 truly huge games for the teams involved. We hope that we can see you guys then. Thank you very much for hanging out tonight for another OPL from Home PL. A massive thank you to our sponsor McDonald's as well for helping make all this happen, and for the super expensive computer equipment that they helped pay for that Spawn just ruined with coffee and water spilled all over it. I'm sure we'll have to figure something out before we get to tomorrow, but we will see you guys tomorrow for more OPL action here, 4 p.m. See you then.
強く強く輝いて消えた長い